up the robo-umps?
I don't know. That's a great question. It just feels so clunky. Like, how is it that tennis has it where, like, they can see that the ball missed by, like, a hair on the line in, like, 2 seconds?
It's immediate.
The Hawkeye
and they have the
system.
video, too,
Yeah. Tennis, they don't. It's
because it's the best
Yeah.
sport.
But also,
why does the same technology take so much longer in the NFL than it does in tennis? It's the same technology.
Well, there's nobody blocking anything in tennis most of the time, right? Like, as you're thinking about the ball, there's one person. I wonder if some of the stuff with the NFL, it's like if a guy's past the goal line, there's 22 guys on top of it, right? Like in tennis, I could be totally wrong on this.
I'm just asking the question.
But like, if I hit hypothetically a winner and it's down the line and you're not sure if it's in, more likely than not, there's going to be separation between the player and where the ball lands, and thus the camera angle is going to be an easier angle, I guess. Versus, think about tush push. Is he in? Is he not in? There's 22 guys on top of each other in a scrum where you actually can't even see the goal line. I could be dead wrong on that, but that would be my initial reaction to what you said. I'm not sure.
Steak and ale pie for whoever figures it out first.
Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Raheel along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. Glenn Davis is going to join us at 8:30 to talk a little World Cup, see where we're at, what's going on around the country and in Houston specifically, exactly what's going on. We'll talk some Astros. We'll talk some Rockets. We didn't get to talk because David Montgomery came down after the show. You got to talk about it on your show, right, Del? We didn't get to talk about it.
That was Dell's big story yesterday.
Well, I know it was Dell's big story. He probably had it during our show and didn't bring it. He just brought it after to his show. So everybody listens to his show, and, he hides stuff all the time on us.
How can I hide stuff on Twitter?
You hit it.
He held it.
You can absolutely.
I told Schefter to first get the compensation wrong and hold the story until your show is over.
Okay, so what is the compensation on this David Montgomery?
4-7 and Juice Scruggs.
All right.
4-7 and Juice Scruggs. Which, okay. Speaking of that, we talked about the Titus Howard deal yesterday. You get a fifth for Titus Howard. You give up Juice Scruggs, which Juice couldn't even. I mean, what was the guy's name they started, and he got 4 snaps, and then they had to take him out?
I mean, you mean one of your current starting guards, City Sal?
Yes, one of our current starting guards. Okay, I don't even know what a City Sal is, okay? I have no idea what that meant. When I saw him in the starting lineup in that game, I said, who is this, and why can't Juice Scruggs even start in this game? Are you kidding me? City Sal, never even heard of it. Comes off the practice squad or off the street. No one knows where he came from.
Was he that guy who was holding the sign outside NRG?
He does the spinning sign?
And he's the guy who's like, sign me. Remember that guy who was just standing outside?
Yeah,
was that him?
Back in the day?
Yeah. Was that City Sal?
That was a safety, I think. I forget who that was. But anyway, City Sal got the start. And so Juice Scruggs was persona non grata. Juice Scruggs played his way out of here. Juice Scruggs was basically, everybody's saying, so I saw a tweet, the offensive line sucks, need to make changes. And then as soon as they make changes, everybody's like, what are you doing? You're making changes. Listen, Juice Scruggs is not a change.
No.
Juice Scruggs didn't even play. Juice Scruggs was not a part of this offense last year. So they get Juice Scruggs. You can have Juice Scruggs. That's fine. A 4th and a 7th. When you picked up a 5th for Titus Howard, it's almost a wash, kind of almost. You lose some. You lose some draft capital. There's no question about it. But you picked up a running back in David Montgomery, who's 5-something this year, 7-something next year. When the running back's out there, how much is Kenneth Walker going to get? How much? Breece Hall is probably going to get a transition or a franchise tag. More, it looks like that's happening. Travis Etienne, what's he going to cost? These guys they're talking about in the neighborhood of 12, 13, and you get David Montgomery for 5. You still got Woody, right? I don't know what you do. I don't know if you bring Dare back, whatever the case may be. Whatever. You're going to have plenty of running backs. You got a power back, which David Montgomery doesn't like being called a power back, but oh well. Saw a lot of interviews with him yesterday, and he's a funny guy. I think the city of Houston's going to like him a lot.
Good.
He left like a 5-minute message for the city of Detroit, how much he appreciated them. Coming over from Chicago, he didn't know anything, and he said they were so great. He really appreciated Detroit and left them. He seems like a genuine guy, and I've seen he's on some podcasts. He's actually pretty funny. So you pick up David Montgomery and you lose Titus Howard, who Titus Howard, $20 million. He's getting $21 million a year, and he's a guard. When you can it looks like you're going to be able to get Ed Ingram for 13. I mean, that looks like the going rate is for Ed Ingram right now. That's the talk that it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 13. Would you rather have Ed Ingram at guard at 13 or get rid of him and have Titus Howard at guard at 21?
Give me the 13.
The 13, right? You're saving a little bit on the cap. You're still strapped with some dead cap money, but oh well. I think you pick up about $4 million. So if you can do Ed Ingram, who played better, right? Although it's a 1-year thing, it's kind of risky. we talked about this yesterday with Lance a little bit, is, it could be a Rafael Montero situation where you get one good year out of a guy and then you sign him to a long deal and then you really regret that. But he was in a contract year. He played well, and hopefully he continues to do that if you pick him back up. If not, I hope he plays like crap. But Titus Howard was going to be too expensive at $21 million to play guard, right?
Yeah, and the running back stuff is now done. I don't think they're going to be picking up any other running backs. I don't even know if they're going to draft them. It's all about O-line.
Well, and you saved money on that running back.
Saved, and now it's all about O-line. But are they putting themselves in a position where every single person knows that you have one starter coming back and this O-line is a mess? So if they're going to attack it in free agency, are they going to get ripped off? Because they know. Maybe because if you bring Ed Ingram back at 13, you bring Trent Brown back, you got 3 of your starters back. But are they going to hold them up against the fire now? Like, hey, you guys need me.
Well,
is there going to be a market for those guys?
There are other guards and tackles out there.
And are they by the way, you're going to hold it? That's what I'm worried about now, because your O-line, everyone knows that you are, is it fair to say, desperate?
Well, you are going to draft with the 28th pick.
Yep.
An offensive lineman. So that loses one spot.
Okay.
There. Okay. You can bring Jake Andrews back, or you can bring another center in. There's a lot of people who are talking about them drafting a center with the 28th pick. We'll see. We'll see what they do. I don't know. But I don't know that you're. I don't think you're desperate. I don't think so. I don't think you're gonna get used by players. I mean, look. Last year you gave Cam Robinson $13 million, which was about as bad a contract. That was bad as throw. You threw $13 million up against the wall, and it stuck.
And this is the next part.
It was really sticky.
How would you rate Caserio when it comes to offensive linemen? Drafting, free agency.
You know the answer to that question.
So that's why I'm worried about this now.
Well,
that's why I put the D word out there. I think they're going to be a little desperate, and I think agents will know that, and they will get a little aggressive towards the Texans.
If they're not worried about the offensive line, I don't know why you are. Okay, listen. They're not worried. They're fine.
No, that was last year. Let's ask them again this year. How worried are you?
Well, you just need to replace 4 starters. It's not that big a deal.
That's a normal thing in an NFL offseason.
Honestly,
on a contender.
Other than that, you picked up your running back, right? You need some interior defensive line stuff to get done.
Yeah, and that I'm not worried about because they're good at that. They are legit good at that.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Well, I think in large part that's D'Amico's side of the ball.
Sure. Whoever it is, I'm not worried about. I'm looking at a Texans franchise as a whole. They've knocked out all. We're good with the interior linemen on the defensive side. I'm good with just anything on defense. I'm good. Now the offensive line, which has been a problem under the Caserio regime, you have to deal with replacing potentially 4 starters. And I know that move yesterday, the Howard trade, is a trade you make with other moves in mind and maybe already cemented. So we'll see what happens on the 9th when legal tampering starts. Legal tampering.
Right.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But, man, I don't feel good. Not many contenders do this, where you just have a full-on, let's just reset the offensive line if you're a contender. I don't remember that. I don't know. I might be wrong.
We'd have to look back at how many. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know that people look at the Texans because of their offense as a contender.
No, but they're a contender, though.
They're upper echelon. They're top 12 team in the league, but I don't know, contender. I mean, they're a playoff contender right now, but nobody believes that they're. Do you believe?
I believe they're a contender.
All we heard was no one wants to see this team.
Yeah, they're a contender.
Yeah,
why are
but
you afraid to say
then we saw this team.
Yeah. So
and look
if
what
no
it
one
did.
wants to see them, then they're a contender. But the quarterback was the problem. Yeah, the offensive line ain't great, but the quarterback was the problem.
Well, the quarterback
cold
hasn't
hand
changed.
Stroud.
Yeah,
hands
quarterback.
are cold.
Listen, I think they got. I think they're going to be just fine. I believe that they're going to be better. I believe CJ's going to be better. But I'm saying right now, nobody believes that the Texans. Ain't talking about the Texans as a Super Bowl contender.
They will.
Right now.
Yes, they will. I believe they're going to be a contender, a Super Bowl contender, as long as that defense is that defense.
Well, they're going to be, yes. Yeah.
And I don't think there's any big moves coming on the defensive side.
But okay.
John, there were 5 turnovers against the Patriots, and again, it took Drake May making an incredible throw to win that game. It was a 1%. It was a 4-point game.
17-13.
It was 17-13. 5 turnovers, and you still had a chance. That is a contender.
Well, they I don't know that they really had a chance. They lost by 12
they
points.
did.
Yeah. Listen.
It took Booty making a perfect catch.
Get this. Somebody put together all of the drives by the Patriots offense in the postseason. And they averaged 1.13 points per drive in the postseason.
Ooh.
The 2017 Browns were winless. Was it the 17 Browns were winless? They went back, and the winless season, they averaged 1.22 points per drive. The winless Browns averaged more points per drive than the Super Bowl Patriots did. That's how good the that's how bad the Texans offense was, giving them the ball and screwing the pooch.
All they had to do was
That's how bad they were getting to the Super Bowl. Do you believe in the Patriots next year?
No, I think they come back down to earth a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. With a first-place schedule?
Yeah, things will change a little bit for the New England Aggies.
Yeah. The what?
The New England Aggies, because they play that soft schedule.
Oh, I got a text from an Aggie yesterday that said, "It's so you basic bees, that talk. It's so old, y'all. Dell, the way he talks about the Aggies. Okay, yeah.
Then don't play Mo Bamba as your hype-up song.
So the Aggie hate has got to stop.
Who was it? Put that person's name out there.
We're the station for the Ags.
Yeah,
okay?
and we love them.
We love
for being a part of our station.
And Dell
I gotta reprimand when Raheel was the one.
Yes, you got the.
Wait a minute.
It's expected for me to do it.
Wait a minute.
But you have to.
Why do I get a reprimand? I'm sorry.
You always.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We own that building. I'm sorry. In the biggest game in Aggie history, you scored a total of 3 points. How's that my fault?
Wow.
And they still had a chance to win that game.
Yeah, and Marcel threw another pick.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
If the wind wasn't blowing, the Aggies would have beat you.
I'm sure. I'm sure the wind didn't affect the other team either. So I'm sorry. Your biggest game in modern history, you only scored 3 points. If you you really want me to go after you, I'll go after you. We're just talking about a stupid song.
Wow,
don't do that, Dale. That's not nice.
What?
It's the off season.
I didn't even. We were talking about a song.
And look what you're doing.
Who was it? Put that
Yeah.
person's name out there.
I'm not putting that person out there. He's an ag. He ain't a 2%er. He's a 98%er. He loves his school and loves Elvis. And I'm telling you, this is
Was it Chase? Isn't he an Aggie?
It's got to stop.
It's
okay.
Chase.
All right, what's got to stop too?
How many touchdowns did they score in their biggest 2 home games the last 2 seasons?
A lot, right?
No, against Texas.
It was a Heisman contender.
Against Texas, how many touchdowns did they score at home last year?
I have to go back and look at and count
No one
it.
knows. It's impossible to know.
Is that they had that big run in the third? No, it was 0.
Oh, so no touchdowns.
No touchdowns.
How many touchdowns did they score in their biggest home game this season?
The win was a factor. The first drive, that second, the kick.
Right.
Yeah, I think 0.
Oh, wow.
See? I mean,
You started
this by
we were just minding our business.
About a top 25 finish for the university.
Top 25 in what?
How many
in
touchdowns
football?
they scored?
Top 25 in football? We're popping bottles for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
right.
right.
Score a touchdown in your biggest games. How about that?
Oh, wow. In
the
the wind, nobody scores
There was
touchdowns
no
in the
wind against Texas the year before. What wind was there?
Probably. You don't know.
No, I watched the game.
I was there.
How bad was the wind, Raheel?
In College Station?
Yeah.
It was fine. It was a beautiful night.
Okay.
No.
It was a perfect night.
Too windy to score.
Too windy to score touchdowns. Too bad you
The
have
only wind there, it was when all the Aggies the 100,000
The collective
people,
hot air came out of their lungs.
When they got stopped on 4th and goal, they go, and then
the
wind,
exhale when Marcel Reed threw that final pick. Oh, my God.
The wind, you can feel it in Navasota.
Yeah. It was gale force winds.
John, you opened
You
the can of
brought this to the show. If you had left us alone.
All we wanted to do was talk about the desperation on the offensive line, and you changed
There's no
course.
desperation. Okay.
Really?
There's no
desperation.
We're building something special.
About as desperate as the Aggies were to score a touchdown.
Del, we moved on.
Oh, we have?
Yeah, we moved on.
Okay.
I know how to move
Marcel
along.
Reed.
I'm talking about Ownwell. I'm talking about how I wish I had Ownwell when I was in Houston, and you have Ownwell. I didn't. I did those taxes myself and won some, lost some. Ownwell wins 88% of the time. 88% success rate in reducing property taxes. Okay, 88% of the time. That's so crazy that in 88% of the cases, just 12% the government is right. So that tells you when you got your tax bill, your property tax bill, right? You look at it. Have you looked at it yet? Because I'm telling you, the government is more than likely 88% chance that it's charging you too much. 88% chance. Sign up with Ownwell in just 3 minutes. Save money on property taxes is easy. Year after year. If you ever been to a property tax hearing, I have been. All right, don't hire lawyers. They don't know. They don't have the technology or the knowledge that Ownwell does have. Okay, don't do it yourself either. I did that. It cost me. Listen, you're looking for the best way to fight your property tax. Join 140,000 Houston properties that use Ownwell. 60,000 property owners switched to using Ownwell last year. Be good. Be about that Ownwell. Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com. Let them know I sent you when you complete your sign up at Ownwell.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, so Reed Shepherd last night was really, really good. Maybe his best game. 19 points, 7 rebounds, 10 assists. That was a career high. 6 steals, career high, 2 blocks.
His first double-double ever.
His first double-double. And there's a lot of talk. So Ime was asked yesterday. Jabari's coming back on Thursday. So they're playing Golden State. Is it Thursday, Wednesday? Is it tomorrow or Thursday? Whatever. With the Golden State game, he's coming back. The 5th. What's today?
Today's the 3rd.
The 3rd.
Yeah,
he's coming
Thursday.
back on Thursday. So he comes back, and here is Ime when asked about the starting lineup when Jabari gets back. Here's Ime.
Is Jabari still on track to return against Golden State?
Yeah, that's the plan.
When he returns, what do you anticipate your starting lineup looking like?
Probably back to the original. Yeah.
Probably back to the original, which is Amen at the point. Now, there's a lot of talk about Amen last year, the way that he played with Fred. He averaged 16 points a game. He was with Fred when he started, and Fred was on the floor. There's a lot of talk that Amen is better off the ball. He's just better at catching lobs. He can get under the basket. He can, rebound. He can, he can get the ball in space and, drive to the hole. All kinds of different stuff. That he's not a point guard, and I agree with that. The only point guard on the team right now is Reed Shepherd. Well, I guess Aaron Holiday too, but Aaron Holiday is not going to start.
Yeah,
watching Reed last night, it was like, yeah, dude should be in this. This is really nice. Of course, it was the Wizards, so we have to take that with a grain of salt. And we always have to remember that. Who are they playing? Reed, they're 7-2 when Reed starts, but who are the teams that they played?
Yeah.
So the question is, I like Reed. I don't mind Reed. I like Reed coming off the bench and giving him a big lift. If Ime will actually give him the minutes that he deserves, and Ime, if he has a lapse defensively. Last night defensively, Reed was great defensively.
Yeah, hands were in a lot of plays. He was active. Got let me get his steals number, but he ended up with 6 steals. 6 steals. Yeah, and only 3 turnovers. That's
and he
huge.
had a block or two too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dude was
active last night.
He was incredible last night.
Yeah. And I get it, it's the Wizards, but when you watch the Wizards play, they play very fast, right? And they aren't that careless with the ball. In the first half, I think they had 1 or 2 turnovers. It was really low. The third quarter just started off, they just were a mess, and that's when the Rockets really took control. But Reed looked good. And I said this yesterday, and I think this is what it's going to be moving forward for me is you go with that starting 5, that's fine. Go with it. But if that offense starts looking bad, it's lagging, put Reed in early. Don't wait. You got to get him in. If it's not looking good, get him in there, let him space it out, and let's see if that helps that offense when you're playing better teams.
Yeah, it's not like they haven't fallen behind with Reed starting. I mean, they have. But, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. If you want to go back to that off, that's fine. That's fine. But don't hesitate to put the dude in and let him give your team a bump, okay? And by the way, it doesn't matter who starts, who finishes. That's the most important thing. And we have seen Reed on the floor when he's playing well. Reed is on the floor, and Amen has been sitting. Amen sat the last game that they came back to the Orlando game.
Yeah.
Amen was sitting at the end of the game while Reed was in there making stuff happen. So that's so much more important. Who starts? Whatever. If Reed doesn't start but he comes off the bench in a hurry, that's fine. That's great. He has turned, but it's just Ime.
But
he's got to stop this. If Reed gets beat by by a guy that pull him, get him out of here.
Yeah,
get him out of there.
Everyone gets beat.
Everybody.
They gave up 118 points, including 39 points in transition to the Wizards. Off of turnovers, 24 total points in fast breaks. So it's like everyone is going to score. I get it. Defensively rated wise, they're a good team and they're one of the best actually. But when you're watching the games, it's not like they're a shutdown defense by any means. So the whole defense, guys are going to get burned. Şengün gets burned a lot, and he still gets to play, right? You got to let Reed play. You cannot have this fear over his head that, oh, I just got burned and I know I'm going to get pulled. That's not how you get success out there. That's how you get scared players, and then it turns into I want him to shoot when he has an open shot. Well, Coach, I'm afraid that if I miss, you're going to take me out.
Yeah. No. He's not playing with that fear anymore. Dude. I mean, dude when he hits a couple, he is heat checking it from about 30, 32. So he ain't. Yeah. I think he's lost that.
I hope that still happens when it's a healthy team and everyone's good.
Elpy gets beat all the time. Guys get beat all the time defensively. You don't just yank them as soon as they do. Reed is at a huge disadvantage because of his size and his whiteness.
No.
Okay. He's at a huge disadvantage most of the time.
He's still an athletic player. He's good. He can hold his own.
Yeah, but
he can hold his own.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing with, a disadvantage, like being white, you got to give him a little bit of leeway, okay? And especially when you see last night, you couldn't even tell he was white with the way he played defensively. You couldn't even tell.
Wow. If we're also going to criticize pulling guys for defensive lapses, at some point Ime has to do something about these turnovers.
Oh yeah,
it's so bad.
Yeah,
it's one of the rare games Rockets won where they led in turnovers and points off turnovers. And again, you're playing the Wizards, so it's fine. You should win that game no matter what happens, and you dominated in the paint. But
you dominated the boards.
Yeah.
59-27. Holy crap.
Against good teams, though, the upper echelon teams, you can't do this.
No.
They're just so careless with the ball, including Kevin Durant.
Oh, my God. Kevin Durant had...
The final 3 minutes was what is he doing?
He had a stretch, turnover, technical foul. That's awful.
That backcourt pass, even he knew. He's like, what did I just do?
Oh, my gosh. And then he goes in the front. When he goes in the front court, he's got triple team. They just take the ball away from him, and then the ball goes through the basket. He pushes the guy. I mean, what are you doing? Thank God it wasn't. That was closer. A 5-point game. I think a lot of people were pissed. I don't know what the line was, but I guarantee you the Rockets were more than 5-point favorites.
Yeah, I wonder how much that hurt people.
Much. I'll bet you, because that last three.
Dude.
That went up as time expired. They counted it. That might have been right on the line, although the Rockets were probably, I don't know.
No,
8 might have been right in that neighborhood.
I checked the point spread yesterday. I think it was 16.5.
Okay. 16.5?
It's the Wizards. Of course it's 16.5.
Yeah,
we didn't mention Trae Young got thrown out of a game.
Trae Young.
Yeah.
From the bench. He wasn't
and
even
so
dressed.
Did Tari.
Well,
but he...
Tari's had an interesting
What
week.
was that dude must have said something, because Tari just goes down the court, pushes him down, and then he comes back up the court and defensively and pushes him again. I mean, what did that dude say to Tari?
Well, Tari's had an interesting week. He joins the Patrick Beverly, I don't know if you want to call it Mount Rushmore, but list of guys who injure a guy's knee for no reason other than you're a little upset. Like Patrick Beverly did that to Russell Westbrook. And and now we got, Vince Williams, who tore his ACL, thanks to Tari bumping him for no reason. So,
and then he's pushing guys down.
And he was playing peacemaker, or at least trying to, on Saturday. He was like, "Hey guys, relax.
It's a new leaf. I'm turning the page. It's a new Tari."
And then the next game.
Yeah, but you can't be a terror twin unless you're reigning terror.
Well, I mean, I would avoid.
Also, you're in the DMV. There's an energy there.
Well, What was Vince Williams up to when he did what he did to him? What
No,
energy
that's
was there?
just part of the energy changes in the DMV.
He wasn't in the DMV when he hit Vince Williams.
The DMV.
No, yesterday. I'm talking about
I know yesterday, but he has the same energy no matter what. No matter what city he's in. I don't know, man. I mean,
so does Trae Young? Is he going to get suspended in his comeback? Because he was supposed to play.
He's supposed to play
tomorrow or Thursday?
in whatever their next game
Friday.
is. I don't know what happens. Did he leave the court in a timely manner? I think he'll be fine.
No, but you can't enter the fray.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he will have to.
He should
miss
get a
it.
suspension.
I mean, they've kind of gone lax on that.
They're like, who cares? It's the Wizards. Although, if you're into betting, you should play the over on the Wizards. That team runs so much,
and they don't play defense.
And Trae Young he's gonna bring a style that's gonna complement that so well. Defense.
Yeah, they just talk about throwing stuff against the wall. Boy, do they ever.
They have 3 guys that play exactly the same, and they're just all out there at the same. They're like, screw it, let's go. Let's just put every point guard out there. Let's just get all guards and just score. That's it.
All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, Glenn Davis is going to join us in an hour to talk about World Cup, so make sure that you're here. 713-780-3776. Let's get some calls in here. NCAA March Madness coming to Houston. Attendance encouraged, passion mandatory. Get your tickets now. NCAA.com/MBB tickets. That's NCAA.com/MBB. That's men's basketball. MBB tickets. So you're going to have a Sweet 16 here. Get your tickets. Get your tickets now. The Cougs could well be in that bracket, even if they're not. We got Sweet 16 action coming to Toyota Center. So if you're looking for tickets, there's one place to go. NCAA.com/MBB tickets.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776. We got any calls? Let's go. Let's get in here. What do you want to talk about? There's a lot of stuff still to do. One of the things is, and Ken Rosenthal has a piece out today. Yesterday, he was doing, I don't know, some kind of mailbag or whatever, and he was on video and was asked about Isak. And if Isak has homered, he's got a couple of walks so far in 2 spring training games. It was nice to see him homer. I mean, at the very least, Isak is one of your best hitters. I'm hoping Carlos is a 800 OPS guy. Hoping, Altuve is going to be in that neighborhood. Walker, boy, it sure would be nice. Jeremy Pena had a nice year last year. Hopefully he keeps it up. Yainer, let's see. You got Jordan should be if he can stay healthy. But that's the thing about this whole thing. Well, they're just overloaded. Are they? Just because you have an extra guy, they're just overloaded. I don't believe that. Yeah. I don't believe that. It would be nice to have a better outfield. I don't question that. But what are you? Because right now, you talk about desperation, Raheel, with the offensive line. Everybody in the world knows you're dying to trade Paredes, and you need a left-handed hitting outfielder. So, what are you getting in return?
I don't know what you're going to get. And
I mean,
obviously they feel
obviously if they could get anything, they would have done it already.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm in the camp of hold on to all of your players that are good and can help, because injuries are going to be an issue. It's an issue for every team. It's going to be an issue for the Astros. Hold on. And if that left-handed hitter in the outfield, that one thing that Dana covets the most, if he is available around the trade deadline, maybe you pull the trigger. But right now, just hold strong. It's fine. You'll be okay.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to just do the trade for just doing the trade for a trade's sake. You don't need to do that. Just hang tight. There's going to be injuries.
And don't waste an asset, because right now you are dealing from a point of weakness, because they know you need that left-handed outfielder, left-handed hitting outfielder, and they know you've got too many infielders. Here's Ken Rosenthal talking about this very subject.
This one comes from Living Legend 72,000. He says, "Hey Ken, it was very nice to meet you at Astros camp over the weekend. Do you think they'll try to trade Paredes for an outfielder?" Funny you should ask, Living Legend, because my next column coming out tomorrow is on this very topic. I will give you a brief preview by answering your question, do I think they should trade Paredes for an outfielder, a left-handed hitting outfielder? The answer that you will see in this column is a resounding yes. The Astros have an imbalance. They have too many players in their infield, not enough players in their outfield, or not enough good players, or established players, I should say. These guys are all good players. Not enough established players in their outfield. And they've got in the infield a situation where Christian Walker is at first, Jose Altuve is at second, Jeremy Pena is at short, and Carlos Correa at third, with Yordan Alvarez, the DH. Where is the room for Isaac Paredes? Well, there is no room. Now, they can bench guys, or not bench guys, rest guys. They can use the DH on days when Alvarez is in left field. They can play Altuve in left field at times if Paredes is capable of playing second base, which is doubtful. But it's a logjam that needs to be resolved, and that is the subject of my column tomorrow. The Peralta and Fried stories, they are today. The story about the Astros and what they need to do is tomorrow.
Right. So he answered the question, and he actually had the solution. You're going to play. Yordan wants to play the outfield. Joe Espada addressed it again this week. He said, we got it. He wants to play. He feels like he's more of a part. He forgets about it at bats, bad at bats, when he's out in the outfield, he likes it. He likes to play the outfield, so we're going to play him in the outfield. Jose Altuve, while it's not ideal, he can go play left field.
No,
he can play left field for you.
No.
Yeah, he can. No, he can, though.
But don't.
But yes, he can. He can play the outfield. Well, is he going to be a better – well, the question is this. Is he going to be a better option than Zach Cole? Is he going to be a better option than Joey Loperfido? Is he going to be a better option than whatever you can throw out there in left field? And the answer might be yes, that Paredes at second and Altuve in left is a better option than anything else you have.
That's fine, but I don't want him out there.
Well, if he plays 20 games in the outfield and Yordan plays 40 games in the outfield, there's 60 starts right there or more. I mean, Yordan is probably going to play more than that.
Yeah,
probably going to play more than that in the outfield.
Hopefully.
Yeah. So you got a bunch, and then you can rest Christian Walker can rest, Correa can rest. You don't want to play these guys every day. There's plenty of at-bats. There's plenty of spots for Paredes to get out there. And I think he just answered his own question. And by the way, you've been trying to do this all off season. Don't take a lesser deal just because you think you've got an overload. Because the answer, if anybody gets hurt, you trade Paredes and anybody gets hurt, Nick Allen is the answer. Not Marwin Gonzalez or Aledmus Diaz or Mauricio Dubon. You don't have that utility guy anymore. Paredes is basically your utility guy who can play 3 different positions. And you're going to get rid of him for a lesser left-handed bat in the outfield. That's not a good plan. Not a good plan.
Man, have you looked up Nick Allen recently?
He's bad. It's not something you want to see every day.
He looks like a sales guy for ESPN. Like he's 5'8".
Yeah. I mean, he can play multiple positions, but he hits.
Yeah, but is he good at playing any of the positions?
Yeah, he's a good fielder. He's a good fielder, but look at his numbers batting.
Dude,
that's not good.
And you still have almost 3 weeks until opening day. As you mentioned, injuries will happen not only with the Astros, but other teams. So there's a chance you could get something better. So,
of all teams that should be like, wow, we got to have an injury contingency, the Astros, who were one of, if not the most injured team last year. Of all the teams that should be like, no, you know what? We need to have some guys just in case. And I don't think Paredes is a just-in-case guy. Paredes is one of your best hitters. He literally is one of your best top 3 hitters.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hold on to him and wait and see what happens. That's all. That's all you can do right now.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. Do you agree with that or do you disagree? Whatever. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us. I'm talking right now about my peeps over at the Golden Nugget. I think you still got time. I mean, even if you can't get into the DraftKings Sportsbook for the NCAA tournament, even if you can't get in there, you can get in to the Blue Martini, which they're going to have a giant setup where they'll have kiosks where you can bet on all of the games right there. If you'd love to go to the window and talk to somebody and hand your money over to somebody, it's about 15 steps away, so it's not a big deal. But the Golden Nugget is the place to watch your NCAA tournament. I'm telling you, I don't know that there's a better place. Super Bowl, any big event, any big sporting event, it is the place to go. But the tournament is better than anything because there are 16 games a day to start on Thursday and Friday. And then there's 8 on Saturday, 8 more on Sunday. You want to talk just an overload of awesomeness. It is the NCAA tournament at a sportsbook, at the sportsbook just 2 hours down the road. And you got everything else as well. I don't know that you're going to have much time to get to the casino with all those games on, but try. and then get to the restaurants, get it. Okay? All the restaurants, the beautiful hotel, golf, poker, nightclub, everything you could possibly want at one spot. Just 2 hours down the road. If you're looking for the best place to go get your gamble on, go get your tournament on, GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776. A lot of people, I don't know, where are you on Ime with this? I mean, a lot of people are getting really fed up with Ime about this Reed Shepherd thing.
Yeah, it's been an issue all season long, it seems like. Let's see what happens here, because this is a more confident Reed Shepherd. He looks different. He is playing with that. I don't know how to describe it, but it's almost like a chip on his shoulder, and he's playing a little bit more calm on the offensive side. So let's see what happens with the starting lineup. He's obviously going back to the normal starting lineup. He said it after the game yesterday with Jabari coming back on Thursday. I want to see what happens when the offense is looking bad. And I want to see what happens when Reed is in there and the offense is looking good, and then he makes a defensive mistake. How Ime handles this is going to be really important for the playoffs, for the end of the season push as well, because seeding is going to matter. If you can't count on Reed Shepherd, then you wasted a whole season, in my opinion, in terms of developing him, having him ready, having him confident for the playoffs, because you're going to need him. You're going to need shooters in the playoffs. When things get hard, the matchups are different, defenses are locked in on KD and Şengün. Who's going to help? Who's going to help space it out? And that's Reed Shepherd. So I'm curious how he treats this in the final 25 games or so.
Should he Should he go full Paulo Banchero on Ime?
No, he shouldn't do that.
I don't know. It seems like it's a good tactic. Paulo Banchero is going after his coach, Jamal Mosley. In the post-game press conference, the one adjustment that Detroit made last night, they just played. Oh, no. Here's what Paulo Banchero said. Teams a lot of times adjust at halftime, and I think that's why we struggled a lot in the second half, just because we don't really adjust to their adjustments. He's saying, in the post-game press conference, he's calling out his head coach because he doesn't make any adjustments. Well, Mosley asked the next day, he said, I think the one adjustment that Detroit made last night, they just played a little bit harder. They got into the ball, they grabbed at it a little bit more, they clogged the paint a little bit more, and our decisions became slower because there were a lot of gaps. There was no schematic adjustment that they made. It was more or less along the lines, they did turn up their defensive heat a lot more. Blah, 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 blah. How about the head coach having to defend himself and the star player calling him out in the post-game press conference for not making any adjustments?
Yeah, and you know who's going to win that one?
Oh, Paulo.
Paulo's going to win that one.
The player always wins.
Not only a player, but a player who you finally have some hope if you're a Magic's fan. And you've got a guy who is now third all-time, by the way, in franchise history with 35-point games. You've got some hope, and he's going to win this battle.
I have never seen – well, I guess baseball is like this. But the Kevin Durant thing, most 30-point games, most 40-point games in history, most 20-10 games in history. I've never seen a sport that looks at like what? He's got the third most 35-point games in Orlando history?
That's pretty impressive.
Well, yeah. But it's data dredging. It is. He's a really good player, but I guess. But again, who'd they come against? Are they winning games because of it, or is it? It's just somebody's got to score all the points. Jeff Van Gundy told us that.
That's true, but nobody else has done that. Like, do you not agree? Paulo is.
I think Paulo's great. Don't get me
he's
wrong.
a guy there now. You can build around him, and when you're in that list where it's T-Mac, Shaq, and Dwight Howard, that's a good thing. And I get it. We're always pulling numbers, and you're right. MLB and NBA do it the most.
But they do
this is
not just how many points you. It's in a 10-game span.
Yeah.
It's just like okay. Okay. But in the last 2 days, we've seen J.J. Redick lose his job by going after Luka. And now
or Luka just not being okay with getting feedback or criticism.
Well, Luka shouldn't be criticized. He's a star. And now we see Paulo Banchero taking Jamal Mosley's job away.
If I had an adjustment for Jamal Mosley, I'd inform him of this. Adjust Paulo Banchero's broke-ass jumper. How about that?
Dude, the memes of Paulo's jumper online is hilarious.
If I'm Jamal Mosley, adjust that broke-ass jumper, and then we can have a conversation about my adjustments, Paulo.
That's what you want to adjust?
Hey, I know you think you're like LeBron James. You're big and strong. You think, and you want to play like a perimeter guy, but you're bad from 15 feet out. Cut it out. Stop it. You don't have a jumper that's worthy of you taking so many mid-range. That's my adjustment for you, Paulo. Oh, yeah, and play harder.
30% from three for the season, 34% in the last 10 games. The memes, over the weekend, there's obviously a lot that happened in geopolitics, but there were stats out there like how many missiles connected, and there were some terrible numbers like, man, they missed this many. And NBA Twitter was just quote tweeting it like, dang, they're putting up Paulo numbers. You're like, no, you can't do that. Like, guys, this is serious stuff. We can't be doing this.
He is a Career 32% three-point shooter. You know what? He's taking less this year, which is smart, right?
Well, yeah.
But he's only a 45% field goal percentage guy.
It's not good.
Not good. But he's still going to win that fight. There's no question he wins that fight.
Yeah, they already paid him.
Yeah.
He got his big max extension.
It's going to be I'm going to listen to RJ Saunders' podcast about the Magic, our former producer here.
Mm-hmm. What does he think about the
I want to know
versus Paolo thing?
He's locked in on the Magic.
Well, of course he is.
Yeah, that's his thing.
He's a Laker guy, though.
But he works in Orlando now.
Yeah, in Orlando or?
Somewhere Orlando-centric.
He's in Jacksonville, isn't he?
No, he's doing an Orlando podcast, a Magic podcast.
Oh, he's doing a Magic podcast? Yeah. Good for RJ.
Yeah.
Good for him. He loves the NBA.
He loves it. He
loves the NBA.
Also, we forgot to mention we're an hour in. It's Election Tuesday, John. Primaries going on.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone out there, line up.
Line up?
Yeah. It's going to be a busy Tuesday.
It is a bit. It is.
Dude,
no.
I'm not even joking. So last Friday was the last day for early voting. And one of our biggest polling sites in Fort Bend, like on normal early voting primary season, there's never a line. Like you can go, it takes 45 seconds if you want, right? There was a line on Friday at 7 p.m. out the door. So this is going to be
early voting?
For early voting.
Wow.
It's going to be a busy Tuesday. I'm not joking.
That's great.
Yeah, so get out there and vote.
They should give everybody off on Election Tuesday.
Deal. I'll see you on Thursday.
You know what I'm saying?
Bye, John. Thanks.
Bye, John. Have fun, buddy.
I mean, I'm just saying. Oh, you're not here tomorrow?
I'm not here tomorrow. I'm out.
All right. Del, what do we got? We got AJ?
I imagine.
I
haven't looked at the grid, but I'm sure that's the case. I'm currently looking at Paolo Banchero's shot distribution for this season.
What does it look like?
At the rim, 64.8%. Okay, good.
That's even low.
Yeah, but he's not doesn't have post move. He's not always dunking. Like he's driving from outside. Oh yeah, whatever. He's fine. He's like right around a little bit above league average there. A little bit better. Short mid range, 39.2. Long mid range, 33.3.
Ooh.
Stop shooting jumpers, Paolo. He's once again, Jamal Mosley. You have an adjustment to make. Fix that broke ass jumper by Paolo.
That's your adjustment at halftime. Paolo, stop shooting jumpers.
And if you are going to
you know what?
Fix the jumper.
Paolo, no, just here's the adjustment. Paolo, stop shooting jumpers. That's our halftime adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
You suck at it.
But if he's not listening to me, the only other thing I can tell him to do is fix it.
Do you know how he would hurt Paolo's feelings if he said that to him?
Oh, man.
I mean, NBA fans can say it to him. NBA Twitter can say it to him. Your coach can't say it to you.
How
not like that.
uncomfortable is it anyway in that locker room right now?
Well, the Magic, this was supposed to be the year they took a step. They made the big trade for Desmond Bane. They finally got the perimeter scorer that they thought they needed. And where are they? Right where they always are. Actually, they were better last year. I think they were a 5 seed, but they're back in the play-in, struggling to stay out of it, competing with Philly, Miami, and others for that. So this was I think some of the frustration is because they had expectations. They finally thought they were going to take a real step. With Boston hurt, the Pacers out of it for a year, they thought, hey, at least 2-3 seed, and instead, playing.
Did Paolo have a point against the Rockets? The first half, they dominated the Rockets, and in the second half, they got their ass kicked.
What was Paolo's jumper looking like in that second half?
What was the adjustment?
How do you go on a 21-0 run?
I bet you Paolo missed some shots.
I'm sure he did.
I bet you he missed some open jumpers.
By the way, Jason Tatum's coming back.
He's coming back. Is it Friday? Against the Mavs. It's part of that. Of course, the documentary probably should have told us. They had this documentary that they're filming and they're now airing about his recovery. So Jason Tatum will join the Celtics.
Where's it on?
Is it on Peacock or I don't know where this? I'm not watching any Celtics stuff, so I don't know. But I think it's on one of the streamers, maybe Peacock.
Gotcha. I'll watch it. I'm curious how that went for him.
I watched the 1980 hockey documentary yesterday.
Nice.
I mean,
how was it?
It's so good. It brings tears to your eyes. No, I'm serious. There
Seriously?
are some stories in there. Jim Craig lost his mom. What's his name? Oh God, he lost his dad.
Oh,
right before.
Sorry, I'm reacting.
Ken Morrow.
I'm reacting to Paolo's numbers against the Rockets. Oh, my coach doesn't make adjustments. What adjustment do I have for 6 of 16?
Yeah, I was gonna say he was terrible against the Rockets.
Well, at least he only took 16 shots, though.
Well, in the midst of a run the Rockets were making, I'm gonna need my star max player to make some shots.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Anyway, I highly recommend it. Anybody who
Miracle.
lived through it or didn't live through it doesn't know what it's about. It is awesome.
It's
an
called
awesome
Miracle:
doc.
The Boys of '80.
Yeah, it's
on
awesome.
Netflix.
You got to see it.
I watched.
And tell me that you don't tear up.
Is that can Hayden watch it too? Like good for kids?
Oh, it's great.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. No, there's a couple of bad words in it because
she watches wrestling. It's fine.
Do they have?
It's no big
do
deal.
they?
Lord, you let
they-
her watch wrestling?
Did they use Kami and Ruski? Is that ever used in the doc?
Yeah. Well, beat those commie bastards was used.
Okay,
yeah.
there it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that's fine.
Any words for the Finns that aren't really airable on radio?
All they said was we're going to beat their ass.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
fine.
all they said. Yep. All right, we got a break. Talking about hoops right now. We've been talking hoops. We've been talking Reed Shepherd. How about that? Not that. Listen, you got a little fella at home or a young daughter at home, and she wants to play basketball. He wants to play basketball. Too young to get a jumper up to a 10-foot goal. Lower the goal. How do you lower the goal? With a Pro Dunk. ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com. Go to the website. See what it's about. Go see the materials that they use, which are second to none. Tempered glass backboard, the unrustable stanchion, the push of a button that raises and lowers the goal. We used to have to crank it back in the day, right? We had a crank where you cranked it and it goes up and it goes down and like, what the? Now you just push a button. These kids these days, they got it so easy. But that's why they love it. Just push of a button and you are playing. The kids are playing. The kids are out there. They're actually going to use it because they can actually have fun, Dad. Do not staple a backboard to your garage. They'll never use that. It's awful, and it's bad. The curb appeal. Curb appeal is second to none with ProDunk. You're looking for the best goal in the history of goals. ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard about it here. All right, welcome back. The big story is the trade. David Montgomery, a Houston Texan, gave up a 4th and a 7th, and Juice Scruggs. Traded away Titus Howard, got rid of that, $21 million a year. And for 3 years, that's the extension he signed with the Browns, and you get their 5th rounder. You lost a little draft capital, but you picked up a running back that's only going to be 5.5 this year and 7.5 next year versus what is out on the market and how much those guys are going to cost. You got a power back. Well, you got Woody as well. It's I like it.
I like
now,
it.
nobody picks up older running backs more than the Houston Texans. I mean, it's guy after guy after guy that they just go, okay, let's just throw it. I mean, we have done. I mean, from Singletary to who was Skates from the Dolphins?
Lamar
Lamar
Miller.
ended up had a couple of good seasons. There's no question about it. David Johnson
Was the big
Joe
one.
Mixon. I mean,
Joe Mixon was good.
Joe Mixon was good, but he lasted 1 year.
Yeah, until that mysterious injury.
He was 1 year. So, I mean, they pick up guys after they've established themselves, no question, and that this is what the Texans do. I don't know how long David Montgomery's going to last. We'll see. But Joe Mixon gone. Oh, by the way, Jimmy, I didn't even know Jimmy Ward was still on the team, let alone they released him yesterday. That Jimmy, I mean, they've got such a good defensive backfield. One cornerback away from being really, really, really maybe the best defensive backfield in the NFL. And they're still right there even with what they've got right now. But yeah, I positive or negative moves yesterday? Positive, right?
I'm going to hold out because I want to know what else is in the chamber. Because you just put your offensive line in a super bind right now, and I know the Texans are always going to go, especially Nick Caserio. Let me rephrase. Nick Caserio is going to go pull off a lot of these 1-year deals, maybe 2-year deals. So there's a bunch in the chamber, I'm sure, ready to go. But I got to see what is going to be done starting next week. Because as of right now, it's just a mess at offensive line. And you're going to have to figure it out again. And that's not what you need for C.J. Stroud.
I got to believe that Ed Ingram is part of this plan.
I hope so.
Yeah. And so if Ed Ingram comes back, I got to believe that that's going to happen. But, yeah, you're right.
There's 2.
I mean, they're not afraid.
Have 3 more to figure out.
They're not afraid to take guys off the scrap heap. There's no question. Trent Brown, by all accounts, performed for you last year. Ed Ingram performed for you last year. Maybe you bring both those guys back for some continuity. You got Ursery. You probably got to do something with Andrews at center and that left guard position. And Titus Howard was just too expensive last year of his deal, and he would have walked away and then got nothing for him. Last year of his deal, although a 5th rounder really was kind of disappointing.
Did you really get anything for him? It's a high 5th, right? So that's good.
Yeah, well, it's the Browns' 5th rounder. So yeah, but it's still a 5th rounder.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was probably a little disappointing, but that's too expensive. His price tag on an expiring contract, it was just too expensive. Because I don't know that they believe he is a left. They were better off with him at guard and Trent Brown at tackle. Then that's what they preferred over Titus at right tackle. Over Titus at right tackle and whomever at guard.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe if they had better guards, but I think Titus is projecting to be a guard, and that's just too much money for a guard, especially when you can get an Ed Ingram for 13 in that neighborhood. So we'll see. We'll see what they do. But I thought yesterday was a positive day. You don't think so?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure what else. Like, as of right now, can I say, Tal? If the season started today.
If the season started today.
If the NFL said, you know what? We're starting the season on March 3rd. We're doing it. We're just changing everything up. I don't feel good about the Texans' offense.
Well, no, but there's a whole offseason to pick up 4 guys.
If the season started next Thursday, I might feel a little bit better because that would be 4 days in.
I don't know if you know this. The season doesn't start for 100-some days.
They have a whole offseason to pick up 4 guys. Nick Caserio has had, 5 years to put together a good offensive line. What is the
now it's when it starts.
Yeah, okay.
Now is when it starts.
Now, when he's desperate, when he's got to find 4 starters that maybe, or Jake Andrews will remain at center, which they want to upgrade from. But let's say he remains. So you got to find 3 starters. Man hadn't put together a good offensive line since he's been here. And I think he's going to do it in one offseason.
Well, what if you get Ed Ingram back? What if you get Trent Brown back?
What? Trent Brown is average. I said a good offensive line. Trent Brown was on this offensive line. Was it a good offensive line?
They got the job done.
Did it?
Did it? They were good.
Woody Marks averaging 3.6 yards per carry was good.
Marks.
Second fewest sacks in Texans
thanks,
history.
Nick. Appreciate it. Thanks, Nick. Your data dredging. Appreciate it, Nick. Because the Texans, a long line of great offensive lines. When we think about Texans
turnarounds from season
when we think about Texans football, we think about all the great offensive lines. So the comparisons are great, Nick. Thank you. Appreciate it. But he's been around for a while, has not put together a good offensive line yet, and I just think it's going to happen when he needs it the most. F out of here.
What? You have no faith that you would fire him.
No, I didn't say I would fire him. I just said I don't think he's going to put together a good offensive line.
Well,
it's
if
one
that's
of his
the case,
blind
then
spots.
fire him.
It's one of his blind spots. Well, maybe they don't fire him. If with the information we have been able to gather, we don't know that he's had a contract extension. They'll just let it run out.
Yep, it's a walk.
They don't got to fire him. Just let it run out after this season. If he hasn't gotten an extension.
Just Gerard Johnson him. We're just parting ways.
Mutually parting ways with Nick Caserio.
Wow. That's
in your scenario, when you're saying he should get fired, I ain't got to fire him.
That's our guy.
Whose guy?
That's our guy who put together one of the best defense in the NFL.
Great.
Okay.
And yet,
how'd that defense look before D'Amico?
Yeah. Well, how good of a job was he doing putting together the defense, finding players? How good of a job was he doing?
Great.
Yeah. Yeah. So your guy needs to find a way to put together an offensive line for a quarterback coming off let's just say, disappointing into a season. And, he needs to rebuild him. He's got to hope that his second-year coordinator is better than the second-year coordinator when Slovic did it. He's got a lot of questions to answer on that offense. Namely, find me some good football players. Find me good football players on offense. That's all. And not Nico, and then maybe Dalton Schultz. He had the most catches in Texans history at the tight end position. Great. All those free access yards when no one's covering him, and then he falls down 4 yards after he catches it. Cool. Dalton Schultz ain't beating anyone. There ain't no matchup nightmare, Dalton Schultz. I love Nick Caserio. It's like, hey, look at all the catches Dalton Schultz had. Everyone's like, yeah, Dalton, do whatever. You're not really a threat to us. You want to catch 80 balls? Cool. Whatever. Dalton Schultz.
Stop.
Upgrade him too if you can.
This is on you, John. Why would you ask this question?
Don't worry. This will be one of the top offenses in the league next year.
Ooh.
Top what? Top 32?
Yeah,
top third.
Oh yeah. Out of all the football, top 32. Of all the offenses in football history.
Top half.
Top half.
So the Texans' way, just mediocre.
Top half. That's cool.
Yeah. And scoring
offense.
I
mean, we don't have to point out for all the talk about.
That's all they need to be top half.
For all the talk about getting David Montgomery on a discount compared to other backs, no one taking into account the Lions are like, hey, we're moving on. No one taking that into account. Maybe it's fine because the Bengals tried that with Joe Mixon and it worked out for the Texans for a year. But no one's thinking, hey, the older running back that the Lions have said, hey, we can find something better and cheaper.
Gosh.
No one's thinking about that?
Well, no, they got to pay Jahmyr Gibbs.
But they also
But you can't put that. They've already got 5.5. Listen, his contract's already done 2 years, 5.5 and 7.5. They couldn't do it. What
do you mean they couldn't do it?
They got to pay Jahmyr.
Why not?
You can't put that much at the running back position.
When is Jahmyr Gibbs up for a deal?
He's coming up. They got to do it this offseason.
But will it impact this season, or will it be an extension that impacts the season after?
Well, but you got, like, I don't know. You look at it and you say, we got top dollar for what we got, what we possibly could for, hey, getting a 4th and a 7th for Montgomery is pretty good.
Yeah, they did a great job. I'm not saying the Texans did a great job.
Right.
If we go by,
I think it's a win-win for both teams.
If we go by trade grades, if we just go by that, ESPN has a trade grade for this trade and gave the Texans a D.
Really? Why?
The Texans should give them a D.
What?
Oh.
What?
Hey.
What are you talking about?
John, why was it a D? I thought it was a
aging
like a
running
B.
back who has been phased out of Detroit. You paid him, you're giving him whatever you're giving him, and you're giving up a 4th-round pick for him. That was the conclusion.
Nick throws draft picks around a little flippantly, but yeah, 4th and a 7th might have been a little much, and then only getting a 5th for.
Well, they traded a future 3rd to get Woody Marks last year.
Yeah, look what he did. He had a 100-yard game.
Yeah, rushed for under 3.7 yards.
And it had a 100-yard game in the playoffs.
But now he has some thunder with him.
And then he ran for under 20 yards in the divisional round game. Is that what happened?
Well, because
what?
Because
of this offensive line, you trust Nick Caserio to fix?
Nobody moved the ball against New England, period.
Kenneth Walker did.
Kenneth Walker had.
Nah, not really.
No,
not
really.
when you really look at it.
I mean, you mean the Super Bowl MVP?
I mean, relatively speaking.
Yeah, relatively speaking.
OJ ran for a lot more yards.
Who?
OJ.
Against who?
Against a lot of people.
What does that have to do with 2026? First of all, he's dead. Forget about being an active running back anymore. He's actually dead.
But relatively speaking is what I'm saying.
Relatively speaking, yes. O.J. Simpson, one of the greatest running backs of all time,
yeah.
probably would have had a great day against the Patriots.
I forgot O.J. died.
But, yeah, he's dead. But Kenneth Walker did move the ball against them because he had at least a better offensive line than the Texans. Forget David Montgomery will be fine. But David Montgomery got to run behind the Detroit Lions offensive line, by the way. Are we taking that into account, too?
Texans offensive line's better. Watch.
You can't name anybody who's starting for them outside Versary right now.
Well, but the season doesn't start today. I don't.
Let me go to our lads, and I'm pretty sure City Sal is your starting guard.
City Sal. Oh my God, that sounds like some kind of an animal.
Nah, I saw him play last year. Yeah, like a sow. But he played last year. What is that? A pig? But he played for the
My
Texans.
Siri went on when I said City Sal. Okay, we got a break. I got to talk about something positive. Del keeps bringing us down, bringing it down. I want to bring it up.
I don't want to hear this Caserio's going to fix everything.
He is going to fix it.
I want to hook you up with the ultimate mortgage hookup, and that's my man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate Mortgage. Right? He is fantastic. And here's the deal. Interest rates are going down. Now's the time, especially if you have an interest rate over 7. I don't care how big your house is. I mean, he just did a big house refi, and he does the math for you and tells you whether or not you should do it. He's not going to just tell you, oh, yeah, listen, he'll do the math and be honest with you. That's something that he's partnering with you, all right, against Big Mortgage. You know what you're never going to see? The Dream Rate Golf Open, okay? You're never going to see that. You see it with other mortgage companies. You know why? Because they're making a lot of money off all these mortgages. Kent is hooking you up with wholesale lenders, not retail. Title companies, insurance agents, buyer's agents. He's hooking you up, getting you the best deal. He doesn't have the overhead that these other mortgage companies have, so he doesn't have to make the money off of you, right? He's an ally, colleague. He's a teammate. Escape the internet sharks and get personalized service and knowledge. He's been doing this for 31 years, 1,500 closings. I mean, he just knows it. He knows the game, and he knows how to get you the best mortgage possible for you. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com. If you've got a high mortgage, you need to refi, call Kent Jones.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Bottom of the hour. We promised you Glenn Davis. Is he ready, though? Okay. We will get Glenn Davis on to talk about what's going on. I was reading a story yesterday, as a matter of fact, about ticket sales. I mean, they are just extravagant. It is not cheap to go to a World Cup game.
Nope.
And
it's hard
apparently,
to get.
you know, when they put out the lottery, they had no games involving Argentina, England, or Mexico. They had no games in the finals or the semifinals. There were limited games for the U.S., Scotland, Morocco, France, Canada, Colombia, and Brazil. And then the rest. I mean, it is a tough ticket. But apparently they're still out there. That there are some tickets still available. I think this is probably the game that they play.
They're opening up another window because I've been trying just as a fan to get tickets, right? I want to go watch a World Cup match here in Houston. That'd be phenomenal. So they're opening up one more window, and maybe you'll get a chance. I've tried to enter every single time, and I've gotten nothing. Nothing. I know a couple of people who have gotten through.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, my buddy, but he lives in D.C., and he...
Yeah, I don't think they're answering Rosenberg calls.
No.
They're probably
Richmond,
not.
Sir. I'm in Richmond.
Well, you're Rosenberg. Whatever.
Richmond. And I know they're doing that whole, hey, we're going to make accessible tickets for fans and this and that, but those are hard to get. So, yeah, Glenn's ready, by the way. We can get him on.
Glenn's here.
Yeah.
All right. Tough ticket. I'll tell you how big it's going to be. Glenn Davis, the resident soccer expert, with us here on ESPN 97.5. Glenn, welcome in. How are you, pal?
I'm doing good. Nice to hear Raheel is there, and I know Lance is over, as Dell told me, in Japan. So, you got a big shot filling in.
I know. I hope I can do it.
Yeah, and Raheel too. So, so Glenn Davis here with us to talk about what's going on. First of all, let's talk about the U.S. team, Glenn, and what's going on. What do you think as we get closer and closer to this thing, where we are at as a team heading into the World Cup?
So I think there's optimism. Obviously, as a host nation, you got to get the country. I think we recognize some of that in the Olympics with the hockey team. The core of the team are all playing in Europe. Fantastic. Weston McKennie's tearing it up at Juventus. Christian Pulisic right now is in a bit of a slump. 5 or 6 games, but you got kids all playing at big clubs. These guys will form the nucleus of the team. They've been in a World Cup before. The collective is being pushed by Mauricio Pochettino as the coach, basically saying we don't achieve anything without the collective. It looks like the players are buying in. Their last couple of games have been very good games, and they have a very good run-up to the World Cup with the competition they're going to be playing. Their last game will be Germany right before the World Cup, so they get a good mix of top-end teams. I think it's optimism right now, but, the World Cup, I think as we get closer and closer, 100 days away, I think things will begin to accelerate in the consciousness of the public and with the national team. So, I'm glad Pochettino's the coach. I was happy he was the coach from the beginning. There was a little bit, in my mind, too much kumbaya going on with the coach and the player. I think Greg Berhalter, who we had in studio, was great in the beginning with the young team, magnificent handling. But I think to this point now you needed to bring in somebody, fresh perspective, autocratic, a little more autocratic, without any preconceived notions about players and where they fit in the pecking order. So I'm optimistic.
And there was too much drama with Burkhalter and all that crap that went down. Your power rankings right now, your top 5 teams heading into the World Cup, rank them.
Oh, I don't know if I can rank them, but I can give you 5. I mean, I think it's, once again, the great soccer playing nation. So I think you got to go with Spain, I think Brazil's a bit of a question mark, but you got to put them in the top 5. France, I will say this: everybody's got question marks, even the big teams right now, with player personnel, with workload, with. So I do believe there's going to be a ton of upsets in this. I think Portugal's got to be put in there. Did I say France? Yes, I said France. Who am I missing? I think there's a great possibility an African team can win a first-ever World Cup here. I think everybody's got to keep an eye on Morocco. Morocco or Brazil could come through Houston in the playoff rounds in the single elimination knockout phase. So, yeah, I think Argentina, obviously, as the defending champions, you have to keep an eye on. So I think it's the traditional powers. Only a handful of countries have won the World Cup, as people know.
The top 5 right now: Spain, England, France, Argentina, Brazil. Portugal's over there. USA at plus 4,000 right now, which if they end up making a run with this squad, it would be I asked you this when the draw came out, Glenn. If this men's national soccer team, let's say, got to the finals, it would be the biggest sports story ever, in my opinion.
It would be a big sports story, and there's no question, and that's why I say a short tournament. It's a 39-day tournament. If you gain momentum, if you've got depth, if you avoid injury, which are a lot of big questions, obviously, but we've seen the host nation take the power of the amplification of the fan and the excitement, and that pushes you beyond, right? So I think we've all seen this happen in sports, but in a tournament like this where you are the host nation, the eyes of the world are on you in a global spectacle, that can work two ways. It can work to your advantage, and, you can also stumble on the big stage.
Glenn Davis with us here. We are, 100 days out or less than 100 days out now until the World Cup comes to the city of Houston. Break down the teams that are going to be playing in Houston for us.
Yeah, so we're opening with Germany, 4-time champions against Curacao. They have question marks, but listen, the Germans are Germans. They're built for tournaments. Then you get Portugal against the playoff winner. Likely, I'm not sure who that could be. It might be the Congo. Netherlands gets the winner of Ukraine, Sweden, Poland, and Albania. So a lot of people are saying that would be the Netherlands-Poland. Now, that would be a fantastic game. Portugal, Uzbekistan. I mean, Portugal stacked with talent. They have to be considered one of the favorites. Cabo Verde. Do you guys know where Cabo Verde is, or do I need to give a geography lesson?
Give us,
right next to Cabo Rojo.
No.
The West, it's an island off of West Africa, and they qualified, and they kind of benefited from being one of the teams because of the expansion to 48 teams. They're going to play Saudi Arabia, and then we got the 2 knockout phases, and there's a real good we're going to see either Brazil or Morocco here, who would also might be both considered favorites or just off being favorites.
Man, Cabo Verde looks nice. I'm looking it up. Thanks for the geography lesson. It looks pretty cool. I think we should go there, John.
You want to go there?
Yeah. It is nice, by the way.
Our Cabo, we got our own Cabo right here.
Yeah.
Right? Cabo Verde seems like it's a little far for us.
And tickets are $1,500 right now. So
tickets are $1,500?
$1,500. It's by Africa. It's far. It is nice, Glenn, driving around. The city is like putting the final touches here with 100 days left. You go down 59, the Montrose Bridge, the big balls are now soccer balls. Everything in downtown, they're finalizing and getting ready. So you can start feeling the World Cup anticipation and seeing it as well. It's really nice.
Yeah, well, I beg to differ a little. Downtown looks like a war zone because they are getting prepared. Edo, and they're going to build that promenade. So they got a lot of work to do to get it done. Which
Main Street's looking, it's not that bad. Main Street's not that bad.
It's pretty chewed up, though. I mean, I think it's going to be amazing to watch it get transformed in Edo to the fan zone. And the great thing about the fan zone here is that there's no charge for it. I think they're going to let 7,500 people in, hour and a half before, hour and a half after they clear it out. But then all the other local businesses around, I mean, they're going to do wonderful business. You're going to have the Dutch jumping all over the place and leading what I think is one of the great supporter fan bases in the world is the Netherlands. The Germans are going to come here and knock back a lot of our barbecue. So I think it's going to be really, really exciting. But, you know, if you look around the country and you're kind of monitoring all the other cities, everybody's got their issues, which I think you would expect, right? Like, this stuff just doesn't happen by magic. It's a huge undertaking for local committees. And, you know, there's some place, you know, you got political issues in some places like Foxborough and Boston. So I think a lot of this is honestly normal.
Yeah. We also got a roof at NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
That appears to be not
I hope it
not World Cup worthy. God forbid it rains.
It would be terrible.
Well, something tells me they'll get that fixed before the
really?
World Cup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I would hope so. I'm sure they're working on it.
You would certainly hope. Is it? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe Hannah and Cal will have a new stadium built by then. I don't know. We don't know yet. I know they're working on it. They're working on a new stadium, but I don't. Maybe we'll go to Bridgeland, and we'll have the World Cup games there. Okay.
I was about to say that. That would have to be a pop-up stadium, I think.
A pop-up. It'd be better than the roof at NRG. That's for sure. That's for certain.
Well, let's just leave it open and let's bring back the element of weather conditions, which we've always loved in sports. Why make it artificial? Open that roof then.
Oh, I disagree. Always
let them sweat it out.
Always put it inside. I don't need weather
in
playing
the
a factor.
summer.
Yeah.
You want them playing in the summer in Houston? That's what you're looking for? Okay.
Well, listen, everybody else is going to be doing it around the country, and it's going to be hot in a lot of other places. And if you go back to the '94 World Cup, the Germans were playing in the heat and absolutely wilted and almost lost the game at the Cotton Bowl. So, you know, if you're drawn in Houston and you're in one of the stadiums that has a roof, you can make an argument that that's a very good thing when it comes to not sapping your energy over a short tournament.
Oh, absolutely. Young breakout stars. Who are you looking to? Yamal?
Yeah, I think Lamine Yamal, you know, is a pretty exceptional, a pretty remarkable young talent. There was a little worry about him going off the rails a little bit, but yeah, he is a remarkable talent, cutting in on his left foot. He is kind of built in stature a little bit like Leo Messi. So he's definitely one of the ones. I think, you know, the good thing about a World Cup is you learn about players you don't know about, right? Like you start studying some of these teams and out comes players you didn't really know a whole lot about. So, yeah, I think you would put him at the top of the list. England's got a bunch of very good young players as well. So,
yeah, it's going to be fun to be learning a bunch of. I mean, obviously France had and they still do a great young team that got to the final. That was so much fun to watch those guys and watch Mbappe grow. I mean, that was just fantastic. And so this is just going to be so much fun. It's so much fun for the city of Houston. I'm really looking forward to it. You know, our guys over Houston Powder Coaters, the city hired them to just make everything look great, make a powder coat all kinds of stuff to make downtown and everything look great. I mean, we're preparing. You feel like Houston. I mean, I know the construction there in Edo and everything else, but you feel like Houston is going to step up and be great?
Oh, I do. We got so much to offer here. We're such a welcoming city. I don't think there's any question. I just think it's a great part of the world. It's a great opportunity for us to showcase ourselves and the hospitality here. And look, I mean, I'm sounding like a recording here, but, you know, we have produced good events before. Obviously, we've done all the biggest events that there are in America, but this is a different animal. So, I think there is questions in your mind. 7 games, 500,000 to 1 million people flooding in here, transportation. These are all legitimate questions that are going to be worked on. But I think in the end, it's going to be a great thing. By the way, a couple other young players. Jude Bellingham of England, I think, is one you keep an eye on. We're going to get to see Jamal Musiala of Germany, a great attacking player. These guys are all like around 22, 23 years old. We'll get to see Florian Wirtz of Germany, another attacking midfielder. You get Pedri with Spain, Gavi. These are all young guys. I mean, it's hard to believe. I mean, Jamal's only 18 still. So it's a showcase. Make one dramatic play or moment in a World Cup, and you're never forgotten.
Mm-hmm. How about Gilberto Mora from Mexico?
Gilberto Mora? Oh, of Mexico?
Yeah. A 16-year-old.
That's going to be interesting.
Is he going to be on
how
the
they
field?
use him? Yeah. I would think he may be he could be somebody that gets a lot of minutes in this World Cup for them. He is everybody's really high on him, and I've watched him play. He's got something special for sure.
Is he? That's good. That's great.
Yeah, he's excellent on the ball. On the ball.
L3, that's Dell's favorite team. That's Dell's favorite team.
No, Dell's a Super Eagle.
Yeah. No, he loves it. He loves L3.
He's Dell's Super Eagle.
Yeah, don't play this game. It's the United States and not L3. It's the Super Eagles, but they never make World Cups anymore. So I have to. I'm resigned to my fate. L3.
I got to tell you, Dell, I was very sad the Super Eagles didn't make it because Nigeria brings a lot of really fun elements to World Cups with their fan base and the crazy talent. But it's sad they didn't make it.
Yeah, lost on penalties in a playoff in Africa, so they don't make it. But America's here. I'll be rooting for them. Not L3, John.
We ain't worried about that. We're worried about Italy not getting there.
What?
Italy, that's kind of.
You're worried? Yeah. Were you broken up about Italy not making it?
That's how I was broken up.
Who's your favorite Italian player?
There are too many to name.
Yeah, I bet.
Could
you name anyone from
the
past?
He likes Paolo Maldini, I think.
Yeah.
Don't help him.
Yeah,
Maldini,
you mean
hey.
he's not on the current
Maron.
team.
Hey, Del Piero.
Hey, Glenn. Did you like the new jerseys by the Dash and Dynamo at all?
Say that again?
Did you like the new jerseys that they unveiled for the Dash? It was like a Houston Chronicle.
Not much of a comment on that.
No.
Not much of a comment on that.
It's still a fair question.
Yeah, they're okay. They're okay.
They're okay.
They're nice.
Yeah.
They're nice.
Okay, everything aside, do we see a bump in soccer interest after the World Cup here because our city needs it so badly?
Okay, so let's quickly make something clear here. And I know there's everybody going around trying to co-opt the World Cup. Mm-hmm. The cultural ownership of the sport of soccer is not at the top here. It is owned by the people who play the game, coach it, referee it, buy tickets. We really have to make this message clear. It's everybody in the community here that's made soccer amazing in the city. And, obviously at my age, coming here to play on a pro team in '84, I've seen it all grow. It's remarkable what has happened through my lens if you fast forwarded it. So I think we got to recognize that there are just amazing passion for the game. It comes from every corner of the world here, all our different ethnic communities. So that's pretty remarkable, I think, in its own right. And, that's something we really need to do is really integrate everybody. And, yes, we are going to get a bump. But, look, you hear legacy. Yes, there's going to be a legacy left by the World Cup. That's going to be parents maybe taking kids to games or watch parties or down to the fan fest. And 20 years from now, when those kids have families, they're going to talk about, hey, when grandpa or my father or mother took me to the games. And it will be a moment that is a benchmark in people's lives. But the legacy is already here. We've had professional soccer since the 60s. We have supplied kids, players and coaches to colleges all over the country, to Major League Soccer. And we just have to report this more and get people aware of how good the soccer city is outside of the 2 million plus that love the game here.
Is it going to be, though? I mean, for The average fan with the ticket prices, it's going to be corporate. It's going to be, people coming in from out of town. Who's got the tickets? They weren't even available. I mean,
it's a challenge. There are some available. I'm watching it kind of closely to see how it can change. But yeah, the prices are very, very expensive. Obviously, there's people who can pay these prices. People coming in from all over the world. A lot of these people are going to come and they're not even going to have tickets, and they're just going to want to come here and party for a while. And I think Houston could be a base for a lot of people that want to go to games, not only here at Energy Stadium, but then also up in Dallas and Kansas City. So I think there's a lot of unknown, guys. And I mean, honestly, once the game starts, I think everything else is forgotten. But I don't think to enjoy the World Cup, you don't literally have to be at the games, although that's what you would want. Mm-hmm. You might be at a watch party in Jersey Village, or you might be at a watch party in Pearland, Galveston. You might create your own environment at home where you're barbecuing with great friends. So I think there's going to be a lot of hot spots to go to. People are mobilizing to make their bars and pubs places of gathering, but it's 39 days, so you got to be all in.
The get-in price right now for Cape Verde, Saudi Arabia, which is on June 26th, Friday night, it's only $208 right now.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
No, that's not bad at all, and that gets you into a World Cup, and that's
where I'll be. The poor game.
Yeah, the people are looking at saying, okay, that's my chance to get into a World Cup game, but I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But, the nice thing is we got a real great mix of European teams here. Germany, the Netherlands, Portugal. We may get another with a Poland or a Sweden. I think that's exceptional for our market because we generally get a lot of Central American teams and South American teams coming through with Copa America and Gold Cup. So for us to have European teams in Houston, I think is really, really something special.
That's great. That's Glenn Davis, the soccer expert in the city of Houston, maybe the world, with us here, and he'll be with us throughout.
I'm just trying to leave my legacy, John.
That's it.
You have, man. You're the best.
That's it. No. Glenn, as always, man, we appreciate it.
Hey, guys, thanks very much. Raheel, Del, talk to you guys later.
Thanks, big dog.
That's our guy, Glenn Davis. And he will be, I mean, you want to talk about an asset during the World Cup. He'll be splaining it. There's some splaining to do, and he'll be doing it. Mm-hmm. And I can tell you, HRP splaining stuff as well to you. If they come, and listen, they'll come and they'll look at your business. Let's sit down with one of their great people over there and let them explain what's going on with your business. They'll take a look. And they'll say, okay, here's where we think we can help you. Here's where we think you can cut costs. Here's where our expertise is going to step in the HR, we're in the payroll, in the taxes. Here's where we think you can have a much better benefits package with the 401k or the insurance package, whatever it is. And here's where we think that, here's what we think we can do for you. What does it cost you? It costs you nothing to look at your business, see how you're doing it, and see how you can do it better. And that's what HR&P does. HR&P partners with you. If you don't win, they don't win. If you shut the doors, they don't win. That's a big loss, okay? You can save money, do it better, cut down on your payroll department, your HR department, or change from an admin company that's not good for you, all at hrp.net. Find out for yourself. Why not? What does it cost you? Nothing. hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
Secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro get your check on the spot at GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buy. Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor. The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul in play.
Whoa, that completely changes the game, folks. You owe $1,000. Call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about pros
Mm-mm.
and hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. If you're in the market for a new or used gun or accessory, don't wait for the gun show to roll through town. With over 10,000 guns in stock, we have what you're looking for. We're open Monday through Saturday, every week of the year. Tactical, hunting, pistols, revolvers, rifles, and much, much more. All in stock, ready to go. Whether you're a beginner or expert, our staff will take care of you at Collector's Firearms on West Hammer and Dawson. Look through the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
Explore wildlife and nature just 90 minutes from Houston at Two Creeks Crossing Resort.com.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Then you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, the Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Then you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, the Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321.
Mm-mm.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, fees, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000.
Sacrifice for your family home.
Got the amount I owed down to
Sacrifice for your country.
I saved $83,500.
Sacrifice for the
If you
brothers.
owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt
That's
gets
what they
bigger
allow
and
us to
bigger
do,
from daily
fellas.
Wow. I'm looking at a video. You guys like chicken wings?
Love chicken wings.
I love chicken wings.
What's your favorite flavor?
Lemon pepper.
Okay. Oh, lemon pepper Lou.
Yeah. Yeah, me and Lou Williams. So instead of biting around the bone, you put it in your mouth and you hold it and then you pull the bones out.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's supposedly the best way to do it.
That's a life hack.
I just don't like. I don't know. Just.
And there's a lot of grizzle and stuff around the bones there. Yeah,
I don't want.
But I don't care.
I don't want that hard.
I'm not in it for health reasons. I'm eating wings because I love them. I order wings everywhere I go, just to see, because you never know
where your next favorite spot's going to be.
That's right.
Where is your favorite spot?
I love Demer. I'm telling you,
man.
They're a client, but their Greek wings are as good.
I do like those.
Yeah, they get great Greek wings.
They've got such a good ranch as well. I don't know if you dabble in their ranch, but I love their ranch, man. It's homemade, just nice, balanced.
Yeah,
I like that hot honey flavor at Wingstop.
Hot honey rub.
Hot honey rub. Man.
Now that's so popular, they now have variations of the hot honey rub.
They do?
Yeah, I went there after I ordered wings on Super Bowl Sunday, but I didn't care if I ate them during or after, so I just ordered them, and they said, you got to wait, because they were so busy, of course. So I got them after, and I went there, and it's like, hey, we got hot honey rub, then we got another variation of that. It went from, this is going to be a limited time, to now people love it, so they're probably making lesser versions of it now. But that's my favorite.
Saucy sriracha hot honey and then sweet garlic hot honey.
Yeah.
No, just give me the OG.
I'm with the OG.
And I get lemon pepper as well, and then I mix them up, remix that. Hot honey lemon pepper.
Whoa.
A remix.
I don't know about hot honey.
Well, you basic. We already know. You don't like hot honey. You don't like hot
I don't
anything.
know it. I don't know it. I never had it. I don't like barbecue. I can tell you that.
No.
Because you never know how good the barbecue sauce is.
No.
Hot honey rub
hit or
is
miss.
good, dude.
It's good. Consistent.
Barbecue sauce, it's too worrisome.
You don't, because it could be sweet, it could be tangy.
Yeah,
you know.
Brown sugar.
Yeah,
I don't trust barbecue sauces.
You don't trust. It's untrustworthy.
Even when I get a brisket sandwich, I want the barbecue sauce on the side,
of course,
just
yeah.
in case.
You want to be able to have some agency with how much barbecue sauce you have.
That's right. I want to have ownership in my life.
I see that technique that you're talking about. You put it all in your mouth and then just pull it out.
Pull it
I don't like that because I like re-dipping in the ranch. Ranch is a big part of the experience for me, or blue cheese.
I'm aware because
I'm a fan if I don't need any ranch.
Do we call it raw dogging if you don't use ranch or
raw
blue cheese?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
raw wings.
I raw dog.
I'm a raw dogger when it comes to wings.
I
know Raheel loves more of a Nah, I can't use that word. He
What were you gonna say?
No,
say
I
it off
can't.
air.
I just said I can't. I'll tell you off there.
Okay.
Because when we used to do a show on the weekend, game time was it? What was it?
Game time.
Game time. We would do it at Buffalo Wild Wings, and he was a big boneless guy.
Oh yeah.
And he would always get himself the dipping sauce, ranch. I know that about you. So one thing I know about you.
Thank you, buddy.
You love a boneless wing.
I do.
No,
still love
see.
it. I still like a good boneless wing.
Yeah.
Not me. I never get boneless.
He's a mango habanero guy, I think, or was that me? I don't
Never.
Yeah. Bang.
Yeah.
No.
It's a
See,
little
that's where you
moments
and
in
I
life,
differ.
Dylan.
We
Yeah.
cannot be friends anymore.
That's
okay.
the reason, because he likes boneless wings?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
You know,
You're gonna hold on.
it's
You're
a
gonna
lifestyle.
Waste
It's a
20 years
lifestyle.
of friendship because I pick boneless wings.
and
Yeah.
he's been the same person. He's always loved boneless wings, and now you're gonna say
Phony.
no. Now that how's it phony?
No,
He's
I've
always
been
loved
open
them.
about it.
I'm talking about things that happened like 2010. When we did that show, maybe earlier than that. He loves boneless wings. He's always done it. He's been the same guy. You've been friends with him for years, without knowing he was a boneless wing guy. Now you're gonna switch it up.
At Damaris, I'll get the bone.
At some point,
just
you
normal
can't
wings.
take it anymore.
There's no more. Bone.
You're overwhelmed.
After
Yeah.
20
At some
years.
point, you just have to say no more.
No
This is the
mas.
straw.
Mm-hmm.
No
This is
mas.
the straw that broke the
The
camel's back.
boneless wings broke your camel's back.
That's it.
I've literally known you
At some point, you have to say, I can't do this
for
anymore.
20 years now.
get out of that relationship.
Toxic.
Yeah.
Damn.
Because of his boneless wing love.
How about
I
Mississippi?
I accept you as who you are, Rahil. Don't worry.
Thank you.
How about for who you are? I don't. How about Mississippi? I mean, you got teachers, police. You got, all these workers in the state that you tax them, but NIL is not going to be taxed.
What?
That's what they're voting on right now, and it's going to pass, I believe. Mississippi is making a law that you do not tax NIL money.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, how fair is that? Teachers, you're talking about, it's going to be better for Ole Miss and Mississippi State because, I'm going there. I'm not going to get state taxes as opposed to what they're going to charge you in California. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but you still got to live in Starkville.
But what?
You still got to live in Starkville.
Yeah.
So they're trade-offs. Yeah, the less taxes, but I can live where?
Yeah.
Like an LA kid or someone from the West Coast ain't going to be overwhelmed by no taxes when they have to live in Starkville.
Who was the San Diego pitcher just said, I'm out. These taxes here are just, I can't pitcher anymore. I'm done.
A pro ball player or a?
Yeah, pro.
I don't know.
But you're basically a pro
was
in
it
college,
Dylan
too.
Cease? Was it him?
Who?
Was it Cease who said that?
No. It was somebody just this week said something.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is going to be an advantage for Ole Miss versus, okay, let's forget California.
Like the southern schools.
Even Florida or
Sure.
or LSU or, that it's an advantage when Ole Miss is go out there saying, you ain't gonna pay no state taxes here, brother.
Is this true? Because in a story that I'm reading, it says that other states have already done this, including Florida, Texas, and Tennessee, not taxing NIL.
Oh, really?
I've never heard of that in Texas.
I've never heard of that. Yeah, the state of Mississippi working to make NIL tax exempt to gain a recruiting advantage. Mississippi House passed a no tax on NIL money bill to make playing in the state more enticing. So I don't know if it's got to go to the Mississippi House or Senate, rather. I don't know. I don't know how it works in Mississippi, but the House has already passed it. And it will be absolutely an advantage. Texas already has that?
Yeah. According to the Google machine, there are several states that have already put this into effect.
Oh, good. Well, Mississippi is the latest to do it.
Yeah.
But it's kind of, if I'm a teacher or...
Well, did Texas pass that law, or is it just because there is no state income tax that they don't have to?
That's true, too.
Because I'm looking at it, and I don't think it is...
It's not something that was passed.
No, it's not passed. It's just
but
because...
it's not going to be taxed anyway because they don't have any state income tax.
Yeah, it's just because of the state of Texas. They didn't have to pass a law.
Arkansas has exempted NIL. Alabama for through 2025 through 2027 only, and I guess they're going to re-up that when it expires. Illinois creates a $100,000 income tax deduction for NIL athletes. So other states have taken measures, like actual measures, on this now.
Yeah, well, Ole Miss is the latest. It just is... Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, you're right. Like, if I'm a teacher or a firefighter, I'm like, hey, man.
Yeah, a cop.
Yeah.
Really? These kids who are coming out of high school that haven't done anything in life and you're giving them a tax break when you're killing us? It's just we're in a crazy world, bro. Crazy world. Yep.
They also, Mississippi is now putting in a 4% flat tax rate as well for their state income tax. So that's just, if you cared about tax code in Mississippi, we've got you.
We're the show for that.
Yeah.
NIL, tax codes, and
What's up?
Who's going to take
advantage? Let's go through every state and look at their tax code.
Yeah.
Who cares most about college football? Mississippi, top 5 at least. Passing legislation.
They took it all the way and passed.
Well, we know what they're about. I mean, the judge in the Trinidad Chambliss case, we know they're about football. Meanwhile, Tennessee couldn't get a judge that likes Tennessee football enough. He was like, actually, Joey Aguilar, nah, not you. I know I went to Tennessee. I think that the judge had 2 degrees from Tennessee. Said, no, you can't play.
Nope. So the waiving of this tax is going to be about 3.5% in Arkansas as well. So, it's a lot of money when you look at it.
Yeah.
Man.
They saw what Taylor Green did at the Combine. Wait a minute. We had Green in Washington. Why weren't we better in football? Let's make more moves. Who's their coach? Who did they get? We don't know. I have to look it up. But it's no surprise, although you did mention Illinois, no surprise that the Southern schools are taking the lead on this.
Yeah. Well, football. And Ole Miss, they're just going to let – although they didn't let the quarterback play, right?
No, Tennessee didn't.
Didn't he appeal?
Joey Aguilar?
No, in Ole Miss.
Well, Trinidad Chambliss, the Ole Miss graduate and judge said, yeah, he can play.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
It was the Tennessee judge who said Aguilar could play.
That's right. Yeah, he's not going to get rid of it.
Yeah, Ole Miss is like, what? Yes, you can play football. We loved the feeling last season. Let's do it again.
Mississippi will do anything to win some football games now. Okay, they'll do anything.
There's one thing they waited on longer than everyone else, though.
Well, getting a stadium?
No, desegregation.
Oh.
They did wait. They did wait longer. That one they held off on for a while.
There was no NIL.
And do you know how they regret it now?
Yeah, I mean, they were like, wait a minute.
They could have won. You know how many more games they would have won if they desegregated earlier?
They finally came around, but they did hold out.
Yeah.
If there was a CFP
well,
back
there's
then,
only
they
some
probably
things.
would have done it faster.
There's only so far we'll go, Del.
Sometimes change takes some time.
Yeah. There's only so far we'll go.
Gosh.
All right, 12 after. 9:12 here on ESPN 97.5. 713-780-3776. The number to get in here with us. You've been lazy today. You've been really lazy.
Well, we got Adrian we can get to when we come back. He just called in.
He has an interesting question for us.
But right now I'm talking about March Madness. It's coming to Houston. It is going to be at Toyota Center. It's the Sweet 16. Attendance encouraged, passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets. That's ncaa.com/MBB men's basketball. MBB tickets. ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Adrian is first up. Let's get Adrian in here. Hey, Adrian.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I saw something on Instagram yesterday. And as soon as I saw it, I thought about y'all because, we're allies. And they were asking, it was a would you rather question. And the question was, would you rather find $20 on the floor or have your local WNBA team win a championship? Or since we don't have one, I would say the Houston Dash. And I wanted to see what y'all would say.
This is terrible.
20 on the floor.
Wow.
Or what team now?
Or
because we don't
since
have
we don't have a WNBA team, would we rather win or find $20 on the floor or see the Houston Dash win a NWSL title?
The Dash. That's easy.
I mean, when I was 19, maybe the $20, but now I can do it now for the Dash to win a title.
What's $20 going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I would take the Dash winning.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be nice.
It'd be good for those people.
I mean, they won the return to play thing. I forgot what's called after the COVID stuff. They won that tournament. I was watching that. Dash. I would take the Dash. I would take the Dash winning over $20.
$20 is $20.
I actually wrote about the Houston Dash in my latest for Houstonia magazine.
I will say taking the Dash over $20 does not make you an ally.
No, that just makes you a Houstonian.
Yes.
$20 does nothing in this economy.
Well, you can get a burger.
With no fries.
Would you rather have lunch? Would you rather I'm not talking about at Daikin. I'm talking about you can actually get a fries and a drink for $20.
Would I rather have lunch
or a title for the
Dash? I'd rather have the
Dash?
Dash win a title. I'm going to have lunch today without finding $20. But I would rather have the Dash win a title. That's an easy one.
What if it was a hundy?
Even still.
Yeah.
What
is your price?
What is my price? I would go car note. Like I paid off my car. A car note. I'd rather have the money for a car note than have
1
the Dash.
month.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think that would be my level.
So that's like what? The average car note, let's go like $600.
Sure, whatever.
All right.
Depends, what deal you got, but
Yeah.
sure. I think that's for me. Since I don't actively root for the Dash, I want them to win, but I'm not watching every game.
As an ally, I have no number. I would
I
rather
bet.
the Houston Dash
Understood.
win.
Really?
Yeah.
Because if you could find like a bag full with like $200,000 in it, you'd rather have the Dash.
You know why? There was a great philosopher who once said, "More money, more problems."
He did say that.
I will abide by that philosophy.
And
What about 90? Have you got 99 problems?
I do have 99 problems, and they're all money. All money related.
I will say that one of the guys in that video certainly has a lot of problems.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He's got a lot of problems.
The diddler.
Well, if you want to call him that, sure. Plenty of problems.
Man, that P. Diddy documentary.
Yeah, 50 Cent,
Not
don't
good.
get on his bad side.
Not good.
Don't cross him. He will hold a grudge forever, including making a doc on you.
I watched a documentary on medieval times. I finally finished it.
You mean Game of Thrones?
Yeah. A night
of a Seven Kingdoms.
Yeah, that was good.
I thought you
It's
said
good?
you weren't. I thought you said you didn't like it.
It was good character development.
Yeah.
That was it.
Wait, so
There's
what is
not-
it on?
Well, it's
On
on HBO Max.
HBO Max?
It's 6 episodes. None of them are longer than probably 45 minutes. I think the premiere is the longest one, and the rest of them are in that 35 to 40-minute range.
It's a good story.
Yeah, it's about a knight trying to find his way at a tournament. It's set over the span of probably 3 or 4 days, maybe like that. You get to build up the characters. You get the big action set piece later in the story, and then you have kind of the come down and resolution as they move forward. And they're already filming season 2, so it'll come next year. If you want a story development, a kind of a small story, that's for you. And then you got the giant story coming in June. Was House of the Dragon coming back?
Yeah.
Ooh, House of the Dragon.
You get little nods to the Targaryen family.
Yeah,
Who
I
this
mean,
this
people-
guy is, that guy.
Yeah, the Targaryens are prominent, but you would say it's about 100 years or so after House of the Dragon, the Dance of the Dragons, which is what the story about House of the Dragons is. So the Targaryens are pretty much in their flop era. They don't have any dragons anymore. They don't. So they're still in. They're still in power. They're still in power, but they don't have the dragons to scare people anymore. So people are more bold about their disdain for the Targaryens.
How early is this before Daenerys? Because I don't want to give it away, but there's a great grandfather in this.
Yes, it's
so it's like
it's close enough where one of the main characters is the brother of one of the characters who shows up in season 1 of Game of Thrones. It's that close. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's
so
really muddy.
They were without dragons for only a little while.
Well, hundreds of years at that point now. But by the time Game of Thrones shows up, it's about hundreds of years, couple hundred years where they don't have dragons, something like that. So they've been dealing with some stuff for a while now.
And that's why that Daenerys scene just is more powerful now.
Well, now if you go back and watch when the dragons are rebirth, it's now there's context to why that was such a big deal.
Dude, the whole thing, like every time I'm watching anything Game of Thrones now, I'm just like, oh, it's so muddy. There's just, can we build roads? Can we get some sidewalks in here?
Well, in the cities,
it's just mud.
In King's Landing, you have road. Yeah, well, not Flea Bottom, but King's Landing,
so dirty.
You have roads there, but yeah,
it's
in medieval times.
It's in the middle of a
That's what
field.
you get out of it. That the roads are muddy.
Yeah, it's just so
It's
muddy.
Medieval times, dragons. Okay.
If we're playing in this make believe world of dragons, can the showrunners make believe that there's concrete?
Well, there is concrete in one of the places no one likes to go. Essos. Remember when Danny was in Essos in the east? There was paved roads, and no one liked it. No one liked her over there. They hated that story.
No, not essays.
Not essays.
Essos.
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 E-double-S-O-S. Essos. Not essay.
Yeah, it's a good show.
The gas station.
Not Exxon.
What? How'd you get Exxon?
What's wrong with you? He said the gas station. What's wrong with you? Not A6. Not Exxon.
Just Essos.
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 No, you don't have to add the extra spice to it.
Yeah, well, you don't know.
You don't have to be Vito.
Daenerys.
Hey, Daenerys. You don't have to do that. Just because I say Essos.
Uh-huh. Essos.
No.
Del, are you going to go vote right after the show?
I don't vote in primaries.
What?
I don't.
Man, spoiled.
I'm not spoiled.
Then you can't say anything.
Yeah.
Say you're fine.
You didn't have to earn your citizenship.
Cool.
I had to
I
earn
know.
it.
That's where you
can't talk about it.
Talk about what?
Politics.
I don't talk about local politics on this
Dude,
show.
R.I.P. to all the radio stations and TV stations because now primary season is over.
Oh,
Every single commercial.
We didn't get any. We didn't
No,
do
y'all
that
didn't
here.
get any.
No. What the hell?
Dude, on other stations, it's nonstop. And they'll probably get like a 1-month break and be right back at it because the midterms are in November. And
We
they're
didn't
going
get
to
any
start
attack
right now.
ads.
But man, it was nonstop attack ads. Like on ABC 13, John, if you watch that, it's just political ad, political ad, political ad. They're balling right now. They're making money.
Yeah. I mean, I'm so sick of it. Here, it's just, the same guy over and over and over and over again. It's just like, oh, my God.
What's the big race there?
Governor.
Oh.
Wide open.
Oh, yeah, because Newsom's not running, right?
Yeah, Newsom's not running. And Caruso, who builds all kinds of stuff, is really good. He decided not to run. So it's a mess here. It's a mess. Politics is just.
As always.
Yeah. Yep. 713-780-3776, the number to get in with us. We got one segment left here, and you're more than welcome to call in and get in with us here on the show. I'm talking right now about my guys over at Bluebonnet. Bluebonnet is awesome. I mean, when you've been in business for 75 years, you know what you're doing, right? And I love business like that because it just shows you the continuity You don't stay in business unless you do it right. And Bluebonnet has been doing it right forever. And what they're doing now, if you're looking to upgrade your bathroom or you're a home seller looking to increase the value of your home, right now, if you just bought this house or you're trying to sell your house, 25% off. 25% off on redoing your bathroom. The glass for your shower, the mirrors in your bathroom, or the glass windows if you've got windows in your bathroom and we want to redo that as well. There is no job too big. There's no job too small. If you're a contractor and you're not satisfied with your glass company, they're here for you. If you've got a broken window, you're a homeowner and you got a broken window, they're here for you. But if you want to really make everything look great, cabinet glass, wine rooms, glass railings for your stairs, but especially the bathroom, so important. Glass makes it look that much better. Shower curtains, out. Beat it. You ain't selling your house with shower curtains. Get glass, make it look great, get 25% off, and, oh, by the way, an extra 5% off for first responders and teachers. You're looking for the best way to upgrade your house. Do it with glass, and that's Bluebonnet Glass. BluebonnetGlass.com. Tell them you heard it here. BluebonnetGlass.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, this is where we kind of wrap up the show. So the Rockets won last night. Reed Shepherd looked great. There's this discussion about whether or not he should start. There is that. Is Amen better with him on the floor? Is Alpy better with him on the floor? Is everybody better with Reed on the floor, opening it up inside and elsewhere? and scoring and doing all the things that he did last night. He had probably his best game as a pro last night. It was against the Wizards, so you take it with a grain of salt. You also had to trade David Montgomery. Comes to the Texans, trade away Titus Howard. You trade away Juice Scruggs. Pick up David Montgomery. You give up a fourth and a seventh. You pick up a fifth. So was that a good trade? Not a good trade. We discussed, and that was that. What did we miss? Oh, how about John Cornette? He's not happy that they're going to have a stripper night in Atlanta.
Luke Cornette.
Luke Cornette. Excuse me. Luke Cornette. Not happy that a stripper night is coming. He says it's degrading to women. We should be celebrating women who achieve stuff, not women who are selling themselves. I can see. Probably his wife told him he had to say that.
No, he probably feels that way.
Yeah, he's talked about it on his blog. Sean got hung up on the fact that anyone still has a blog, but Luke Cornette said, even though women may go into this voluntarily, the effects of working at a strip club can certainly lead to some negative aspects for a woman's life. And he says, why are we promoting that? Now, the NBA and the Hawks have never mentioned the women aspect of it, like Bomani Jones pointed out. Sean and I talked about it too, where T.I., Wings, cultural icon, no mention of the real reason people go there.
Yeah, like if you went there on the 16th, that's when it is, right?
Yes,
against the Magic.
Against the Magic.
Magic City.
Yeah,
Magic, right?
Yeah.
If you go there and you take your kids, I don't think they're going to do it in a way where if the kids will be like, wait, there's strippers here? Like, this doesn't feel right.
I don't think there'll be any mention.
It's going to be done in a classy manner.
Yeah. They'll have Wings, they'll have T.I.,
yeah.
They'll have music.
With that being said, it still makes no sense that an NBA team is doing
Yes.
this.
I don't know how that happened, how it got approved, but it's happening. And it's not like the Hawks are sneaking it by anyone. It was on the NBA website, NBA.com. It's a thing.
And then
we're just going to ignore.
Daddy, these wings are great. Let's go there.
I want a chance to have
Uber
more.
Eats it. You can
yeah,
Uber
you don't
Eats
have to go. I mean, they'll
go there.
they'll deliver them as long as you're in an area. But I'm interested how all of that will it be tongue in cheek where they kind of reference but never really say that it's a strip club, or will it just be off the table? Jamie Gertz, the owner, will do a podcast on the event and why it's coming about. Jamie Gertz, famous Hollywood actress, now just the owner of the Hawks. She will do a podcast talking about, I guess she won't mention the strip club aspect of it.
It's going to be odd when halftime when T.I.'s performing and he brings Nelly out to do tip drill.
No, I don't think
be
no,
like, hey,
he's not going to be BET
like
After Dark. He's not doing that.
This is going to be like, okay, now we're really going for it.
No. BET Uncut isn't going to show up.
John, go to YouTube and put in Nelly tip drill.
Nelly who?
Tip drill.
Nelly. You'll just get distracted. So I don't know if you want to do that during the show. Go ahead, Nelly, Nellly, tip drill. It's a video that appeared quite a bit on BET Uncut.
How do you spell it?
Tip drill?
Tip drill, like a tip drill.
Oh, tip drill.
Yeah.
Tip drill.
Nelly tip drill.
Okay.
Yeah,
and just enjoy that.
Oh, I don't know.
It is odd that Magic City stuff. I get, like, all jokes aside, it is. We all know what it is, and we know what the Hawks are doing here. It comes off as a Nathan for you idea. They're like, all right, look, our team is 500. You know, there's a stat out there. They're 500
I found
for
it.
the last 5 years.
And their offensive and defensive rating is even
Yeah,
currently. I think they're 113.6 for both. The Hawks have been remarkably 500 for the last 5 years, somehow, some way.
Nuts.
Yeah.
And there's a marketing guy who came in and said, all right, here's what we do, guys. We need a standout. We need something here. What if we do a Magic City night?
So this, whoever decided on this, did they really okay, you got the idea, but sometimes an idea is dead in the water. There's too much red tape for it to happen.
Yeah.
Do you think the person who came up with this thought this had any chance?
No chance. It was probably, we were all, it's a joke Like they were all brainstorming, and they said, "What if we do a Magic City night?" We're
playing the Magic.
Yeah, we're playing the
Well,
Magic.
we're playing the Magic. What about Magic
We got to
City?
get people in the building.
And it kept getting approved. It went up the ladder.
And then finally it got to Adam Silver's desk.
It got to Adam Silver's desk, 100%.
He had to have.
Yeah.
He can't be like he was with the aspiration thing. Well, I'm not really sure about that. I'm not. He had to have been told, hey, one of your organizations wants to have a night where it's kind of honoring a strip club, but they won't mention it at all.
No, I know how their marketing arms work. Like I've talked to people there in the NBA, and the league finds out. Like before you do major promotions like that, the league has to approve it. So for sure that one, somebody ran up and like, hey, commissioner, here's what's happening. They're going to do it in a classy way. It's going to be
classy.
It's going to be classy.
Doesn't get classier than Magic City.
Yeah.
Del, what is this? 2 news anchors?
Oh, you got to watch this. This is phenomenal. Del has to pull the sound for it. I don't think he has it ready yet. But a news anchor and a weatherman went at it, and it was so uncomfortably good.
That's the best.
Yeah.
That's we've seen it before in New York. I'm not going to tell you how to do you. Well, you asked them about the rent, and you want to come out here and do the interview? Well, I can do it better than you. Okay. Oh, right. that was awesome. Here is news anchor and weatherman.
Now this is courtesy of someone pointing their camera at the television, so the audio, you can hear it, but it won't be as clear as I would like. But it's from KFDX, wherever that is.
In North Texas.
Okay, Texoma's Weather Authority, KFDX. Here it is.
Texoma's Weather Authority with Chief Meteorologist Michael Bowling.
We don't have any rain in our forecast, but something that is in the not-so-distant future that we can forecast is Midland Weather
Did you say
Radio.
you don't have any rain in the forecast?
In the next few days. But in the next few days, we have Midland Weather Radio Day.
I just said a second ago we have rain in the forecast.
Well, not until this weekend, right?
Well, the day of the event I have rain.
Well, I'm not talking. I'm talking like 3 or 4 days.
It's coming. Actually, the rain chance is coming before the event.
Stop trying to correct people and just do your job.
I just don't know why you don't listen to me. Anyways, take a look.
Because you're boring.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Anyways, Midland Weather Radio Days.
Now from KF.
Oh my gosh. Because, well, here's the ironic part. The weatherman's last name is Bohling. It's Bowling.
So she made a play on his name.
She punned him.
Yeah, because you're bowling.
You're bowling. Boring.
Because you're boring.
So we had something like this happen locally, but it was put off as, hey, these two know each other. It was 2 women going back and forth. And, and one got called Ashy, and then, hey, everybody, we're friends. We talk to each other this way. We just cut each other up a little bit. Yeah. Do we think these two have a good relationship?
Well, then there's a picture of them with boxing gloves on.
Yeah, well, you gotta lean into it once people take notice. So I don't know the history there because I'm not looking into Texoma's Weather Authority. That was awkward.
Yeah,
it's not. What would Wendy do if 2 of her employees got into that awkward exchange on the air, John?
Oh, she would probably call them in and say, okay, well, it's not bad what they did. They put on boxing gloves.
Yeah,
and
it's
they
not,
you
make the best of it.
Which is dumb,
You make the best of it. That's all you
stupid.
can do.
That's the worst thing to do.
Put boxing gloves on?
No, it's like have fun with it. Because now, as a viewer, you know what? I'm not going to tune in.
Yeah,
now.
I
want to know if there's.
I want real drama.
I want to know what's going to be said.
No
next.
one says anything about it, and so next time these 2 are on, you're waiting to see what happens.
You know what TV shows don't do? They give you some conflict, and then they just go, "Oh,
they resolve it
this
immediately."
Isn't really
oh, it's not real.
TV show.
Yeah, but for ratings are ratings, John.
Yeah, John.
If those 2 like accidentally allowed something on air that's behind the scenes, let's keep it going.
I want to know what is going to be said next.
Is she going to call him boring again? Does she have a name that he can make fun of in some way?
He's going to like drop a oh, you're still here 10 years later in this market?
Yeah. Yeah, he goes, I just started.
Well,
you've been an anchor here for 5 years. What's with your career?
Well, her name is Carney. She's a carny.
Well,
Is she a carny?
I know you
Oh.
love that. I don't know what he's going to do with it, but yeah.
He should have.
Give me
I'm boring. At least I'm not a carny.
give me a funnel cake and shut up.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, you're right, Raheel. They shouldn't have done
They
the
shouldn't
boxing
have
glove thing.
solved this.
This should be something that everyone tunes into
No,
every
you
time
gotta-
they're on. No, I need conflict.
We need more creativeness in news. All right. I want a little drama behind the scenes, actually on scene.
No, they gotta be friends.
why?
They don't have to
No.
be friends.
You can't.
Why?
That's,
It's the
that's why
anchor
you
the
don't run
weatherman.
TV stations.
Who's watching KFDX?
Well, I mean, whoever's
it-
there will
in
watch it.
Midland, if they get rain, are you kidding me?
People will watch the local news in Midland, but I need another reason to watch.
That's
Like,
why sometimes I used to listen to radio shows in this market because I knew the co-hosts hated each other. And we know who.
I worked at 610 for a summer. Well, not even a summer, just maybe a month or so. And I would pull sound for Robert Hensley for Texans practice. At least I would edit it. It was Josh Ennis, Rich Lord,
Yeah.
and Jim Mudd. That was the producer. You could see into the producer's room for where I was and the studio. Every break, Josh would leave the studio and walk into the control room with Jim Mudd because he could not stand to be in that room with Rich during breaks.
I'm telling you, it makes it so much more fun to listen to or watch.
He did not. I don't know if the awkward silence was too much. He just didn't want to sit there, but he would go in there, hang out with his buddy Jim, and then go back into the studio and do the show.
I listen to current shows right now because I know the co-hosts have like, I don't know if it's beef or they just don't respect each other. And every time one person says something, the other guy has to come in and say something else. And they're just like, I just said, oh, it's just so great. It's the best, man. That's just me. I
love a little conflict.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not for. I mean, for radio, yeah, like, actually.
But wouldn't news be better, John?
Actually, it's so uncomfortable when they the radio hosts hate each other.
Yeah, but that's people like uncomfortableness. People like conflict.
No,
they do.
Okay, why? Anybody would? Are we talking about Midland's weather update or whatever without conflict? Where was it? Wichita Falls? No.
Well, here's what we're
Conflict
never
gets
going to
clicks.
see is. Like Lance and I were put into the Hall of Fame together. You're not seeing Josh Ennis and Rich Lord inducted together. Okay, that's not
it
happening.
doesn't help longevity.
No, I'm not saying it's great for your career.
Yeah, you two
I'm
have a
saying
unique
from a
chemistry
listener.
that has worked for 2 decades. So that is one end of the spectrum. But most radio teams, at least some of them, don't have the ability to do what you guys have done. I don't like giving you compliments, but it is what it is. A lot of them are fly by night. Hell, we work here. We know the deal. How many different combos other than John and Lance have appeared on this station? It's just a business. It's just how it is. So I get it. It's not great for the long-term viability of the show.
Yeah.
But for the listener who just doesn't even care that much about who these two guys are, but just wants to hear nonsense and conflict,
way better.
They'll tune in. Like Raheel's,
Yeah, we've had plenty of that here. We've had enough of that here too.
yeah, between I think most of it was, well, some of it was in show. That has happened. That's true.
Which shows? The Blitz used to fight a lot.
Sure, there are other
Fred
shows.
AJ used to
there was
fight.
other shows too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happened. Like John and Lance are the unique ones. So even if they had a tiff or whatever, 20 plus years, you'll get over it pretty quickly. Lance will throw a shoe. That's mostly about Brad Osmus.
Well, that's
potentially becoming an Astros
That's just
manager.
Lance's anger control. Holtz.
All right, we got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5. Glad you could join us. That was our did we miss anything today?
Well,
Dale?
I mean, I am going to talk about this because it's draft season, but Caleb Downs, a potential degenerative knee issue. It's yeah, he's got a torn meniscus apparently, but also an issue that may affect his draft
partially
status.
torn ACL. I saw.
I think I saw a meniscus, a torn meniscus, and then which is fine, that can get fixed. But people are more worried about a degenerative knee issue, which could affect him long term. Top safety in the draft.
So it'll be interesting to see how far that falls.
Yeah, if it's something that hampers him, or can he push that aside and go, no, I'm actually fine. Raheel's school hired Mark Stoops,
saw that as a special to the
whatever
special
that
assistant.
whatever
to the
that
coach.
means. Special assistant to Steve Sarkisian.
He's basically Dwight.
Yeah, I don't know what does special assistant mean when you are a former head coach.
What's his name? TCU's old head coach was that.
Gary Patterson has done
he
that
was
in the past. Yeah.
Special assistant to the coach.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And the Cougs, after what, 2 consecutive?
Didn't Gary Patterson help the Longhorns win a national title?
No.
Oh, he didn't?
No,
Oh, okay.
he did not do that.
I was just wondering.
I think you knew that. I think.
No.
And did the Cougs win their first 2 years in the Big 12? Did they win the regular season title?
They did.
Well, that streak is officially
That's
over.
over.
The
Yep.
Arizona Wildcats won the Big 12.
Outright, or is it a share?
Outright.
Outright. I believe
Okay.
they are the Big 12 champs outright.
Duke is a share.
Right now, I
Right
think.
now.
But they can win it
in
outright.
SEC, yeah.
Cougs have 2 games left. They will win both of those. They'll finish second, it looks like.
Man.
Looks like they're going to finish second in the
Man,
conference.
what a down year for the Cougs.
Yeah.
Is it time to reevaluate Coach
I told you Kellen Sampson maybe needs to make a move. Hey, let's nip this in the bud before we continue to keep going down the rankings. The man can't even beat Iowa State. That's how you get your dad out of the job.
Oh, my gosh. Again with that?
Hey,
You're a bad person.
You gotta strive. Like, how long do you want to sit here and watch your dad kill this program?
You're going to be a 2 seed.
You're going to be a damn 2 seed.
I'm surprised.
If Kellen Sampson was leading the charge, they would be a 1 in the region here. They'd be hosting a regional. Well, not officially, but they'd be the team with the home court. But now look at them. They might have to travel as a 2 seed. I mean, just saying. Start seeding this, Kellen.
Stop
Game
already.
Of Thrones episode.
Yeah.
You're a bad person.
Kellen
he's
Peter
not
Bayless
turning on his
Sampson.
dad because he can't beat Iowa State.
Kellen Littlefinger Sampson. Let's go.
Dell, when's your birthday?
June 4th.
Oh, okay, June 4th. Kellen Sampson's birthday is June 18th. I was like, oh,
Well, the Gemini, Two-Face. Yeah. We're all Two-Face, so let's go, Kellen.
Well, he knows that now.
Smile in your.
As soon as he got off the air, it tells to, you can't beat Iowa State. Take his job.
Smiling in your dad's face. But, backstabbers. You got to make a move, man. How long are you going to be coaching waiting? That's all.
No.
As long as Dad wants that.
Yeah, I know. This is all a joke, everyone.
It's a joke.
All right.
Only it isn't.
News of the Weird coming your way next. Don't come anywhere. Tez Johnson, the Buccaneers wide receiver, got engaged this past year. His former fiance, Layla Thompson.
Wait, why is she former, John?
Well, apparently, she says on the day they got engaged, he cheated on her.
Oh.
Yep. And she has the screenshots of text to prove it. I've seen this video. She took it to social media, of course, because why wouldn't you, showcase one of the worst moments in your life? Why wouldn't you broadcast it to everyone? But I think she did a couple videos. She talked about it. Maybe she got some pushback, or maybe people wanted to hear more, so she did another one. Yeah, he was hitting up his ex on the same day that he got engaged to her.
Oh, man.
He used some colorful language to say, "I can't wait to have sex with you again," to his ex. And then
his ex.
And then on the same day, he asked his current girl to get married.
So it happened before the proposal or after?
Before and after.
Before and after?
Yeah, it wasn't like, now that I'm engaged, I'm done. It's not like he wanted one last time before he got engaged and then I'm done. He was like, yeah.
Oh.
He said, hey.
I'm reading the text message or the Snapchat.
I know.
And oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Tez went for it.
John.
Tez don't hold back.
Can I say?
No.
So worst.
No, you
okay,
can't.
It's actually not the worst you can do.
Oh.
Wedding. I've seen where the
Wedding
groom gets with the waitress or the bridesmaid during the rehearsal.
Oh.
I mean during the actual celebration of the wedding.
As the parties are celebrating,
The reception.
They're at the reception and they sneak away with the waitress.
Yeah, and they sneak away.
I've seen that.
That's probably worse since you've already gotten married, right? But this is probably the second worst.
Shouldn't the engagement day be like the most in love with love you ever will be?
Yeah.
Like this is the moment I have decided to ask this woman to be my wife.
Right.
I can't be more into her at the time.
Right.
Except I got this ex who put it down pretty good. So I would love one more time. Or I guess Tez just thought he could keep going with her and the fiance and have a side chick, I assume.
Yeah, but at the but you can get out of it.
Yeah,
okay?
Sure.
If you find out, you get out of it.
Well,
if
yeah,
you
the
got
woman
married, I mean, now it's a lot more difficult
legal
to get out
now.
of it.
Yeah.
You got legalities to deal with.
How does that even work? Like, you get the paperwork before you get married. Isn't it legal before you actually?
Yeah. Once it's signed.
Yeah, it's even before the ceremony. It's already legal,
Reception,
right?
usually it's done.
Yeah, it's already been done.
It's legal then.
Yeah.
You can't be messaging women, "I need you."
Yeah, you can.
Throat.
I mean, you shouldn't be. Why did you say
Well,
that?
you
Why did you say?
can.
I'm glad I talked over you. Why did you say that?
That's not bad.
Like, it kind of is. I need your. Don't why? You know you didn't have to say that.
Throat.
Stop it. Tez was about that.
What that throat do though?
See, all John has said, he's been saying for years, "What that mouth," or whatever you say.
Yeah.
What you doing with that mouth?
Yeah,
but-
that's kind of what Tez said.
He went to throat.
Yeah, but he used a different part of the body. Yeah.
Oh, and then he went on to say.
Yeah, he said other stuff you
he
can't
said
say.
Very aggressive stuff.
It was so shocking that the now ex-fiance was like, "I can't say this. I can put the text up, but I won't say it."
And he definitely didn't say to her either.
Oh, he probably knew. He's like, he's got the ex who he can talk to
He
like
can
that,
talk like that.
Yeah.
and then the fiance who he can't talk to like that.
No, you ain't
That's-
talking to the mother of your future children like that.
That's why I talk to y'all a certain way, and that's why I need that outlet of our group text,
Yeah.
and why I can't talk like that to Nishma.
Wait a minute. So we're like Tez's ex to
You're
you?
my side pieces.
Oh, terrible.
I don't want to be your
That's
side.
awful.
No, I don't think she's appreciating geisha jokes. Like
Oh,
you guys.
well, Nishma probably not. No,
Probably
Nishma
not.
probably no.
No.
Probably not. John Gotti's grandson wants a break on federal prison time because he's donating a kidney to his mom. Should you get a break on your prison time if you donate a kidney to mom?
So the question for me is, was he always going to donate a kidney, or did he find out you could possibly lessen your sentence, and then he decided to
well,
donate
I
his
think
kidney?
he was donating a kidney, and he said,
Are we
I
sure?
want it. Now, Judge,
Are we
look
sure his
what a
mom
great
even
guy
needs a
I
kidney?
am.
Do we know his mom? Does she even need a kidney, or is this all a plan?
He Mom needs a kid.
I mean,
probably.
I've seen enough mob movies where this could be in play.
Yeah.
I used to watch The Sopranos. They always had a move.
He's facing 3 years in prison after he pleaded guilty. He pocketed $1.1 million in COVID relief funds.
Ooh. So he's probably in a blue-collar job,
I
right?
mean, if the government's giving it away.
Brett Favre isn't, so I don't know.
I mean, shouldn't you get a Porsche or two out of it if the government's just giving it away?
Well, they were trying to. No. No, you shouldn't get a Porsche out of it.
Something.
Of course you're defending Gotti Jr.
You know, if you
one
put
of your
in,
people.
Man, you put in John Gotti family, and it's just nonstop. Nephew, grandson.
It's a family business.
They're still, it's
no one decided they were going to break the cycle. Like, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's keep playing. This is the family business.
There's
we're going to keep doing it.
story of John Gotti's grandson is a claim trial lawyer.
Like, no one even pretended to be Marco Corleone, where he's like, you know what? I don't want to do this. And then he gets sucked in. Everyone's like, I'm in.
No, I'm going to be a legitimate businessman.
Look at this. John, here, look at this. Okay. John Gotti's nephew, 10-year sentence. John Gotti's grandson gets more prison for car arson. Gotti grandson accused of beating up brother-in-law. Like, it just keeps going.
Well, if you're a Gotti, you got to live up. Okay? Don't you want, like, Gordie Howe's kids? They wanted to be on the ice.
Well,
right?
they weren't involved in a criminal enterprise.
That's
though.
okay.
No.
That's their dad. They want to follow like their dad. They want to follow the family business.
No one has looked at what's happened to the people who follow in that line of work to go, you know, it's probably not great.
Well, no, but you could also lose a few teeth playing hockey.
Well, I'm talking about the Gottis. Like, no one looked at them and were like, hey, maybe I do something else. Maybe prison time isn't what I'm looking for.
It's the family business. You
Beating
know.
up your what? Who did he beat up again?
I don't know. Business first.
That's the family business? Beating up a family member?
Hey, Steve, you're 18. It's about time you go beat up somebody.
No, not somebody. Someone in the family. Maybe it's like a Carlos situation. He beat him up because he's beating up on the sister. Is that what happened?
Well, now
is that what happened?
Yeah, he deserves it.
I gotta know. What's the context for him going and beating up someone else in the
beat
family?
his ass.
Or they just were fighting over the Giants. I don't know.
Whatever. Or over a piece of pizza. I don't care. I don't know.
A piece of pizza?
Well, I don't know.
A slice of pizza starts a
cares?
fight?
That's right. Was it good pizza? Where's the pizza
John,
come from?
have you ever fought anyone in your family over a slice of pizza?
I could if they took my pizza. You don't know.
Stop it.
All right.
You're better
We're
than that.
done. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5 Real. We will talk to you again on Thursday. Dell and I will be back tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody.
Welcome to the show. Keith, you get in early. Well, you've gotten in early. We'll get to you. But I got a question for you, Sean, host, or at least one of the hosts of Rocket Power. We didn't get what I wanted. We didn't get a load management night for Kevin Durant. Wound up having to play 37 minutes as the Rockets defeat the Wizards. We'll get into the Reed Shepherd stuff. All over the floor. Good night for him. Good night for the team in a bounce back from their loss to the Heat. The Wizards, not real competition. You can kind of do whatever you want, including shoving a guy who I'd never heard of before. If you missed it, deep into the third quarter, Tari Eason shoves a guy named, Jameer Watkins? Never heard of him. If you haven't heard of him, welcome to the club. He shoved him once to the ground, and then nothing was called. No whistle was blown. The Wizards announcers were shocked, appalled that no whistle had been blown. And then after a bucket by the Rockets, there were a lot of those, back down the floor. Tari gives them another shove. The big story from that is Trae Young came on the floor and got ejected before he played a game. But Tari got ejected as well. One of our favorite things is to talk about Amin Thompson's answer when asked about what he's going to work on in the offseason. He said, my rage. Amin, probably a little rageful still, but we haven't had really any dust-ups. Has Tari taken over as the most terrorful, not an actual word probably, as the most terror-inducing of the Terror Twins?
Terrorizing?
There it is. Terrorizing of the Terror Twins. Has he now taken the mantle? We've got the Vince Williams Jr. incident. Vince Williams running down the floor. Tari bumps him on purpose. Vince Williams lands awkwardly, tears his ACL. Less than a week later, about a week later, we've got an ejection. I don't know what Watkins said to Tari. He shoved him a couple times. Tari wanted more and got ejected. In the power rankings of terror, has Tari taken over from Amin?
Yeah, I think in the, just in the terror part, basketball, I'll still take him in. But as far as the, the junkyard dog nature, the I need to work on my rage nature, yeah, I'll give it Tari this offseason.
Work on your rage.
Let's work on the rage.
Turns out terrorful is a word, so I lucked out there. But yeah, terror-inducing probably a better fit for what we're describing. So Tari,
biggest terrorist.
Well,
that's Dorian Finney-Smith. Well, in the basketball sense.
Dorian Finney-Smith. Sure. As far as contracts given out,
and as a knock-on effect of Amin Thompson injuring his ankle in the game, Jabari Smith injuring his ankle last week?
Sure.
And Tari Eason being ejected. DFS helped close it out. by being on the court.
Yeah, he happened to be there as the Rockets.
I was like, wait, why is he out there? And then I went through the checklist of everyone he was
Tari gone because of an ejection. Amin hurt and Jabari hurt. Someone's got to play. You want Jeff Green out there?
Honestly?
Well, if Jeff Green's mere presence causes teams to double team him for no reason, so maybe you want Jeff Green out there instead of Dorian Finney. I'm going to call him by his name, Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah, and between that and Kevin Durant, literally just passing the ball to the Wizards in the last
I don't know
3
what
minutes.
that was. He shoved someone
twice.
And that's why he was so frustrated. Was it Bub Carrington who he shoved to the ground or something like that? It was a very eventful last couple, 14 minutes of the game. You include the Tari incident, and then at the very end you had the Kevin Durant incident. In the middle of it was a runaway victory for the Rockets. I got closer than you would like. That's why Kevin Durant was still on the floor, but he had 2 back-to-back turnovers, and then he shoved the guy to the ground, probably because of his frustration.
And the 2 back-to-back turnovers, they were not just dribbled off my foot out of bounds. It was I am throwing the ball towards your basket, and you will score.
Yeah,
it is just easy 2 points. So, 5 points in 3 Kevin Durant plays.
You could understand maybe the mind is not as locked in. You're playing the Wizards. This game is over. You're not concentrating.
That's the vibe I got the entire game, because there was some points where I would describe as all-star-esque, just back and forth, because the Wizards want to move the ball, get up and down the court, and so it just plays into what the Rockets. It's like a Jedi mind trick of what the Rockets also struggle doing, which is not turning the ball over. So it's like forcing the Rockets to play faster because they keep getting steals and are wide open, but then they'll throw the ball all over the gym.
Yeah, if the Wizards were more competent and were better at basketball, sucking the Rockets into this type of game
the
might
Rockets would have won by more.
Yeah, it's true. If they weren't able to suck the Rockets into this type of game, the Rockets just playing normal basketball win this game in a way that maybe Kevin Durant isn't on the floor late to throw the ball away a couple of times, but it is what it is. It's a sleepy evening in the DC area, and the Rockets get a win.
I was literally doing the math in my head of like, oh, they're up like whatever 13 with 2 minutes left. I was like, this is actually like, it's basically impossible to give this game away unless you literally start throwing the ball to the and then Kevin Durant got double teamed and then just turned to the guy who was double teamed and just threw the ball.
He had 6 total turnovers. It's not a great night for him. Alperen had 8.
Yeah, he it was not. It hasn't been a
32 and 13. Great, 8 turnovers. Concerning, but it's just a night where you're going to win this game. You could kind of name your own score, and you could see there's a loss of focus. Feel like you're in an open gym, going up and down the court. You're not playing a real basketball game in some sense, so you get a little sloppy.
Yeah, you're up, or I guess it's like a relatively close. I mean, it was like tied after the first quarter, but it was like a relatively, comfortable lead throughout for the Rockets. And you just whatever. This is just one of those things. It happens. It's a terrible game. There's a guy involved in a fracas who A, has yet to play with the Wizards, and B, there's another guy who literally the first time I heard of him was last night with Watkins, Jameer Watkins.
Correct.
Hope all the best for him.
He got shoved and landed and was able to get up. So that's progress when it comes to Tari making contact with people unnecessarily.
That is
so
true.
Thankfully, Jameer Watkins did not tear up his ACL like Vince Williams Jr. did in Tari's last altercation with a player.
With all these guys that are playing on the Jazz and Wizards in March, I just wish them the best in their basketball careers.
Yeah. Vince Williams hanging on, trying to find a way, and of course now he's got to recover. Jameer Watkins, at least he was drafted by the Jazz. I don't know if he ever made an appearance because draft day trades and everything, but he was drafted by the Jazz in this last draft, and now he's a Wizard. So hopefully Jameer Watkins, whatever becomes of him, he at least gets to finish the year playing basketball, unlike Vince Williams Jr. That happened. Rockets win. Reed Shepherd was like all the things beyond shooting, like he was fine beyond 3, but he didn't shoot the ball particularly well overall. But the assists, the steals, the rebounds, he had a good night. I don't know if it's his best all-around game. I know some people were throwing that out there because of how he filled the stat sheet. Context being thrown in, certainly a lot of people mentioning, well, it's the Wizards. So, and we kind of talked about the nonsense of playing the Wizards in March and how that game went if you didn't get to see it. So he was productive. He played a lot of minutes. And because it's always engagement season on the internet, people are like, look what Reed Shepherd did. How could Ime allow him to rot on the bench? Meanwhile, Reed Shepherd's playing the 6 most minutes on the team. He's like at 25 minutes per game, a minute less than I think Tari Eisen. So the narrative that he just wallows on the bench game after game is stupid for anyone who actually watches the Rockets. He plays quite a bit. You can call him their 6th man, however you want to describe it, but as far as non-starters, he plays the most minutes. So I think that narrative is a little overblown. Maybe you want to see that minute total get up into the 30s. I'm not sure last night's going to change Ime's mind. In fact, I know it won't.
I was going to say.
Because we have sound. Here's Ime Udoka. Of course, he's asked a question. Jabari's expected to come back in their next game. So Ime Udoka was asked a question about what his future starting lineup will be, and here's the answer.
Is Jabari still on track to return against Golden State?
Yeah, that's the plan.
When he returns, what do you anticipate your starting lineup looking like?
Probably back to the original. Yeah.
That's it. If you had hopes of Reed's last couple games turning the tide to him becoming a starter because you like the spacing, you like what he can do, when a lot of attention is paid to Şengün or Durant, it's not going to come as a starter. Now, will his minutes increase? You can hope for that, but the lineup will be the lineup. Look, whether our speculation, and it certainly is reckless, whether Reed Shepherd is an Ime guy when it comes to prototype of what he's looking for his basketball team, we can have differing opinions on that. But what the lineup is the lineup. We know what he values. And Reed Shepherd has not cleared a bar where he's going to take one of his wings out of the lineup for him. It might make you feel better to have what you consider a traditional point guard. Not that Reed Shepherd is a traditional point guard. He just happens to be the smallest guy who's a ball handler, so he's being labeled a point guard. He wasn't really a point guard at Kentucky, but maybe you want to develop him into that. I know the visions of Mark Price were in people's heads when he initially was drafted. That was one of his comps. Maybe that comes when he's 25, 26, as opposed to what his age now. He is a combo guard for a team who doesn't value the point guard spot unless your name is Fred VanVleet.
Yes, unless you're like the classic point guard, like you are an actual like 90s floor general style point guard like Fred VanVleet. Yeah, whatever. We can get a 6'8" guy to dribble the ball.
What's that? You're less than 6'5"?
Yeah.
Beat it. Get out of here.
Someone else.
We're not going to play you 30 minutes a night, particularly if you're 6'2".
Yeah.
We don't want small guys on the floor.
Yeah, I think I can actually understand Reed Shepherd not starting. I do think like fourth quarter, like he needs to be in the like fourth quarter closing or thereabouts.
At least a
lineup.
Possibility.
Yeah, like that's where you really need the shooting because that's where the Rockets offense like really bogs down is that it's so like A, cramped space, B, just like the ball doesn't move. There's not really anything happening off the dribble other than either Durant or Şengün, post-ups or isolations, where when Reed Shepherd's in the game, hey, you can run a pick and roll with someone. You can actually run a pick and roll, and defenses have to respect the ball handler shooting at some point. That's a new thing for the Rockets. That's not a thing they really get anywhere else other than Kevin Durant on the Rockets. So I think just as far as like the, making stuff happen on offense part, I think that's where like Reed Shepherd does have a skill set that like no one else on the team has.
Yeah. And more ball handling would be great because of beyond the turnovers. Like Kevin Durant's not averaging the most turnovers of his career. He's above 3, which isn't great, but he's had higher numbers than that as a player. But Albert Şengün, far and away his highest turnover season of his career, hadn't surpassed 3 in any season up until now. Now he's over 3. So less responsibility for Alpern possibly. When you have a better ball handler on the floor, that might alleviate some of the issues they have turning the ball over late, which they seem to come in bunches because of the pressure being turned up in clutch situations. The Rockets aren't great in the clutch. I don't know if that game classifies because it did eventually get to 5. I'm not sure how that works when the game is well in hand, but I think it's like under 5 minutes game within 5. It becomes a clutch game. Not sure how that one will be put in stat-wise because we know we can dredge a stat up about anything. Reed Shepherd's numbers apparently were the first time since or mimics some legend of the past because he scored 19, had the 10 assists, all this stuff.
There's a ridiculous list where it's like Rockets players to have done this.
Yeah, I think it's Hakeem. And,
just the list of the best Rockets players
and
of all time.
Reed and then maybe someone else.
I think it's like Scottie Pippen, who not one of the greatest Rockets player of all time. But when you see him on a list, you're like, that's Scottie Pippen.
Yeah, he was a great player who happened to spend some time with the Rockets.
So. I think Reed Shepherd's like the worst player on the list. Well, like it's one of the yeah, I mean, it's him or Steve Francis.
That's why
whatever. Debate among yourselves.
That's when. Yeah, sure. We're not going to have that conversation. That's why how could Ime watch this and let him sit? Because people see those stats and think it really means anything. Keith, you want to talk NBA? Or at least you got a question for me. We'll get to that. Anyone else want to join us? 713-780-3776. We will be back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
Let's get to Keith. He called in very early. In fact, before the show actually started, and he's held, so let's get to him now. Self-proclaimed top 3 caller. Keith, what's up?
Hey guys, top 3 caller, consistent caller, since 2022. My question is, Del, 60 games into the season, big enough sample size here. The Denver Nuggets have a top 2 player in the league in Jokic. But this offseason, they traded away a player that they won a championship with in 2023, Michael Porter Jr., oft-injured Michael Porter Jr. He's now in Brooklyn. He's top 15 in the league in scoring. I think he's averaging close to 25 a game. They acquired Cam Johnson, a wing, plays the same position as Porter. He's only averaging 10, 11 a game. This is a Nuggets team. They fired Malone, which was kind of a, something that I disagree with and was kind of shook the league because he won a title with them so recently. But this Porter Jr. for Cam Johnson trade, looking at it right now, Del, you guys are NBA heads. Did the Nuggets basically close their title window with that trade? What do you think?
I will say this. As has been said a lot, someone's got to score on terrible teams. Michael Porter Jr. shooting the ball fine, but he was a guy who wanted a bigger role. He did not want to be the 4th guy with Denver. Cam Johnson, fine being the 4th guy. When you get stuck in Brooklyn, you probably are fine. You just want to get out. He's fine. He's cheaper as well, so that helped. I think the Nuggets got a pick in exchange as well. I think Michael Porter was seen as the better asset, so if I remember the trade correctly, it was him and a pick, Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson's numbers are fine. I know there is some discontent with Denver fans just reading some of the things because it seems like when they need a big shot from him, he doesn't make it. But if you just look at his numbers, shooting over 40% from 3, yes, the 11.2 points per game, but he's their 4th guy when Aaron Gordon is healthy. They needed a guy who maybe understood his role better than Michael Porter Jr. did. And Michael Porter Jr. is a guy you couldn't count on because of injury. He played as well as he could going through the shoulder injury last year. And, of course, I say that, and Cam Johnson's been out quite a bit this year. He only played 37 games. Meanwhile, Michael Porter's played 48. But I think it was a lot of things that led to that trade. They thought Cam Johnson would be a better fit in the playoffs. He's cheaper. And sometimes guys want to spread their wings, even if you do have to do it in Brooklyn. And you see, at least we had the conversation early in the season about Tari Eason. Tari Eason is a guy who the Rockets couldn't come to a deal with. And he let it be known that he wanted a bigger role, maybe a player to run for him. I don't know that that's happened this year, but it's something he wanted, and it may contribute to those two, being Tari Eason and the Rockets, not coming to an agreement because the guy simply wants out. Kuminga, same. It happens. Guys look at where their status is on their current team, even if they're successful, and go, hey, if I want to be the player I think I can be, it can't happen here because if you look at the Rockets, who's Tari Eason going to leapfrog over as far as usage for this team? Won't be Durant, won't be Şengün. So far not Amin, and everyone who isn't Ime wants Reed Shepherd to get more opportunities. So the trade, I think, we'll see how it bears out in the playoffs. They got to get Aaron Gordon back, and Cam Johnson has to prove himself to be a guy who can take and make big shots, play better defense than Michael Porter Jr. does and did, and I think that's not in question. I think he will do that, but fits are important. The Nuggets didn't need a guy who wanted to score at this point 24.5 points per game. That's not how they're built. Michael Porter Jr. wanted to be a guy that did that, and now he gets his opportunity in Brooklyn. And by the way, he already has a title. I'm sure he's looking for more than competing for that. He wants to establish himself as more than just Denver's 4th best player. So I think that's why that trade happened. We'll see if it works out for the Nuggets.
Yeah, the biggest problem with the Nuggets, 23 games played for Aaron Gordon.
And Jokic just missed a significant amount of time as well.
46 out of their 62.
Frere and Gordon. So they're a half game behind the Wolves. They're pretty close to the Rockets. So they've been able to survive. They're only a game out of the third seed. So despite the injuries, the Nuggets are still there. And they'll be a contender, at least to make a Western Conference Finals, depending on who they get in the second round, if they can get out of the first round.
Yeah, that's where I do think it's too early to say their title window is closed, even though it's been 60 games of the regular season, because, like you said, they're right in there. And honestly, like, they're behind the Rockets. Does anyone think that the Rockets are going to make a longer run than the Nuggets?
Not at full health.
Better equipped? I guess the Nuggets could just run into the Timberwolves in round one.
Sure. But if we're talking about fully, like, if you
teams that can win the championship,
I would take the Nuggets before I took the Rockets.
Yeah.
So run over. I mean, the run simply might be over because the Thunder are a death machine and the Spurs are coming too. That might, and we've talked about how the Rockets window may not actually exist because those two teams exist. But the Nuggets, as we said, I take them before I'd say the Rockets can win a title. All right, thanks for the call, Keith. Appreciate it. Self-proclaimed top 3 caller. I don't know what your consistency calling for 2022 means. This show didn't exist, so it doesn't matter to this show. You may have called the other shows, but that don't matter here as far as the voting is concerned.
And like for the morning show, 2022,
that means nothing. It's a blink of an eye compared to how long they've been around. 2022.
I was ready for a longer time frame than 2022. I've worked here in 2022.
Yeah, what are you doing? That's not a claim to fame. I've been calling since 2022. You better. You can do that in like 10 years if you're still around calling shows. Then if you've been calling for over a decade, maybe someone will hear your stump speech to be one of the top 3 callers, but not now. You're new blood. We'll go to break with that. Thanks for the call, Keith. After we eviscerate you after you're gone, we will come back. Certainly, we'll get to some NFL stuff. As now that we've had more than 24 hours, in fact, considering when the show started, more than 2 hours to digest the David Montgomery trade, we can talk about that. If we care about the grades are in. The Texans didn't get a good grade on their Montgomery trade. There is one era ending in Houston. Officially, it looks like. Well, it'll be official at one point. We'll talk about that as far as the Texans are concerned. And we'll hear from Bill Simmons on Kevin Durant. This guy votes, by the way. This guy has a vote when it comes to all NBA teams. And he may be using something that has no basis in fact to keep Kevin Durant off for one of the all NBA teams. We'll talk about that as well. We're just getting started here. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Dale Olalea.
We'll get to. Do I have to call him this when I know who this is? I know he called it. Like, I guess everyone has a. If you take on a moniker, we will acknowledge you. But because you didn't call under your real name, you have to wait. That's the deal. If you want to call in under your real name, we'll get to you immediately. But since you decided that nickname is something you want to choose, you can wait. So, he wants to talk football. Let's talk some football before we get to him. A grade is in for the Texans and their trade of Juice Scruggs, a 4th and a 7th, for David Montgomery. So when we talked about it initially, we didn't know exactly how much the Texans would have to pay David Montgomery. We were still going off of what his contract was for the Lions. And, of course, things change, when you make a trade. So the cap hit for the Texans will be $6 million in 2026. And in 2027, when he's 30 years old, it'll be $9 million. We'll see if David Montgomery is getting paid $9 million by the Texans as far as the cap hit is concerned at 30 years old. But at least for this year, $6 million running back, which is at minimum probably $2 million cheaper than some of the top backs were possibly earning. Like Kenneth Walker, 8 to 10, Travis Etienne, 8 to 10. Those are the guys as far as annual dollars.
Brees Hall probably getting tagged.
Yeah, stuff like that. So they are getting someone, if you think he's those type of backs, on a discount. Are we sure that Dave Montgomery at 29 years old, who had the opportunity to run behind that Lions offensive line, is Travis Etienne or Kenneth Walker? So I get it. You go like, look, guys, we're going to have to pay these two guys, if we wanted them, more money. But is he as good as those guys? As he was getting phased out in Detroit, and rightfully so, when Jahmyr Gibbs is there, maybe you don't want to pay a backup running back that type of money. You just go with one of your own recent picks, whether it be a lower round draft pick or unrestricted free agents that you have. You'll go with them. Or maybe the Lions go and draft another back that complements Jahmyr Gibbs as they're about to give him money. So on its face, you're like, hey, cheaper, just as good. But are we sure David Montgomery, if the Texans were in the market for a free agent running back, does he stack up to Etienne or Kenneth Walker? That would be my pushback when people are so gung-ho about it won't cost as much. He's fine. He's better than fine.
He's like a starting
caliber running back,
which is more than what they had last season.
Yes. And we saw the issues a rookie had because of the offensive line. And we saw what Joe Mixon was able to do behind, I guess you would say, a more talented offensive line in 2024. Maybe they were less cohesive. Maybe they were more poorly coached. But if you include Tunsil and Shaq Mason and Titus Howard, by name alone, they are probably more talented now than the team or the O-line in 2025. Now Ed Ingram performed above expectations, but you did have a rookie at left tackle, Jake Andrews. We all know the deal. So we can go back and forth if we so choose to torture ourselves about which one was better, 24 25. But you had Joe Mixon, who made a difference. Can David Montgomery, and I'm not even going to go if the season started today, this is what the O-line would be. We expect improvements. How good those improvements be throughout the course of the offseason, that's up for debate. That's up to Nick Caserio. Can David Montgomery give them the type of impact that Joe Mixon did? They're different backs. Joe Mixon's probably a more creative runner at that point compared to what David Montgomery is now. I feel like he's more straight line. You see a hole hit, he hits hole. David Montgomery. We saw Joe Mixon's creativity when it came to making guys miss or just breaking tackles. I don't expect the same type of impact. But then again, I didn't think Joe Mixon was going to be as impactful because the Bengals are trading him away for like a 7th-round pick. So, is Dave Montgomery at his age more product of what the Lions put in front of him? And we know the Texans are unlikely to match it. That'll be the test. They do have a solid one, not a great one, but number one back, but at least a back that you know can be productive in the NFL. That's still up for debate with Woody Marks. As much as people were we're encouraged by some of the flashes. The numbers are the numbers. He was not that productive. I'm not even blaming him, but I'm just going by what the numbers told me. They needed more help. They got it. Now, you aren't drafting a back early, but I would not be against finding a back on day 3 that you like. You can improve on Dare or Jawar Jordan, possibly. It doesn't need to be over for the running back position because even if David Montgomery is what they hope him to be, he's not a long-term solution. So is Woody Marks that guy? Maybe.
I think he could be.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's 50-50.
I would not be against them if it gets to day 3 and they see a guy they like, still adding to the running back room with the draft pick. Would not be against that.
I'm guessing Mike Washington from Arkansas
Probably won't be available.
ran his way out of
probably,
the 5th round.
Probably. How big he is and how fast he is, probably ran his way out of a 5th round draft.
Out of that 5th round pick he got in the Tunsil trade.
He
or in the Titus trade.
Yeah, he probably is a day 2 pick, Mike Washington. 6'2", 228, running the way he did.
Ran like a 4.3. Yeah.
I'm going to go with he won't be available on day 3.
He is getting emotional because he knows
how much
money
he
he
that
made.
4.33 at nearly 230 pounds or 225 pounds, what he weighed in at the combine. He's above.
Yeah.
He's far past where the Texans would be picking a back.
That's fair. I understand that.
Yeah.
Considering like Jawar Jordan was a 6th round pick.
Yeah. Unlikely.
Like, that's what they normally look like.
yeah. Guys who run that fast, they're generally under 200 pounds.
Yeah, they're normally like, I'm worried about how small they are to be running back in the NFL, not Mike Washington.
Yeah.
Who also is named like a guy who's a big NFL player.
Yeah, he does not sound like a small man. Mike Washington sounds like a big man, and he's a big back who runs really, really, really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree that like it's a little bit like starting pitching in baseball where it's just like you're going to need more than 2. You know, you can put 2 on the poster or on the social media graphic and be like, look at our running back backfield and
the duo.
Yeah, all the feel goods. Like, chances are at least one of these guys is going to miss 2 games at some point in the season. So you really do need like at least a third guy that's like playable.
Yeah.
That is, I'd say a step above Dare and Jawar Jordan, who had 1 or 2 pretty nice games, but that was also as like the 3rd string running back being pressed into action. So yeah, I agree that either a very small like veteran minimum type, Nick Chubb 2.0 type deal, where Nick Chubb or the Nick Chubb type, not like literally Nick Chubb, because I feel like he's a little duplicated with what Montgomery does, but that like should be cheap enough to where that's doable to be your 3rd string running back, and you feel better with that type, a Nick Chubb type, being your 3rd string than week 1 last season being your starter.
Yeah.
So I think that with everything on the offense, and there's still work to be done. Shout out to Nick Caserio. But I think the David Montgomery thing, or the David Montgomery trade, ultimately I'm like, yeah, all right. Like, wasn't it overpay? Like, sure. I'm also not really like sweating a 4th rounder versus 5th rounder. It's like not that important to me. And you get the certainty of like, all right, got the running back. We're not going to get in a bidding war or anything in free agency.
Well, it is important to ESPN, which gave it a D.
Yeah.
Felt like they gave up too much. Of course, the national media also thought they gave up too much to get Will Anderson.
I also think people just like 29-year-old running back sucks.
That immediately is like, you hear that, okay, he's over the hill.
There just shouldn't be a 29-year-old running back in the NFL, according to like
it feels like
the analytics folks.
Yeah. If you even approach 30, if you're even in your even if you're not 30, you're just in your high 20s, it's like, beat it, get out here. Why you're not a valuable member of NFL society anymore.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, so I do think some of that's like a little bit like, all right,
Yeah.
I get it. I understand that there will be like some slippage from when he was 25. Also, like, we're just looking for a decent running back, folks. Like, I think he can do that.
And here is the reasoning. Part
Is this
of the
Barnwell?
reasoning. No, it's not Barnwell.
Okay.
He was an aging 29-year-old in June, early down back, whose prior team had been phasing him out. It's not worth spending real resources on. it surprises me that Detroit was able to lure a 4-7 swap here, since the Texans could have found comparable expected production for far less. So the value, the age, all that played into that. Great.
Yeah. They're phasing him out for some bum named Jameer Gibbs.
I know.
Oh, what an a-hole. Got his job taken by Jameer Gibbs.
He should be. He should be on the street.
Same thing's going to happen when Woody Marks is behind him.
That feels unlikely. Let's get to.
We really got a problem.
Yeah. Let's get to a man who decided to call himself Jive Turkey. Jive Turkey, what do you want to talk about?
For the record, this is a classic case of miscommunication. Sean can attest to this. When I call in, I state what it is, Jive Turkey. He took that as my name. I did not say my name is Jive Turkey. I would never say my name is Jive Turkey.
Okay.
That's the first thing.
Got it.
Now, I have been on this Tyree Easton about how he shouldn't get paid, blah, blah, because he missed so many games. So now I say Trent Williams, he wants all this money. No, dude, you're a $23 million player, because if you go 25% of what you want, 28, 21 to 23, that's a little more than 25%, but that's what you are. You miss so many games every year that why are we going to give you 28? We'll give you 21 to 23, sure. But all this crying and bitching and moaning every single offseason, I'm tired of it. Trade his ass. Have a good day.
Julian, because there was a miscommunication, has been on the get rid of Trent Williams. He's asking for too much money for a good bit now. Now, Trent Williams did play 16 games last year, 10 the year before, 15, 14, 15, 14. So he has probably played more games than Julian thinks, but when it comes to, hey, every week you're worried about your guy, he's on the injury report, is he available, is he not? He's playing in games and getting pulled out of games. I'm sure it gets a little wearing on a fan, particularly when this guy is of such importance to what the 49ers want to do. He is 37. Well, he'll be 38 going into next season. Still asking for lots and lots of money. The problem for you, Julian, is Trent Williams doesn't think like you think. Trent Williams thinks you should be paying me for what I did and how important I am. And look, how hyped do you get when I walk out there and this guy next to me with the giant boombox and we come out here all hyped?
I think the boombox is worth
an extra couple mil.
$5 million difference.
Just think about the hype. Julian, think about that hype.
The aura.
Of the aura of watching Trent Williams walk out of the tunnel with the boombox guy and all the 49ers are dancing to whatever right before Super Bowl that they lose. Think of how many times you've enjoyed that experience and then watch them lose the Super Bowl. Trent Williams has been part of a lot of those moments for you, winning NFC championship games, making Super Bowls. So certainly he thinks he should be paid for what he did as opposed to what he will do in the future. Kind of how it goes with older players.
Yeah.
Honor me for what I was and what I still think I'm capable of. And that's the 49ers' dilemma.
Or let him go.
Or you can do that.
We got a spot for you, Trent Williams. Well, I'd
you think
gladly overpay for Trent Williams.
Yeah. While
1 year of Trent Williams?
Well, the 49ers may be put in a position, maybe, where they have to make a decision, and that decision winds up with Trent Williams no longer being on the team. I don't think that Trent Williams is giving anyone a discount.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I don't think he's going to go on the open market and go, you know what, just to stick it to the 49ers, I'm going to take less to play here. Because I love Wildcat.
Hey, you're from Texas?
You love Wildcat?
Like 4 hours away from Houston, but you're from Texas?
John told us when he was on the street, but when the Texans could have had him years ago, he was playing at Wildcat.
There we go. See? Come on.
I don't know if that's going to be enough of a draw.
Come on, please.
Please. Just begging. I don't think that's going to work with Trent Williams.
Please, Trent Williams.
I'm sure defensive ends were begging at points, and it didn't matter then. Don't know if it's going to matter with you.
Yeah.
We'll get to Kurt here because this could go poorly for me or great. We'll see. He's got a nickname. We're going to make Kurt wait. Just because I'm not sure how this is going to go. We got to go to break anyway. So if you want to call in after Kurt, you can, 713-780-3776. Closing out hour one. We will be back. Sean and I were debating who could play in a movie if Any Given Sunday got a sequel, mostly because I saw a video of Ryan Coogler, the director, playing football. And if he decided to direct a football movie, something he's never done, could we just do a straight sequel from Any Given Sunday where Willie Beeman goes from young hotshot and we would get, of course, an update on what happened the rest of his career.
Yeah, now he probably has a podcast in his post-playing days.
Sure, and if we do the Creed thing, he would just have a son, just like Apollo did, who's now a football player. But we were trying to cast it, and we're having some trouble. So we'll get that to Ryan Coogler at some point.
Yeah, we'll tighten it up in the
I know
couple commercial breaks.
He's doing awards season right now, so he's a little busy. So we'll get the ideas to him, so he doesn't have to think about it. Sure, that X-Files thing, whatever.
We can give a note to John. John will pass it off to him at the office.
Yeah, he's in L.A. John's probably going there, and then when he's done with the X-Files, he can get to his football movie. Let's go. Start telling Ryan Coogler what to do.
Maybe it should be the program too.
I like it. Let's go college football.
Yeah.
And all the NIL stuff.
That's what Coogler knows.
Yeah, he did play at Sacramento State, caught 6 touchdown passes in his career, put up over 1,000 yards, so he was somewhat accomplished, and then he moved on to doing what he's doing now. Probably a good decision. Let's go to Kurt. He has a nickname for me. We'll see what it is. What's up, Kurt?
Hey, I chuckle every time that John calls you Mopey, but I really think that for what you do, you should be called the Nigerian Moil, how you verbally circumcise certain callers.
I know what a moil is, so I was like, I mean, it doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. I get what you're saying. I understand it. I understand the concept. I just don't know. It's a lot of competing things there. You got Nigerian. I've never met a Nigerian moil before, and then you got the Jewish faith. I don't know.
I know the whole black Jewish thing, all that.
I mean, there's Rod Carew, and that's about it from what I know.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it.
And another thing.
Go ahead.
Question for you also is which of the QBs in this draft do you think is going to end up playing another position besides quarterback?
So I'm the Nigerian Bill Polian now. Let's see.
I'm picturing I'm picturing Bill Polian in Nigerian garb, in traditional Nigerian garb. Makes me laugh.
Hey,
he studied abroad.
Some Democratic politician tried to get that off some years ago.
That's what I'm
kneeling too, as well.
It's got that.
Yeah, the kufi and all. The dashiki on Bill Polian. Let's see how that would play out. Probably not great for Bill as he rebrands. I mean, the one that comes to mind, because they were actually comping him to a wide receiver because of what he put up at the combine, was Taylon Green. He's going to play quarterback. At least that's what he's going to attempt to do. But if you look at his numbers, 4.37 in the 40, the height, the speed, all that, he's a straight line guy. I don't know how shifty he is. So I don't know. I'd have to look. But that's the one immediately that comes to mind because he is as athletic as some of the big receivers in this league. I don't know that he has the ability to run a route at all, and he'll get a shot at quarterback. That athleticism is appealing enough. Well, he'll get a chance to play quarterback someplace, at least in the preseason. Whether it translates to anything, where he's a guy we're talking about in regular season games, up for debate.
Yeah, either that. Yeah, because he really is someone where I'm like, how does he not have another year of eligibility? Let him make $5 million being a quarterback.
Could he not have gotten an NIL deal? Yeah. He transferred from Boise to
we're
Arkansas.
talking about him moving positions.
I'm not talking about it.
Well, we're being forced
But
to.
if you're asking me about guys, that's the immediate one that pops into my head because of his ability in all the testing. But he did play. He played 4 years and then he also had a 2021 year where he redshirted, so he was out of eligibility.
Should have gone to JUCO, dude.
And that's the play. But he had dreams of playing at Boise State, then eventually transferred to the SEC in Arkansas. The numbers aren't that spectacular as far as the touchdowns and the picks and stuff, but supremely athletic. But that guy's someone you would like at the quarterback position just to refine his skills and then see what he can become.
What'd Cade Klubnik run in the 40? I'm just trying to think of a white guy.
That's fine. I mean, I'm allowed
Sawyer
to do.
Robinson.
You do the white guys,
Yeah.
but I think we're comfortable with me being the Nigerian Moyle, talking about black quarterbacks and whether they move the receiver.
And the Nigerian Vilpolian. Don't.
Well, yes. In this case, when I'm as Kurt said, when I'm eviscerating callers, I'm the Nigerian Moyle. But when I'm considering moving black athletic players to wide receiver from quarterback, then I become the Nigerian Vilpolian. I don't know what Kate Klubnik ran because he's been so unremarkable since his sophomore year that I've paid little attention to Kate Klubnik.
Yeah, I mean, other than Mendoza, Simpson, and then I guess like Nuss and Pavia, there's not really like that many guys that, I don't know, there's a lot of buzz about, and the Pavia stuff is mostly just. Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. Haynes King.
Oh, yeah.
He ran a 4.46.
There it is. He did run a 4.46.
Yeah.
He's not really gifted throwing the football.
Yeah. But
that's the guy.
Yeah. Taysom Hill 2.0. Let's
He's a little thinner, and Haynes King always feels like he's one hit away from not getting up.
Yeah, but let's get him in my weight room.
How Georgia Tech ran their offense. He took a lot of his. But Haynes King is the one. 6'3", about 215, ran a 4.45 40, something like that. 4.46 40. That's the guy. If we're going with if I can take off my Bill Polian hat and just go, hey, who could be a guy who does that? Haynes King probably. I don't know how he catches the football. I know he can run with the ball pretty well. So, Kurt, those are your answers.
25-year-old rookie, according to Lance Zierlein of NFL.com. I'm reading his profile. The first thing he says, he has 3 years of experience at A&M and Georgia Tech apiece. He's a long-legged, dual-threat quarterback who displayed admirable resilience. That's the first positive is he was very resilient as a quarterback. Yep. You're now a tight end, son.
Didn't mention anything about
get your hand in the dirt.
His ability. He's gonna have to put on some weight.
Yeah. Probably needs another.
He would probably have to be
15 pounds at least.
As it stands now, he would be a receiver. He'd be a big receiver, 6'3", 215, run a 4.4.
4.4. It's better than Carnell Tate ran.
Yeah. So Carnell Tate has other attributes, thankfully for him.
What's that?
He has other attributes, thankfully.
All right, if you say so.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him play.
You can just say whatever, I guess, now.
I mean, he disappeared in the playoff game. Didn't like getting hit, which is probably not great for him, but he'll be fine. Probably a first-round pick. But Haynes King, not a bad pull as far as potential quarterbacks who can change because they're not really going to be NFL quarterbacks. But he'll get a shot.
4.64 from Sawyer Robinson. Sorry, buddy.
Well,
you'll be on a practice
does his
squad.
size match up where you can be a 4'6" guy?
6'4", 216.
Yeah, that's big enough to be a 4'6" guy.
Yeah.
But Kurt, our final answer. Unlikely any of these guys are being switched at least this early. Maybe that comes after a welcome to the NFL moment.
Pavia switch to
the UFL.
I was gonna say Birmingham Stallions or something.
Does Nashville have a team? Does Tennessee have a team he can play for?
There you go.
Yeah, throw him in the South, which I think is where all the teams are, right? Like except for
I think
like
there's
maybe
a Michigan
Detroit.
team.
Like it's nothing west of Texas, right? They used to be. The initial XFL had some teams out west, but that has changed since the merger.
There was like a Seattle.
There used to be a Seattle team. I think there was an LA team at one point.
Let's see, it looks all just.
But now I don't think
Louis.
I don't think anyone's west of St. Louis.
The gateway to the west. Yeah, no, it's St. Louis and then Dallas and Houston are the only ones there. Birmingham, Columbus, DC, Louisville, Orlando. Wow. It's only 8 teams.
Another shot at West Coast football.
I know.
Yeah, it used to be Seattle and Vegas, not LA. Seattle and Vegas, but I thought so. LA had a team. They were the Wildcats.
Yeah, LA Wildcats. I saw them play live when they played the Roughnecks in 2020.
But no longer. Damn. No longer the case. All right, we'll go to. Well, we got time. We're actually not going to go to break since we're talking about the draft. This is our draft season story of the day. Caleb Downs, the star safety out of Ohio State, got hit with the red flags. You never want to see the red flags. He has a torn meniscus, which is not great, but that can be fixed. But the bigger issue for him is a degenerative knee issue, which has taken people aback about where he will be and what his long term future is for the NFL. So that is probably the biggest draft story of the day. Last week it was Ruben Bain's arms. This week is Caleb Downs' bad knee. I'm sure we'll hear about another prospect coming up with an issue, but he's the top safety in the draft. He was probably he's second Ohio State player off the board. You got Arvell Reese, and then Caleb Downs was next. Likely two top 10 picks. Arvell Reese may go to the Jets.
Yeah,
I don't particularly like a guy who he's an edge and a linebacker. We're not really sure the spot for him, but he classifies himself as an outside linebacker edge. He's not a true edge. He didn't really do that at Ohio State. He was kind of a jack of all trades. I hope the Jets do take him, honestly.
It all is like stacking up for it's like, yeah, kind of a tweener. We don't really get that many tweeners anymore.
Isaiah Simmons was one of the last ones, super athletic tweener. They didn't know if he was a safety or linebacker. Turns out he was really neither.
Yeah,
for the Giants and the Cardinals.
Who's like is Bruce Irvin the most like successful kind of a linebacker, but he'll put his hand in the dirt, and then generally what happens is that you just have to do one or the other.
I mean, Micah Parsons.
Oh yeah,
Michael.
Yeah, I forgot. Parsons is like so good that I just.
But was he your edge? Like, did he do the combo stuff at Penn State, or did that happen once he got to Dallas? Where they said, "Hey, you're going to do both here for us." I don't remember how that played out.
I don't remember.
Don't remember. It's just too long ago for me there. But Arvell Reese probably too. But the Caleb Downs thing is one where we go from no doubt about it, top 5 to 10 pick overall, to now people are wondering, is that knee going to be something that hampers him early and late in his career, and it may affect how teams see him. Lance Zierlein of NFL.com. He's of NFL.com until he's back in America. Of NFL.com, he says he's a Jalen Petrie. So Caleb Downs, despite getting a lot of credit for his instincts and being able to read coverages and all the things that people lauded him for a while at Ohio State, Lance sees him more of a by the line of scrimmage player. We know what Jalen Petrie has become since he's become a guy who the Texans just stuck at nickel, and we've seen how he's flourished. Lance sees Caleb Downs more like that, as opposed to a guy who's going to be roaming the field at maybe a traditional safety and being more of a ball hawk. Play him around the line of scrimmage, let him make plays, attacking the line of scrimmage, and that's when you see the best Caleb Downs. And he's not that big of a guy. I mean,
no, 6 foot, 206.
Yeah, so he may be a guy who has to prove bigger than he is, and that's what Jalen Petrie has done. Jalen Petrie's not a giant man as far as football is concerned, and he plays around the line of scrimmage. You know what he's capable of. That's where the comp comes from. Yeah, Jalen Petrie, if we go by measurements, under 200 pounds. He's about, I guess, depending on what you see, 6 foot, 200 pounds on ESPN. Other places have him a little bit under that. So Caleb Downs fits that profile, but he's got a knee thing. So does he fall? I know his agent's going to have to come out and go, excuse me.
Yeah.
That knee is fine. We've had all the doctors look at it. Cut it out. But that may follow him a little bit as we get closer to the draft. What is it, April 27th, something like that. So plenty of time for more draft season stories to come about. We'll go to break. Thank you for the call, Kurt. You want to follow Kurt? 713-780-3776 is the number. We'll get to what an actual voter on the All-NBA Awards thinks about Kevin Durant's chances, considering what happened over All-Star Weekend. We'll get to that when we come back.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
So Reed Shepard, for some, was the story last night. He filled up the box score, but of course, the most consistent part of this Rockets team is Kevin Durant. And despite the, let's just say, silly turnovers in the game last night, he still, along with Alperen, were the leaders. He had 30, Alperen had 32. The Rockets beat the Wizards by 5 last night. Kevin Durant is having an MVP type year. He probably won't win it, although when we talk about the race, more guys keep missing games, so they're officially out of the race because they don't meet the 65-game threshold. Who knows what happens? Maybe he becomes a finalist. He is someone you should be considering for All-NBA. Unless you really, really believe what happened over All-Star Weekend, according to one voter. So, this is Bill Simmons with Zach Lowe. He has his Sunday night podcast he does with Zach Lowe. They focus on the NBA, and they were doing the thing where they discuss who should make All-NBA. Here is Bill Simmons and his reasoning for why Kevin Durant may not be on his list.
We might not have enough All-NBA guys is, I guess, my bigger point.
Well, you didn't mention Durant.
I didn't mention Durant.
I mean, you got to mention Durant. You're not going to put Durant on third team All-NBA. You're going to put other. Okay. I mean,
I didn't say I wouldn't.
Were you on the text thread? Were you mentioned?
Wasn't.
Okay.
I take stuff like the whatever the hell happened in All-Star Weekend, I think has to count in your All-NBA candidacy.
Well, you
that
know
was
what
the
else
weirdest
counts?
story of the year.
26.
I get it. 26, 5, and 4.
90 shooting.
Yeah. I had him. I have 13 guys listed. And then look, I'll even show you. Bubble, Durant, top guy. So he would be on my third team if the season ended today.
You didn't even mention him.
Why? He's in my bubble list with Durant, Barnes, Thompson. I mentioned him as a bubble guy.
Okay.
Zach Lowe bullied Bill Simmons into thinking about Kevin Durant over some unsubstantiated rumor about burners. Now, we will joke about it because it's funny to think, but this guy actually votes on who makes the All-NBA team, and he's taking into consideration something that no one has proven to be real. And he may keep Kevin Durant. In fact, if not for Zach Lowe calling him out, he was not going to put Kevin Durant even on his preliminary team. He definitely wasn't going to put him on the team.
Yeah, because if I understand correctly, he had 13 names down and then a bubble list.
Yeah.
And apparently he just didn't say Kevin Durant's name when talking about the bubble guys.
Until Zach Lowe's like, excuse me.
Goaded into it.
Wait a minute. What about Kevin Durant's numbers? And Zach Lowe's a pure hoop guy, so of course he's going to talk about the numbers. This is why you can't take any of this nonsense seriously about voting and who wins. As much internet bandwidth was used for the Harden Curry, the Harden debates about who's going to win the MVP. These are the guys who are voting. Guys who will use something that has not been proven to be true at all as a reason. In fact, even if it was true, why would that be a reason to keep him off the list? Why? I guess because you're sowing discontent in the team.
Even then, unless it
actively, your team was still a 3 seed.
Yeah, unless it and there've been 5-2 something.
Yeah, it's not torpedoed the year.
Yeah, so yeah, if it was I can see in different years where it's James Harden getting his exit from Brooklyn or something. If you just want to be hey, you're not allowed to stop trying for 2 weeks and burn down the place.
Well, okay,
that. It's because there's something tangible on the court that is the effect, that is the coming as an effect of what you're doing. But yes, this is just A, it's kind of ridiculous. B, even if we're putting wait, so you had him 14th?
Why is he third team All-NBA?
Barely third team.
Yeah, why are you debating putting Kevin Durant on one of the All-NBA teams? Particularly when you take into account the real chances that some of the stalwarts won't make it because they don't make the threshold.
Yeah, I think Jokic is right on the border of being eligible for stuff. I think Shea actually came back pretty quick.
Uh-huh.
So I think he has some more wiggle room. There's another guy who's like only allowed to miss like 1 or 2 more games and to be eligible. But yeah, I think we've kind of been like, yeah, probably MVP votes kind of guy. You know, Kevin Durant probably gets MVP votes, probably more like first, second team border. And
yeah, there was no doubt in my mind he was going to be on one of the teams.
Even like third team, I'll be like, yeah, that's like fine if all these guys stay healthy and, you know, whatever. If you want to put a guy here or there over them, like I normally don't get too bent out of shape over, you know, being one team off on a guy. Being prepared to do a podcast and just not mention them.
And not mention them because of the burners.
It's so funny. It's like actually just like to me, it's just it's great podcasting.
Sure,
it's just tip the cap.
But for a guy who
will
re-apex, I've heard he's in.
That's what people are saying.
Yeah, but for a guy who will tell you, big NBA guy, to use that as a reasoning to keep Kevin Durant off the team is
not
nonsense. It's
not
ridiculous
good enough for me.
You got to find a different reason.
Yeah, but the problem is there's no
real reason.
I guess I don't know if he had Şengün on there, but he could maybe try on for size of Şengün is the Rockets all NBA guy
So
over
he wants
Durant.
to light to us. Is that what he wants to do?
Yeah, I mean he doesn't want to put him on because of the burners. This is at least like somewhat I'm trying here of
you don't have to though.
argument.
You don't have to. We know it's silly what he's up to.
I know. I'm just trying to
Understood. So Kevin Durant.
And did he throw in a Thompson at the end of there?
I don't know.
I thought when he was listing like Scotty Barnes, I thought I heard a Thompson.
He might have. I don't know. I had already heard the clip and was still perplexed by what he was up to that I didn't hear the final part. I'm looking at Kevin Durant right now, 37 years old. If he could shoot free throws a little better,
like 2% better, yeah.
Like now 1%, he'd be a 50, 40, 90 guy at 37 years old. I think he's done it once in his career. When he was like 24 years old, he did 50, 40, 90.
Yeah, it's 50, 40, 90 is one of those things where it's like 12 guys of all time have done it, and they're all who you think.
And this guy's like, 13 maybe if I can get over the
some tweets.
Maybe if I can get over the burner stuff, I can keep the 37-year-old who's 50, 40, nearly 50, 40, 90 for a 3 seed, clearly their best player. He's currently listening to see if you can hear him mention Thompson at the very end. So we play this, and I mention it only because these awards, while they are part of a guy's legacy, and when you're having these battles about the best of all time,
yeah,
you're going to point to these accomplishments as a reason why this guy's better than this guy. Just know that's one of the voters, and he may not be alone. Other guys may not admit to it. Maybe they'll have different reasoning that could be just as silly to keep one of your favorite players off the list. An unsubstantiated burner could keep Kevin Durant off third team if other people are thinking like Bill Simmons is thinking. Congratulations.
Yeah, a steward of the history of the game.
One of those. He wrote a book called The Book of Basketball. He has positioned himself as, you want to talk basketball? You need someone's opinion?
Yeah.
Let's
I've
talk
done
to Bill
the
Simmons.
research.
Yes, and yet this is what he's up to.
And he did say Thompson, by the way.
So I'm in. So he may find another.
I assume.
It's not in Detroit, is it? Asar? I don't know. I guess he's talking. So he may find another way to honor the Rockets. It just won't be with Kevin Durant if he has his way. If Zach Lowe doesn't browbeat him.
Zach Lowe, you have, a month and a half left.
To make sure Bill does the right thing. Do the right thing, Bill Simmons.
Do the right thing, and do the right thing, Zach Lowe.
Yes.
Stand up.
You continue.
For like a top 10 player of all time.
Yeah. Look, once again, burners are funny, but it would not keep me from voting him at minimum third team All-NBA. Eric, you want to talk about a trade or the trade of Dave Montgomery? We'll get to you when we come back. We've got a couple more segments to go. Join us, 713-780-3776. We're here till noon. We will be back.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
We'll get to Eric here. I was just looking it up. Kevin Durant has 2 50-40-90 seasons. One with OKC, and then he split a season with the Nets and the Suns and did it. So he's done it, as you would say, he was past his prime. So he's close to doing it again this year. The free throw percentage has to get up a little bit. We'll see if that happens. Meanwhile, a debate by a basketball steward about his status. Sure. Well, let's get to Eric here. He wants to talk about the David Montgomery trade. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. I guess since Montgomery's coming to the Texans, I guess Joe Mixon is out. Is any trade value in him? And do you think the Raiders will actually get 2 first-round draft picks for Max Crosby, knowing that he doesn't want to be there anymore? They might get a first and maybe a second or third next year. I'll hang up and listen. Oh, and I guess the Rockets still win that trade because Dylan Brooks is out for the year. Bye.
Yeah, Eric had kept a running tally of how that trade was going, depending on the night. Dylan Brooks, is he out for the year? I thought he broke his hand. They thought he'd be back late.
It was a 4 to 6 weeks with like 6 weeks left in the season type of deal. So
if they make the postseason,
yeah, we'll see. I think he'll probably cut it close and might be able to gut it out. But I also don't know if it's his right or left
was
hand.
it the shooting hand?
Yeah.
And the Jalen Green stuff has not worked out for them through
like
injury and the way that he's played. So yes, Eric, I guess if we relitigate, Rockets win the trade.
It wasn't that long ago. That was one of the worst Rockets trades of all time, according to Eric. So.
Yeah. But
what a comeback.
You like a man who can recognize when they're wrong.
Yeah.
And reassess.
30 points against the Wizards. You know what? Never mind.
I think it's more about Dylan Brooks being hurt. Now, do you judge a trade by the first year? What if Jalen Green becomes... forget it. Never mind.
I got so excited.
All-star level. What if Jalen Green becomes an all-star next year?
Becomes Kobe Bryant.
Okay. What if he becomes an all-star after a year of an offseason of full health? Dylan Brooks is back, healthy, and Malawak becomes a legit center in this league, even if he's just backing up Mark Williams to start. Then you can come back, Eric, and go, you know what? Worst trade in Rockets history.
Yeah.
So don't rule out your initial assessment of the trade. It ain't over yet. A couple years from now, you may be very right. If the Rockets have never won anything, they don't get out of the first round again this year, and the other two guys help Phoenix in their let's say retooling with Dylan Brooks. All three of them help. They're retooling with Devin Booker. All three of those guys in that trade helped them. You could be right, but as it stands now, Rockets coming out ahead. All right. Thanks for the call, Eric. Joe Mixon's going to the other part of his call. Yeah, Joe Mixon seems like he's done.
Seems like he's done. Doesn't seem like there's
any trade value because no one knows what his actual status is. The Texans tell you they don't even know. So how could any other team be willing to make? How can you negotiate when the team who has a player who would be most likely to know the most is like, I don't know. He'll tell us. When he tells us, we can tell you.
I think he got surgery.
I mean, he may have had another one. We're not even sure. So the Joe Mixon thing, 1 year of, look at that. Look how good this is with Joe Mixon.
Good running back.
Yeah. Since that point, since the last time we saw him against Kansas City in the divisional round, it's been mystery surrounding his status. And maybe we just, in his tenure with the quiet release, and we go about our business. It is a lot of energy being spent on a guy who, he got over 1,000 yards, but I mean, he's been here for a year.
29-year-old running back. I mean, he should be in an old folks home.
Well, if you go by how they treat running backs, yeah.
I think,
Is that what it is? He's in hospice or something?
That's what
he's got a live-in nurse. He's got a live-in nurse. That's why he's trying to keep it quiet.
Yeah. He's sundowning. That's why he can't.
Yeah. The reason why the Texans don't have the answers is because Joe Mixon doesn't remember if he had surgery or not.
Yeah. I am glad for the David Montgomery trade just so the Joe Mixon stuff we can kind of I didn't know. I felt like it was overwhelmingly obvious he was not going to be on the Texans this season.
Felt like that.
Now, like, I feel like we can stop talking about it until A, we find out what happened, B, we get the Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport notification that he's been released. Like that, we can just wait. We don't really have to spill much more ink or audio.
Do you think we get like the one sentence thing, or do we get like the agent sent the guy something to write?
There will be
when he gets released.
There will be this will be 4 sentences at least of like probably 2 in the initial report, and then the thing where they quote tweet
themselves
like 3 times.
Sure,
because you can't just go like Joe Mixon's been released by the Texans. He missed all of last year due to a mysterious ailment. Who knows when he'll ever play again, or what happened to him? Like the agent will be like, all right, let's reframe that a little bit.
He hopes to make his way back.
Yeah,
he's doing
on
everything.
track for a full recovery.
Yeah, I think they will frame it the way the agent would prefer, as opposed to, man, that was weird, wasn't it?
This guy, so he played pretty well. He's now 30. Didn't play last year. The GM of the Texans has no idea what's wrong with him or if he'll play again.
That's how this show would break the news.
That's also facts.
No, I know,
Like,
but we know we live in a world where things have to be shaped depending on who's offering the information. If this show was given the information and was said, "Hey, do whatever you want with this," that's how we would do it.
This guy is cut. He's already too old to be a running back, apparently. Yeah. Oh well. Well, I guess we'll never know what happened to him. You'll see him when he signs with the Cardinals or whatever in 3 weeks.
The future Raven will the future Titan, actually, at this point.
Yeah.
If we just go by signing washed veterans, the Titans would be that. The Ravens still have Derrick Henry. If not for Derrick Henry, Joe Mixon may have been a Raven at some point.
Mixon, Tony Pollard, 2-headed monster. Is that better than Montgomery and Marks?
Yes.
Let's not waste time.
No, it is not. It's not.
We got Max Crosby also.
Oh yeah, he asked about Max Crosby. I was trying to find recent defensive end trades. Max Crosby is 29 years old now? 28. Yeah. He'll turn 29 in August before the year. Can he fetch 2 first-round picks?
Parsons got 2, but he's 25 or 26.
He's younger, and then the Cowboys get a player in return as well.
Yeah, they got Kenny Clark.
So if Michael Parsons is getting you 2 first-round picks and a player of some value, certainly in Kenny Clark,
a guy.
Max Crosby gets you a first, maybe a third, maybe a conditional third.
I think it could be a situation where like that's the value, but there's just enough of a
people
bidding
looking
war
for him that you up that.
You can maybe get it to a first and a second.
I think you could get a conditional one where if Max Crosby gets this amount of sacks, or you get this far in the playoffs, or win a certain amount of games, and he's whatever you need to do to make it work, where that conditional can wind up being a second rounder. And certainly the Raiders will take into account who's making the trade. Like, is it a first in the 20s? Is that the likely scenario? Your first, so that's lesser value than if you're trading them to a worse team.
Yeah.
So that'll play a part in the compensation, the second pick compensation as well.
Because, when just by how the calendar works, when the Cowboys made the trade, like they had an idea that the Packers would pick in the 20s, but you don't know for sure. The Raiders, I mean, if they're getting a 2026 draft pick, first round pick, they know where it's going to be. So if it's like, I don't know. I guess the Rams have 2 picks in this draft. They can send the 13th or the 29th. I know that they're one where it was like possible suitors include, and the Rams were in there. Obviously, the Cowboys, just to kind of bring the entire conversation together. Also, having mentioned they need a pass rusher. So, I mean, he's one of those guys where it's like anyone really, like any team that.
Does Philly
that doesn't have 2 awesome pass rushers? Like you can just kind of take like Chicago. They're kind of pass rush short last season.
They have used assets to fix that offensive line, but they could not get after the passer. Will they
25th pick? Is that like 25th and next year second or something? Are you getting there with that?
Yeah. See, we talk a lot about the Patriots and what was real and what isn't. The Bears to a lesser extent because they didn't go as deep in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Do the Bears believe they're close, or do they know some of that was fool's gold, considering how many times they were down by double digits late and came back and won? Do they think they're as good as their record says they are, or they have taken into account how those games went, and they could have gone very differently, and yet they're not even in the playoffs before they decide to make a move like that?
And you can look at it two ways of either we're buying what we were last season, and so we're very close, so we need to make, some aggressive win now moves, or we recognize how we're pulling games out.
So we need better players.
So we need to get better anyway to just maintain at, they're the wild card team, right? Are they a wild card team?
They won the division.
They won the division. I was going to say, I have the draft order right in front of me. I can just see where they landed.
Yeah,
but
they were the 2 seed, I think, because the Eagles punted on being the 2 seed.
That's right.
And they lost. Then the Rams beat them in Chicago.
That's right. So, yeah, I mean, do they view themselves as a 2 seed, or they view themselves as a team that's probably going to have to fight for the division against the Lions and the Packers again?
So that might lead them to doing it through the draft. You've got a young quarterback. You've got a coach who just got there, so there isn't any real rush to get this thing going to a point where you're giving up picks for older players and then paying them lots of money. They can show some patience if they so choose, based off the success of year one. And we saw the Commanders take a different approach. They said they needed tackle help. They were coming off making the NFC title game and then made a trade for Laramie Tunsil. And, of course, Jaden Daniels gets hurt, so it doesn't even matter that you had a great player on your roster because your starting quarterback first wasn't good to start, and then he gets hurt. So we'll see how the Bears approach it. But Max Crosby is one of those names that could very well get traded before the draft if the Raiders get what they want.
And according to DraftKings Sportsbook, for whatever that's worth, the Bears are the favorite
to acquire Max Crosby.
To get Crosby.
Yeah, makes some sense considering their pass rush issues last year. All right, we'll go to break. We got one more segment. Love to have you with us, 713-780-3776 before we wrap it up. We have talked very little Astros, and we'll let Ken Rosenthal do the talking when we come back. It's the question that persists, what to do with your infield. So we'll hear from baseball insider Ken Rosenthal on what he thinks, or at least what he thinks the Astros should do, maybe not necessarily what they will do. But before we go to break, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. No question about what you should do there. Go to the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and find a vehicle that fits what you want. That's most important. Find a vehicle that fits what you want, whether it be a truck, an EV vehicle, a car, an SUV. No matter what it is, they're going to have it for you. They have a nice view our lineup portion on the front page. You can click on SUV. You can click on electrical. You can find the car you want. Maybe you want more of a performance vehicle. I don't ever mention a Corvette, but if you want one of those, they're at Monument Chevrolet as well. So from the Silverado to the Equinox to the Trailblazer to the Trax, it's all there for you at Monument Chevrolet. So find the vehicle on the website, find the deal that fits what you're looking for, and then head to Pasadena. They're off of Bellway 8 and 225. Ask for Jeff. He is their general manager. He is their point person. He will be your point person. You got a question, Jeff will answer it for you, and then you'll get to meet the great salespeople, and they'll get you into that vehicle, and it'll be a great time. They've been in business for over 50 years, so they're treating people right for over 5 decades. Be the next person who gets a great vehicle from great people at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Final segment here on the show. We've got Rich Eisen up next, and then Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy, along with the other host of Rocket Power. Joe does that with Sean Mapes, and that's, of course, their basketball show. Speaking of basketball, you need to get ready. Bracket Madness is coming soon thanks to our presenting sponsor, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and our supporting sponsors, Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company. It's about that time. Time to make your brackets. March Madness is here. We had Duke win the ACC outright. Or no, not yet, but they can. Arizona won the Big 12 outright. So the Cougs, after the first 2 years winning the conference, will not do it for a third consecutive year in a row. Of course, that big 3-game losing streak in the middle of the year against those great opponents sealed their fate there. And Arizona, who has a track record of probably underperforming expectations when you compare them to all the other national powers, year by year, team by team, that's a team that we look at and go, they got real championship medal. And really since what was the last time they won a title? Was it 97? Have they won since Miles Simon and Mike Bibby? Long ago?
No, it was 1997. And when's their last Final Four is also I think about 25 years ago. They are a team that sneaky hasn't done much recently, or at least in the tournament. They've been good. They just lose in the Elite Eight all the time.
Yeah, last time they made a Final Four was 2001.
Yeah, so I know that because I always pick them to make the Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of my weaknesses in my bracket game. I'll probably do it again. And
it's got to be this year, right?
Yeah,
Arizona's finally got to do it.
They'll lose to a 5 seed.
Well, it's kind of what they've been. Very good program, just hasn't been able to get over the hump. They're like lesser Gonzaga or Gonzaga. Is it?
Yeah, they're a little bit Zaga.
Because the Zags will make a Final Four, make a title game. Arizona hasn't been able to do that recently.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a football thing, and they're not like Nebraska, because Nebraska barely makes bowl games anymore. And again, Arizona's been 1 seeds relatively recently. It is like USC almost, or maybe Oklahoma, where Oklahoma hasn't won a playoff game and they haven't won a title since 2001. It's kind of like that, but they're always good. Oklahoma hasn't been bad really for any stretch in football. I think that's where Arizona kind of is in basketball.
I was looking up Gonzaga. In Spanish, it's called battle. It means battle elf.
Huh. Okay. There's a word for that in Spanish?
Gonzaga is a Spanish surname from a personal name, Gonzalo, rooted in the Visigothic word meaning battle elf.
Yeah.
So it's more Visigothic than anything else. But its origins are battle elf. Is that their mascot? They may know that.
No, they're the Bulldogs.
But I know. But what I was saying was,
I get what you're asking.
Was it?
I was like, no, they're not the battle elves.
No, I know they're not the battle elves. But at any point, did they have a little secondary logo where they're the battle elves?
Back when before Mark Few got a hold of the program and they turned into an
actual real
factory.
program.
Yeah,
at any point, where did they call themselves the battle elves?
In the 1970s, when they're still just a small Jesuit school in Eastern Washington.
It looks like they've always been the Bulldogs, from what I can tell. Just wondering if at any point they were the battle elves. Either way, March Madness is here. We'll see who makes the tournament. Texas feels like they're okay. We'll see about A&M, and then we'll see the seeding as we go forward. The Cougs maybe topping out as a 2 seed. Let's get to this Ken Rose. Actually, you know what? We can talk about we can talk to David, because, to be honest with you, Ken Rosenthal just said the same thing we say. So we'll get to David, and then I'll get a review in for Sonny, because Sonny called in about industry. I did watch it yesterday, so we'll talk about that before we wrap it up. What's up, David?
Hey, man. Getting back to what y'all were mentioning about conference titles, this has really been a question for me. So I'll give you an example. Last year, Lamar in Beaumont had the best national record in baseball, and then they won the conference title, but then they go into the conference tournament and lose, and they're not even able to get into the tournament. I don't understand the whole purpose of winning a conference title if you have to win a conference championship as well, just to get into NCAA tournament. I'll hang up a little.
So I was looking up Lamar in baseball. According to the 2025 Southland standings, they went 20-10 in conference, which had them at third place in regular season. But as far as your question, it all depends. Like the Ivy League for a long time, I believe it was the league winner in the regular season got to the tournament. They have since gone to a tournament format to determine their automatic bid. You know, it's a very American thing to have a tournament decide who is your league title winner. We love a playoff, even if it's conference-wise. You go to international soccer, all of them are tables. Everybody plays each team twice. Whoever comes out on top is the league winner. It is, for the most part, like I think the Mexican League does the tournament format too. But for the most part, that's an American thing. We care about winner take all, single elimination stuff, or even in some cases we have a game here and a game there, a home and away to decide things, particularly in soccer. So I think that's what it is. If we cared more about the regular season and excellence there, we would do it that way. For example, if we did in the NBA, if we were single table format, each team played every team an equal amount of times, wherever it would be with 30 teams.
58.
Would it be compelling? Would it be compelling to watch the Thunder last year run away with everything? It'd be more compelling this year because the Spurs are chasing them.
Yeah.
But you look at the Eastern Conference teams, although it wouldn't be Eastern Conference teams anymore, it would just be the NBA. Those teams would be really out of the race for Detroit would still be. But for the most part, it would be a 3-team race to see who wins the title. We don't like that.
Or like 2016, where the Warriors won 73 games. Actually, the Spurs won, I think, like 66 or 67. So that was like, still 5-game difference, but you also wouldn't have had one of the best finals of all time.
You wouldn't have 3-1.
Yeah, you just wouldn't have that.
You wouldn't have Kevin Durant losing 3-1. You wouldn't have had.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have had that transformation of the NBA because he lost 3-1 and then the Warriors lost when they were up 3-1, and how that team came together. We wouldn't have one of those moments, and maybe the Rockets would be better off. Maybe they would have won.
Oh, they would have won in 2018.
Yeah,
they were the 1 seed. Actually, the reason you can't do this is because teams, especially of that era, they didn't really care about being the 1 versus 2.
Yeah.
Like the Miami Heat with the Wade and LeBron.
If it was
were
about
they the 1 seed like once?
I think they might have been the 1 seed once.
Yeah.
So if that mattered, you would see teams approach the regular season different.
Yeah,
and it translates to baseball. You could have a great regular season, but if you are a team in a conference that isn't well, or at least highly regarded, you got to win your tournament. It's been that way in basketball.
Baseball's actually
a long time.
Not anymore, but baseball, like way back in the day, was probably the closest to this, where it was just like, did you win your division? Okay, now you play the other team that won their division in the National League.
Yeah.
And then the winner of that plays, probably the Yankees
in the World Series. Yeah. So, but why we do it that way? We love the drama.
Yeah.
We love the drama of the playoffs.
Do you have the guts to do in the playoffs?
How do you get Skip Bayless if you don't have the playoffs? You don't get him.
When the lights are brightest?
Oh, you can win, you can be the best team over 82 games? Whatever.
Cool.
Prove it in the playoffs.
Yeah. No, but going back to David, like that's why the NCAA tournament is amazing.
Thrives?
Yeah.
Because of the single elimination format?
And it has the knock-on effect of like, well, then we should do a tournament to decide who plays in the tournament. And it just,
Yeah.
But yeah, the best team is the team who wins the conference in the regular season.
Over the course, you're playing, particularly if it's a balanced schedule, but it's just not the way it goes. And with conferences expanding, you don't get balanced schedules anymore. Anyways, all right, before we go, my industry review. To Sonny, who specifically called for it, we can narrowcast for like a minute. Like 5 times within 15 minutes, I said, what the hell is going on here? Considering the turn for one of the characters. It was dark, man. No good things came out of that season finale. They got one more season of it. It was entertaining. It was great television. You just feel dirty and slimy afterwards. There are no heartwarming moments. A lot of stuff mirroring what's happening in real life around the world. All right, we're done for the day. Since we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
Zebras.
I mean, they did eject you, but rightfully so. Tyrese, the most terrifying of the Terror Twins as it stands now. We figured that out. We're done. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. In today's trend watching, following up on yesterday's comments about the price of oil, which is now up $20 a barrel from its low on January 7th, where it touched about $56 per barrel in the United States. For every $10 increase in the price of oil, gasoline prices go up about 25 cents. So that's a 50-cent move ultimately in the price of gasoline at the pump. Prices currently are quoted about $2.85 a gallon around the United States. That is the national average. So that could push oil up, certainly, but gasoline would follow to about $3.35 per gallon if indeed these prices hold. And that's the key question. What's the duration of this war with Iran? How long are the Straits of Hormuz closed, which we often see at least 20% of global oil supplies travel along with liquefied natural gas. All of this could add up to a bit of an energy shock, not just the United States, but in Europe, China, and Japan as well, which import a lot.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all season long. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Just pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats. You know the drill. Points, rebounds, steals, blocks. They got it all on Underdog. Kevin Durant, higher or lower on his points. Alpi Şengün, higher or lower on his points and rebounds. Amin Thompson, higher or lower points plus assists. You can do all of that on Underdog. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You know ball. Go prove it right now. Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older in President, Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MyReset or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. What an exciting time, especially for you HOA people. It is time for you to move on this because spring is coming.
Yes, and those pools are opening up by Memorial Day, so get your furniture in now so we can get it turned around and back to you in time.
What's the turnaround time?
It's going to be about 4 weeks, 3 if we're lucky.
So you got to move now, people, because spring is going to be here before you know it, and you want to be out by the pool. But not only that, what about everything around that pool that you guys can come and fix too?
Yes, so you HOA members, look at your fences, your bridge railings, your light posts. We can come out on site and get those spruced up for you.
Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin at some point. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Welcome. I don't see Caleb Downs as that dynamic difference maker.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
So I don't see him as a top 10 pick.
The Rich Eisen Show. Today's guest, Pro Football Focus lead NFL draft analyst Trevor Sikkema. 8-time Pro Bowl linebacker Von Miller. Actor Dorian Missick. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Welcome this edition of the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. Hey, we're live on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio. What's up, everybody? I just pulled a full-on Chris Berman.
Hey, yeah, you did.
Which is sitting down the second that we're starting on the show. I didn't get a fresh cup of coffee.
Hoskins was like, there's nobody in their seats. I know, we really lost track of time.
I know. What's up, everybody? Hey. We're live here on this franchise tag edition of the program, World Baseball Classic, starting the NBA season, getting red hot. 3 guests. We've got Trevor Sikkema with the first post-combine mock draft of Pro Football Focus. Is Trevor Sikkema is going to join us on the program. And then in hour 3, we've got our a new friend of the program on this show. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Also, we've got Von Miller is going to be on this program. I believe he is zooming in from a vacation after he hung out at the Combine. So he's trying to, I think, become a general manager.
I did see that headline. That's kind of cool.
Did you see all that stuff?
I did see that. He was shadowing some GMs, trying to learn about, the front office workings of the league, and maybe that's a career path in the future for him. I like that.
Why not? 844-204-RICH being the number to dial. Good to see you over there, Jay Felly. How are you?
What's up?
TJ Jefferson, good to see you over there.
What's up, man?
Again, we've got, it's a 3-guest Wednesday, everybody, here on the program. If it wasn't a Wednesday, it's a Tuesday. Dorian Missick is going to be on this program, the actor. We've never had him here in studio. He's going to be here in hour number 3. So we've got all of that going on. He's here in support of his new show, 56 Days, which was released just on February 18th. So it's a new program that you could see on Prime Video. We're going to talk about it with him. He's from, I believe, East Orange, New Jersey, which is only fitting that Del Tufo's not here. So we start this show in 2022.
Oh.
This is when Jet fans were all very excited. If you remember, I spent many a moon on this set saying prior to that draft, there is a cornerback at the University of Cincinnati that I want. I was pounding this table. I spoke Sauce Gardner
You really did.
into existence, okay? I spoke Sauce Gardner into existence, okay? So, and then he gets drafted. And the Jets have 2 first-round picks, and they go ahead and get Garrett Wilson as well. And then they trade back into the first round and get a 3rd first-round pick. Remember that I had Joe Douglas on the program? I'm like, brother, what you just did, you should dine out for free in New York City the rest of your life. Because then in the 2nd round, he goes ahead and drafts Breece Hall. Look at all 4 of those guys, huh? At the time, it's like we got our corner, we got our number 1 wide receiver, we got ourselves a big-time pass rusher, and then we got ourselves a running back to go for it as well. And Breece Hall had like 1st round written all over him. He somehow dropped to the 2nd round, and the Jets grabbed him too. And everybody's like, this is the core 4. That right there. Yada, yada, yada. Cut to right now.
Are any of them still?
Well, it is interesting because, Sauce Gardner gets traded to Indianapolis last year for 2 firsts. And, Quinton Williams wasn't on the screen, but he was drafted just right around then as well. And while we're in Indianapolis, the Jets trade Jermaine Johnson away for T'Vondre Sweat. You don't usually trade, pass rushers for defensive tackles, but the Cowboys showed you can do that and get away with it.
Worked out.
Ish.
We'll see.
And then, word is, what are they going to do with Breece Hall? Can't let him walk. Would they potentially trade him? They were kept saying, we're going to sign him, we're going to try and at least franchise tag him. And, being a fan of the Jets, you got to sit around going, do you really? Are you gonna? We don't still have a quarterback, because that's what you said back then when you had all four of those guys. Like, who's the quarterback? Okay, Zach Wilson, let's go. Year later, they try Aaron Rodgers. That doesn't work out for after 2 years. They're still wondering who the quarterback is there in New York. And to the credit of the front office, they decided to go ahead and franchise tag him today. And sure enough, Breece Hall isn't going anywhere, at least for 1 year. And it's a $14.293 million tag. It's the non-exclusive. The exclusive tag's a little bit even higher, to the point where, the league doesn't even really disseminate that publicly, or at least in the media. You don't even see what the exclusive franchise tag is. Bottom line is, the non-exclusive means the Jets only lose him if somebody offers him a contract and you let him walk and they give you 2 first-rounders. That's not happening for a running back. So, Breece Hall's not going anywhere, and now the Jets will have to try and come to a long-term agreement with Breece Hall. And if they do that, I would counsel to say they do it fast, because Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson are up for contracts. And so is Kenneth Walker III. He's the Super Bowl MVP, and it seems like the Seahawks are ready to let him walk, that they're not going to slap him with the franchise tag. As you know, franchise tags are either placed or slapped on somebody. They're placed on somebody if they don't mind, slapped if they do. Breece Hall, you just saw from that tweet, you have no idea what he's really thinking deep down. Does he want to be there? Apparently he does. Frank Reich is the new offensive coordinator there. I saw him in Indianapolis. We're assuming he's going to use Breece Hall to his fullest. Who's the quarterback? The bottom line is, at least the Jets have held on to him and have a top-notch running back who last year, despite having nothing going for them last year on offense, the New York Jets still got a season out of Breece Hall that is worthy of his contract, or at least the money that he's going to be paid, $14 million, 1,065 yards, career high on a 3-14 team. How does that work? So half of the young core 4 is still with the team. And the Jets are still asking their fans to trust the process of turning all the draft choices and all the choices that they made about trading away Sauce and trading away Quinnen Williams and trading away Jermaine Johnson. In that process, you must trust. We'll see what happens. Second overall pick. What does this mean? It certainly means, as I love Jeremiah Love, he's not going to be second overall. That's for sure. Because you don't go ahead and franchise tag Breece Hall and choose a running back second overall. Nor do you really want to choose a running back second overall sometimes, because it may not work out more often than not. Speaking of. 1 year later in New York City, the New York Giants, the Jets, co-tenants, they have a decision to make. Do they pay their quarterback long-term? Can they get a long-term deal with him? Can they do that? If not, do they franchise tag him? And if they do that, that means that there's a free agent for a crucial piece of an offense as well. Do you pay this guy a long-term deal, or do you franchise tag him and get your quarterback under contract? How do you keep both? You don't want one walking. You want the quarterback and a crucial piece of the offense to somehow stay put. And the Giants could not come to an agreement with Saquon Barkley and franchise tagged him and paid Daniel Jones long term. This coming off of the 2022 playoff season in which their new head coach, Brian Daboll, was coach of the year. Daniel Jones looked like Colin Kaepernick in Green Bay when he visited Minnesota on a playoff Sunday and destroyed them with Saquon Barkley, only to go to Philadelphia and get curb stomped and have this decision placed in front of him. Do you believe in Daniel Jones enough to give him a long-term contract? Do you franchise tag him? Or do you turn to a crucial piece of the offense and say, let's long-term you and franchise tag the quarterback? Because we don't know what we have in him. We've only seen 1 year from him. What do? We all know the Giants chose door number, pay Daniel Jones long-term, franchise tag Saquon Barkley, and we all know that was a brutal decision that cost them years and eventually led to Saquon walking and winning a Lombardi Trophy with a 2,000-yard rushing season for their hated rivals down the turnpike. Chris Ballard, at this very moment, wherever he is in Indianapolis, has got a decision to make about, guess who? Daniel Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And the other crucial piece of the offense that he's got to deal with is Alec Pierce, the wide receiver from Cincinnati, one of our glue guys, I think, from back in the day. And Alec Pierce just had a 1,000-yard receiving season and a career-high 47 catches. And is, if you recall, was a waiver wire darling for some people in fantasy because he would have some weeks where he didn't catch it, and he would have some weeks where all he would do is get one chunk play after another, and Daniel Jones would go up top to this guy.
Yep.
So what do? What does one do? Because the franchise tag for a quarterback is $43, wait for it, $1 million. And the franchise tag for wide receiver is, wait for it, $27 million. Now, you can do what everybody's expecting Chris Ballard to do, which is transition tag Daniel Jones, which is $37 million, $6 million less. You can get some quality players or one quality player for that extra $6 million. But you would also allow Daniel Jones to become a free agent at the same time, seeking a long-term deal somewhere else that you do have a right to match. And if you don't, you lose him for nothing. You do that, you could lose Alec Pierce for nothing, too. This is what faces Chris Ballard in the next few hours. What does one do? What one would probably want to do, I would think, is to get Alec Pierce signed long-term and see what Daniel Jones has got for that one more year coming off an Achilles injury. Don't forget, the Giants saw their decision was made off of watching him win a playoff game. And like I said, Colin Kaepernick in Green Bay, that's all they were doing was either running it or throwing it with Daniel Jones. He was stellar in that playoff game. This one, he was stellar for a half a year, only to pop his Achilles after the team began to stumble a little bit, run a little bit out of gas. And then now the decision needs to be made. You're going to sign him long-term and then franchise tag Alec Pierce and pay him $27 million? You're already making that face about that's not what you're going to do. But the interesting thing is here is, unlike the last time this decision was made involving the Giants and Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley with a franchise tag. By the way, the difference between the franchise tag for Breece Hall this year in 2026 of 1 year, $14.2 million. Saquon's franchise tag was $10 million. Could you imagine? You imagine that? And so the reason why I'm bringing all this up is because if Daniel Jones walks, he is the big stone in the ripple of the quarterback pond this year. I understand what I'm about to say. Similar to Matthew Stafford last year. Remember Matthew Stafford? Is he sticking with the Rams or not? Because if he doesn't and he goes somewhere else, boy, does that create this massive ripple effect that does involve Aaron Rodgers, that involves, obviously, the Rams. What do? What do you do if you're, who else was he knocking on the door of? The Steelers, the Giants. Remember the Giants were knocking on Stafford's door?
Thought they were getting him.
But this year, Daniel Jones is coming off of half a season of a non-playoff team that fell apart after he got hurt. And I'm telling you, if he's free and everybody thinks he's healthy, they're going to go after him. And that's going to create a ripple effect of Daniel Jones being cut free, coming off of an Achilles injury, along with Kyler Murray, along with Tua Tagovailoa, along with Kirk Cousins, along with Derek Carr, whatever's going on with him and his shoulder. And I bet you Daniel Jones and Malik Willis, Daniel Jones would be the first stop for a lot of teams that are looking for a quarterback, including potentially, who knows, Minnesota, that wanted him last year at this time to stay. And he did the Sam Darnold plan, was like, I'm not sticking around here just to watch J.J. McCarthy over my shoulder. Now everybody thinks it's a different situation with J.J. McCarthy up in Minnesota. This is a big decision that Chris Ballard has over the next few hours. And it's kind of crazy how the Jets franchise tag one of their core four from years ago, half of which they've gotten rid of and traded away. And that was the draft that was supposed to launch 1,000 playoff seasons for the Jets.
Yep.
Instead of 1,000 memes of kids saying he hates the team.
I hate this team.
I hate this team.
And then the Giants then that year make the playoffs, creating a conundrum involving Daniel Jones and the top offensive player on the team. And what do? Sign one long-term, franchise the other, let them both go? What do you do? It's amazing how 4 years later this happens on the same day. Let's take a break. Here on the program, we talk about the latest in all of the franchise tag decisions. There's one that's just apparently been made, one that I just made reference to. We'll hit on that. Also, Trevor Sikkema of the Pro Football Focus team, he's come up with his first, I haven't seen too many mock drafts post-combine. This one is interesting. Now that we've seen all the workouts, he's next. That's next. Von Miller also still to come here on this Rich Eisen Show. I'm not going anywhere. Hopefully you won't as well.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taqueria Sarandas. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taqueria Sarandas has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taqueria Sarandas, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEAT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEAT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEAT.
Hey guys, it's Joe. Today, Flight by Yingling, proud partner of the Dallas Stars, will be at McIntyre's in Webster on the NASA Parkway. Stop by, register to win their flyaway trip, and snag some exclusive Flight by Yingling gear.
Feel the beauty, feel the peace at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 248243, Equal Housing Lender.
Houston's only FM sports station, ESPN 97.5.
Here on our simulcast here on the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio. Joining us here, he's fresh off of his first mock draft since the Combine, which caught our eye. And the only thing better than his football acumen is his hairline that would prevent him from being part of the Tennessee Titans franchise. Trevor Sikkema from Pro Football Focus here on the program. What's up, Trevor? How are you, sir?
I'm glad I didn't grow up a Tennessee Titans fan with aspirations to be a member of the coaching staff, because you're right. This would be it would be tough times for me right now. I'd be down on my luck, but I appreciate you guys having me on. I always enjoy joining.
I always enjoy being joined by you, and Chris Brockman and I can talk to Saleh. If you need any if that's part of your plan. Obviously, I think you're in a good place.
I appreciate it. By the way, Chris, is that a Family Feud name tag you have right there?
Yeah,
it is a Family Feud name tag. Correct.
I noticed that as you guys were chit chatting before I popped on it. I got a lot of respect for that. Having that and then showing that off in the show. That's a rare piece of memorabilia. Right?
It is.
That's great, my friend.
TJ's got a Price is Right. We're hitting all the game shows.
Yeah.
Wow.
Price is Right and Family Feud.
Yeah. Sadly, though, a lot of parting gifts for us rather than anything else.
I played great.
I played great.
Trevor Sikkema here from Pro Football Focus on the Rich Eisen Show. Your mock draft coming out of the Combine has Fernando Mendoza 1, Arvell Reese 2. And look at the 4th spot, Sonny Styles to the Tennessee Titans. Where was Styles before the Combine for you in the pecking order?
I felt as though Styles was one of the best prospects in this class before the Combine. But entering Combine week, it kind of felt like, all right, the earliest range that we would talk about him was 5 to the Giants. And even then, it's like, do you take a linebacker that early kind of a thing? So I think the earliest that you would have seen is number 5. Guys, I'm going to be honest. I think 5's the floor now. I think if he is on the board, he doesn't get past the New York Giants. Given everything that he could be for that defense, how he transforms, what the rest of the guys are doing. I mean, when I watch Sonny Styles tape, not only am I impressed individually with what he's able to do, but you just got to think about that defense. Think about how Caleb Downs is running all over the place, making different plays. He's a free safety, strong safety, slot defender, sometimes like that pseudo linebacker type of role. Think of Arvell Reese as well. Dude's all over the field. Looks like an apex predator the way that he's playing on and off the ball. You only get to do that. You only get to have that kind of freedom if Sonny Styles is sitting right there in the middle. And you know exactly where he's going to be and that he's going to be not only efficient, but somebody who athletically is so gifted to see things before it's going to happen, but also have the athleticism to get to the ball when it gets to the line of scrimmage. That, to me, is a defense-changing player. And I think I understand the positional value argument of linebackers in a vacuum overall. But you talk about players who are as good as Sonny Styles is, this isn't on the same plane. We're not having the same conversation. We're talking about a Fred Warner type of ceiling of what you could be for an NFL team. That, to me, is how good Sonny Styles is. He's not as good when it comes to the drop back coverage thing as Fred Warner was when he was coming out. But, man, you look at everything that he brings to the table and how athletic he is and how you could teach him a lot of that stuff. I just think the sky's the limit. I have a hard time thinking he gets out of the top 5 now.
Why do you think the Jets choose Arvell Reese over everybody else not named Fernando Mendoza?
I think the scheme change kind of goes into this a little bit, right? Leaning a little bit more towards an odd front defense, which makes a lot of sense, right? Because even the first year of Aaron Glenn, they're running a lot more even front defensive stuff. Robert Saleh, he did that a lot when he was the head coach there because that's a lot of what his defense is predicated around, getting home with 4, having 4 down linemen. And to be honest with you, Quinnen Williams was their guy. They had Quinnen Williams, and Quinnen Williams is a phenomenal 3-technique defensive tackle. When you have a great 3-tech, a lot of times you're running and even front defense. Well, now they trade him away in the middle of the year last year. And now you're changing things around. I think the last couple of months has given them the opportunity to say, all right, blank canvas. What do we want this front to be? And I think it sounds like they're leaning a lot more towards those odd front defenses, and you get to do that when you have a nose tackle that you really like. They trade Jermaine Johnson for T'Vondre Sweat. That leans into that a lot. So with Sweat now as sort of that interior defensive line centerpiece, to me, it's like, all right, what exactly is Will McDonald going to be? Because remember, Will McDonald played a lot of 4-eye defensive end in an odd front defense when he was at Iowa State. So he's played a lot of that in his college days. He plays a little bit more as a traditional outside linebacker pass rusher for you with the Jets. But do you want another player like that? Are you trying to get faster? And for me, Reese sort of is what they want to do. It just feels as though that is where they are going. I want to be clear. I'd be taking Ruben Bain here. I like Ruben Bain more than I like Arvell Reese, especially with Reese sort of declaring himself as an edge rusher. However, the scheme that the Jets play feels like it lends itself a little bit more to who Arvell Reese is as an athlete and a football player.
All right, so you are not concerned about Ruben Bain's arm length, Trevor?
I'm not. At all. I'm really not. And the reason why is because he doesn't win with length. I think when you have the length conversation when it comes to pass rushers, defensive linemen specifically, it's worth having, right? Because as a prerequisite on a general playing field, bigger athletes are going to win more often. And so with that being the case, you always want guys who are a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, have that length to them, especially when it comes to the trenches. But it's not like Ruben Bain's out here winning a ton with a long arm move or executing length as the main way that he wins as a pass rusher. That's not the case. That's not how he's winning. So I don't have to sit here and say, well, the shorter arms aren't really going to translate for how he won in college to how he won at the NFL level. He won in college football with leverage, leg strength, excellent hand usage, violent and fast hands at that, a great pass rush arsenal, really great counters. I mean, he was coached by the Hall of Famer Jason Taylor for 3 years down there at Miami. He knows what he's doing. You watch Ruben Bain, there's no fat to trim on his pass rush reps. I mean, it is as efficient as it gets. And in fact, I would tell you that the way that Ruben Bain often gets off of offensive tackles who maybe do wrangle him up a little bit, get an arm, maybe on the shoulder pad or on the inside, maybe have some control over him, the way the way that he discards those blocks is he uses leverage and leg strength to do that. That little hump move that Reggie White used to do all the time that he was very famous for, that's a lot of what Ruben Bain does when he's trying to get off the blocks. And I would tell you guys that it's even better to have shorter arms when that is how you disengage blocks. So I'm not worried about Ruben Bain at all whatsoever. I think he's a hell of a football player, and that's going to continue in the NFL.
Trevor Sikkema, Pro Football Focused NFL analyst. You have Carnell Tate, 5th to the Giants. Why do you have John Harbaugh's first pick as the Giants HC being this stellar wide receiver? By the way, that's 3 Ohio State players in the top 5.
I know. I know you don't like seeing that, so right. I'm sorry about that there. But look, when it comes to Carnell Tate, I still think that he would be a worthy selection as a top 10 overall pick and potentially the number 1 wide receiver in this class. And I think especially when you talk about the New York Giants as a landing spot, Malik Neighbors, everything that he could do, not just underneath, but also vertically, and pairing that with what Jackson Dart loves to do well, what he did so well when he was at Ole Miss in Lane Kiffin's system, what we saw him do really well last year as well. Be somebody who can complement the run game, but then as the defense starts to creep up, right? Because the more you run those option and RPO sets, the more that you're really moving the ball on the ground. Okay, well, defense has got to creep up a little bit. Okay, you got to get more guys in the box, and when you do that, it's when you hit them over the top. And when you have 2 guys like Carnell Tate and Malik Neighbors to be able to throw the ball to vertically, you feel pretty good about it. Now, Sonny Styles wasn't on the board in this situation. Francis Mauigoa off the board in this situation. I think free agency is really going to give us a much clearer picture of what the Giants might do at number 5 because they've potentially got corner needs, potentially have offensive line needs. We'll see how they view this team in this overall roster. But Carnell Tate in this offense specifically and what he did as a vertical wide receiver this past year showcased the type of ability that you would love to pair with Malik Neighbors and put in that offense with Jackson Dart as their quarterback.
Let's talk Trevor Sikkema here on the program. Let's talk Jeremiah Love. You have him landing 8 to the Saints, which means he's so close to that Chiefs pick that a lot of people were sharpening him into prior to the combine. I don't know. I kind of feel like the Browns sitting there at 6, even the Giants at 5. Someone might get itchy for Love and trade up to go grab him. And the Giants could still potentially get the players that you have in your mock draft and Tate and Monroe Freeling for the Giants and Browns respectively. What do you think about this? I know you don't usually do trades for a mock draft. I'll give you the floor on Love.
Sure. Yeah, I think that Love's range, now I wouldn't be doing this, but this is sort of what I've heard at the Combine and after the Combine. Sounds like Love's range starts even at 3 overall to the Arizona Cardinals. I heard some people talking about him going as high as number 3. Now, I wouldn't be doing that because Arizona's got to fix their offensive line before they invest a lot in a top-flight running back. I know we all love to talk about the skill position players, but in my opinion, I think the Arizona Cardinals have multiple holes on their offensive line that they got to fill and they got to upgrade before they feel like they have the freedom to draft a running back very high. But that is what I've heard, so I feel like it's my responsibility to at least talk about that scenario there. But getting into a little bit more of a realistic scenario, what you talked about there, Giants at 5, Browns at 6. I think these are 2 teams that would be pretty happy with a variety of different options of the guys that are sort of in that next clump of players right outside of the top 5. I agree with you. I think that they could absolutely be teams that they could trade down with, they feel good about. I mean, the Chiefs popping up. Maybe the Chiefs feel like, oh, boy, we've got to jump the Saints. I'm not going to lie. Maybe the Saints feel like, oh, we got to jump the Commanders for Jeremiah Love. I feel like I've heard that connection as well, with him potentially being somebody to infuse a ton of talent in that backfield. Jeremiah Love, while he was at the Combine, was even talking about the idea of him and Jaden Daniels being a backfield pairing in Washington. And that's a lot of athletic ability, and that's really tough to cover for any defense. So there's no doubt about it. I think Jeremiah Love is locked himself into a top 10 overall selection. It feels like it might be destiny, though, for him to go number 8. I mean, Christian McCaffrey went number 8. Bijan Robinson goes number 8. So maybe that's just the spot that good running backs go, you know?
That could be. Stellar running backs, to say the least. All right, then looking at the middle round, interestingly enough, the Jets choose Arvell Reese, not David Bailey, and then you have the Dolphins winding up with David Bailey for the first pick there for the Jeff Hafley era. And then you have the Cowboys in their double dip at 12 and 20 going secondary. Dylan Thieneman, he looked terrific at the Combine. And A.J. Terrell's brother, his Combine was terrific. TJ, I know you're making a face right there. You don't like that idea?
Well, no, I got new glasses, so it wasn't a face. I was squinting to see the monitor.
Okay.
I just kind of feel like, switching to the 3-4, I was hoping we get some linemen up in there. But anything we do on defense, Trevor's going to be better than what we had last year. So
yeah, and I think the reason why I ended up gravitating towards that is I felt like I liked those outside linebacker pass rushers, maybe the idea of them. I guess it's sort of like day 3, because the Cowboys, they have the 2 fixed picks in the first round. They don't pick in the second round. They don't pick in the third round. But I wonder if they would feel like they have the opportunity to move up a little bit later in the draft, maybe pop back into the day 2 range. I also typically go with a defensive lineman at some point for the Dallas Cowboys, either at 12 or 20, because it's kind of hard to expect them to get a difference-making player if they don't take him in the first round with one of those 2 picks. I wonder if they're a trade-down candidate at 12 or 20 because of those 2 things. But the secondary's got to get a lot better for Dallas. And I think this scenario really was, to me, just one that it was best player available at that point. I mean, we've got David Bailey's off the board, Akeem Mesdor's off the board, Cassius Howell's off the board, right? If those guys are available, I'd consider them at number 20. But Avion Terrell, he's too good of a football player. I think he's an absolute dog. You can play inside and out for you. You get that flexibility with Deron Bland, and then going up to number 12 with Dylan Thieneman. Guys, I feel like Dylan Thieneman deserves to be talked about as a top 12 overall pick, not just some guy who, he had a really good combine. Let's think about him at the back end of the first round. This dude's a legit football player. In the first 2 years that he played at Purdue, especially that true freshman season, elite coverage grade as a single high cover 1. You've got to do it all on the back end type of a safety. Second year, they were playing him at a little bit different of a role, so he wasn't as impactful. But you go back to Oregon this past season, and you see the athleticism in a little bit of a different way, more of a downhill way. When people test really well in the secondary, specifically at safety, a lot of times you focus on coverage, right? The range in coverage, what they could be in coverage. You got to emphasize the range that Dylan Thieneman has in run defense. The way that this guy can get from a deep safety spot to filling the run at the line of scrimmage is so fast, so explosive, so precise, so efficient that there are just not many guys that can run full speed and yet be a sound tackler, still line you up in between the shoulders and bring you down. When we talk about Dylan Thieneman, it is not just a coverage thing with his athleticism. It is an overall play style. It's why he had a ton of tackles over the last couple of years, specifically this past year at Oregon. I think that he is well worth that 12th overall pick for Dallas.
Could be your Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell draft just in a reverse order.
Yeah, how about that?
You never know.
Yeah,
you sold me, Trev. You sold me.
On the last third, some interesting names. Trevor Sikkema, you have the Steelers going for Ty Simpson, 21st overall. Why is that?
Yeah, so I want to be very clear. I like Ty a lot. Halfway through the college football season, I had him as my QB1 in this class, even above Fernando Mendoza. Now, Mendoza, obviously, the consistency, the highs in winning the national championship, that vaults him up to that number 1 overall selection and how he played. But Simpson, through the first 9 games, you got to remember, these are the first 9 games that he started. He's a first-year starter. The way that he was able to command the pocket, how he would make protection calls at the line of scrimmage, how I'd watch him go through the progressions of a three-layered read, a sail concept to his right. Okay, all 3 of those guys are covered. The defense sold out for that concept. That means the backside dig over the middle of the field is open. Let me get to that. The amount of times that he was able to do that was so impressive for a year one starter. Second half of the season, struggled under pressure a little bit, and he played hurt. So I think that goes into it as well. But when I watch the best of Ty Simpson, and I don't even mean that just a cherry pick, I mean showing what a guy can do, which is what scouting is all about. I see a starting caliber NFL quarterback. I really do. And so I don't know if the Steelers are going to consider him there at number 21, but I kind of had him go at that point because I think he's going to be a mid to first round pick. I think that at the very least, a team at the top of the second round is going to look to jump up like the Giants did with Jackson Dart to get that fifth-year option for him because he just feels like a player. And Rich, I know you know this because you were in the booth, watching all the throws from Simpson. Simpson was impressive to me at the Combine. Yep. It's a little piece of the pie, sure, but for a guy to get dropped in an unfamiliar environment, throwing to wide receivers he's never thrown to before, and to be as accurate and as clean as he was, specifically with a handful of those deep throws, that's really impressive to me. And that showcases a guy who can not only learn on the fly, but has a lot of natural athletic ability when it comes to the accuracy portion of playing the position.
And then at 22 overall, brother, if Venga Ioane is available for Jim Harbaugh to put next to Rashawn Slater on the line of a returning Joe Alt,
right?
Oof, for Mike McDaniel to bring his run scheme there, he might run the card in from across the street all the way to Pittsburgh. Do you think that's possible?
I certainly think it's possible. Wow. Now, Vega could go a little bit higher than this, but I think that they'll have options. I mean, to be honest with you, with the Chargers at 22, I look at four players in particular. One of them is Vega Ioane. The other one's Spencer Fano, who I think could be a fantastic guard at the NFL level. I know there's questions for tackle, but, man, I think he'd be a fantastic guard, especially – you talk about a Mike McDaniel offense where he's likely to get to the sideline and he likes to get his offensive lineman on the hoof. I mean, he's fantastic in that regard. Emmanuel Pregnon from USC still, I think, is one of the top zone blocking offensive guards in this class. And then Caleb Banks is kind of the wild card. I think they'd take Caleb Banks if he gets to 22, but I don't think he gets to 22. All that to say, getting back to Vega Ioane, not just a people mover, not just somebody who can really help out Mike McDaniel's run game there in Los Angeles. I think he's one of the best pass protectors of any offensive lineman in this draft. Love his handwork, love his balance. I mean, there are so many times where I watched him this past year where, okay, the hands go up, he tries to get the first punch on somebody, and the defensive lineman will, he'll break the wrist, he'll break the forearms, whatever it is. And then just the way that Vega stays patient, stays balanced, resets those hands inside. I mean, it just gave so many pass rushers fits. I could tell he was getting on defensive linemen's last damn nerve with how quick his hands were to reset and how he was able to be so consistent as a pass blocker as much as a good run blocker as well. So I think that we saw what happened to Justin Herbert this past season. The interior offensive line was not good enough with the Chargers, and this guy would immediately give them some good juice in that area.
Doubt. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah, Trevor, was showing footage of him getting to the second level, searching for someone to hit, and I was frightened sitting in the booth. He's pretty amazing, and if the Chargers wind up with him. And Brockman, look how close Trevor thinks you're going to get to Sadiq or Stowers, man, at the Patriots spot.
I saw that yesterday.
That's close.
It's
I
close.
mean, that's close enough for you to pop up. But Sadiq to the Niners, why is that? Because you think, obviously, you got Kittle with an Achilles pop, and you add him, and obviously Kittle and Sadiq when they're both healthy, look out. Like, is that what you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's the first phase, right? I mean, like to think of both of these guys on the field. I mean, George Kittle's hard enough to stop, right? And then if you put Kenyon Sadiq as the tight end too, who's next to him, have him as a wing back, an H-back, whatever you want to call it, off the line of scrimmage as a true move player. He can be the split zone blocker for you coming behind the line of scrimmage if you want to run a lot more of those concepts. You feel good about those mid and outside zone concepts again because you got these tight ends that can really block for you out in space. Sadiq hasn't looked like the most natural receiver over the last couple of seasons with Oregon, but you see that athleticism, and man, who better to learn from than one of the best to play the position over the last 2 decades in George Kittle. And so with Kittle getting up there in age, I think that you set up a really, really great pairing where not only does he get to work with Kittle for a little bit, but of course take over for Kittle whenever he decides to retire, which who knows? I mean, Kittle's a maniac in the best way, so maybe that's 10 years from now. But you also, as a plus, have to look at the receiving situation for the Niners. I know some people are gravitating towards them taking a receiver at the back end of the first round because Jawan Jennings is a free agent, Kendrick Bourne's a free agent, Brandon Ayuk's out of there. Obviously, they've already traded Deebo Samuel, so he's not in. He's been long not part of their long-term plans. And you kind of look at it and you go, all right, Slick Rick, it's Ricky Pearsall and Demarcus Robinson. That's about it. So you could lean so much more into the tight end passing game when you have those two tight end concepts and that 12 and 13 personnel that you really love to go to. I just a offensive mind like Kyle Shanahan, having George Kittle and Kenyon Sadiq to work with. I mean, he's already one of the best coaches in the NFL and so hard to cover. But you put that pairing out there, it gets even more difficult.
Great chat, brother. Look for more of my calls. Let's do this more often. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it, Rich. Anytime, my friend.
Everybody check out all of Trevor Sikkema's work, Pro Football Focus, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're back in a second. We got to beat it. That's how long we were chatting. Good stuff.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's tournament time when the most talented teams survive and advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the only place to get mad for all the big games. With over 3,200 square feet of LED screens and the best game day bites, why watch anywhere else? Watch, wager, and win at Louisiana's largest sportsbook. Book your private space today by visiting GoldenNuggetLC.com. Spots are filling fast, and you don't want to miss out. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part free at Green Street with Tom's Validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit Tom'sWatchBar.com/Red Nation rallies. Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Branham here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8, and MonumentChevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale on no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale, new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The greatest insult the Colonel ever suffered was being served a wrap that was just a snack by a friend. So he took 2 crispy tenders, lettuce, tomatoes, and pepper mayo, and wrapped them in a soft tortilla. It wasn't a snack, it was a meal. He called it a twister, and never called that friend again. The Colonel lived, so we could chicken. The Twister, now back at KFC, classic or with bacon. Also try it spicy. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary.
Program back here as one big happy simulcast family on ESPN Radio, Disney Plus, the ESPN app. All reports coming out that there will be no tag forthcoming for the Super Bowl MVP running back of the Seattle Seahawks, Kenneth Walker III, who was the clear MVP of that Super Bowl, unless you wanted to give it to the kicker, Jason Myers.
Or the punter.
Or the punter, right?
Michael Dixon.
But as we all know, those things will never happen in our lifetimes, even though they are Super Bowl MVP-worthy people. So Zach Charbonnet coming off of a knee injury, and Kenneth Walker III being told $14 million for 1 year is too rich for our blood. Looks like John Schneider is going to go shopping at the running back store, either in this year's draft or in free agency, and or getting Kenneth Walker to come back at a more friendly contract if he's so willing, wants to do. Interesting choices to be made right here. But if there's one guy in this league out of the handful that you're like, he knows what he's doing, I don't think there's any Seattle Seahawks fans going, what is John Schneider thinking? Does he have a plan? Does he not know what he's doing? Does he have anybody in mind? Maybe they see somebody on their roster, but it is just a rough and tumble world for running backs, man. I'm looking at the franchise tags for players.
Mm-hmm.
The highest ranked player on the board is quarterbacks at $43 million per.
43.
Next up, you want to guess who it is? Again, it's the top 5 positional salaries or 120% of a previous salary of somebody individually. But these are the top 5, average of the top 5 paid at the position.
Left tackle.
Incorrect. It is wide receiver at $27.2 million. Defensive tackle is $27.1 million.
Jeez.
Linebacker is $26.8. Defensive end is 24.4, but offensive lineman is 25.7. After that, it's cornerback at $21.1 million. After that, it's safety at $20.1 million. After that, it's tight end at $15 million. And then you get to running backs at 14.2. Again, when it all comes down to it, the Super Bowl MVP was the running back, not the quarterback who was properly lionized, and not the offensive player of the year, not even a previous Super Bowl MVP in Cooper Kupp. Come on now. James Cook, Bijan Robinson, Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs. These are all people you need and depend on to run out a clock or give you a crucial score. You could say the biggest play of the Seahawks season, period, was when Zach Charbonnet picked up a 2-point conversion, not thinking.
Oh, but that's anyone.
All right.
Anyone could have done that.
After the running back spot, the only other position lower is kicker and punter of $6.6 million.
That sounds kind of crazy.
It does sound kind of crazy, doesn't it? So, good luck to these running backs, and good luck to Kenneth Walker III in finding the deal that he deserves and feel he deserves.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Hey, Texas hockey fans, Joe George here. Flight by Yingling, proud partner of the Dallas Stars, will be at McIntyre's in Webster on the NASA Parkway today. Stop by, register to win a flyaway trip to see the Stars take on the Philadelphia Flyers on March 29th and snag some exclusive Flight by Yingling gear. The trip includes 2 tickets, airfare, and hotel. Must be 21 or older to enter. Flight by Yingling, proud partner of the Dallas Stars. Enjoy responsibly. DG, Yingling, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints and now recognized by the Michelin Guide. J-Bar M Barbecue is serving up world-class Texas flavor. Sink your teeth into legendary brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue classics. Kick back with $15 buckets of beer and $4 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Unwind with friends at Houston's Michelin-recognized smokehouse, J-Bar M Barbecue at 2201 Leland in the heart of Edo. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Welcome. I don't see Caleb Downs as that dynamic difference maker.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
So I don't see him as a top 10 pick.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, Pro Football Focus lead NFL draft analyst Trevor Sikkema. Coming up, 8-time Pro Bowl linebacker Von Miller. Actor Dorian Missick. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. John Elway's first draft choice at the Denver Broncos back in the day, future Hall of Famer, Super Bowl 50 MVP. Von Miller is going to join us in 20 minutes' time. Apparently, he was at the Combine kicking tires on learning how to be a GM in the league.
Love that.
He's already looking over the steering wheel, one thinks. After 14 years in the league, he's going to join us in about 19 minutes' time. It'll be a great chat with him. The actor Dorian Missick, who's from New Jersey, is coming in studio in hour number 3 in support of his new show that is on Prime Video called 56 Days. He's here on the program, 844-204-RICH being the number to dial here on the show. The top story going into the Combine and coming out of the Combine in terms of the National Football League is something that has not happened yet, okay? It is something that may never happen. It is something that Raider fans like Jay Felly hopes doesn't happen. You have said that if the Raiders trade Max Crosby, you're out.
I'm considering it. I might have to sign my own.
If you could create your own certificate for Jay Felly to tap out of being a Raider fan.
I can't fake notarize my own, but
that's
okay. And again,
dang, Jay,
you know, there's been rumors all over the place that that Crosby told the Raiders, "I'm not playing for you again," which makes little sense when you also factor in that he was at the facility the day that their new head coach Clint Kubiak was brought in and introduced to the media. And he's hanging out around the coffee machine. And I guess, does he like his coffee silver and black? Is that how he likes it? You better hope. Because he is as good as they come still at age 29. And all throughout the Combine, that's all you heard for anybody who was talking about Max Crosby, that there's some there. Every single time we have Tom Pelissero on, there's some there. And so every single time Max Crosby communicates in any way, shape, or form, we in the media begin to read into it. Mm-hmm. And he posted something this morning, this very day. And you better not read into it too much, TJ, because if you do, you're not going to like it, because he used an eagle emoji. Fear less, do more, an eagle, and a diamond.
the hell does that mean?
Great question. Fear less, do more. Now, is an eagle like the animal, the spirit animal?
Like the condor, right? You know, there's no condor.
Okay. I got it. Okay.
Yeah,
there's no condor emoji?
Yes, you got to pick the closest thing to it.
Do me a favor. Right. Do me a favor. Look up, just put in, condor into your phone and see it. Does the eagle come up?
All right, hold on. Let's see.
Because everybody thinks that Howie Roseman's onto him.
Yeah, well, I mean.
Nothing comes up for
nothing does.
So you got to use the next bird.
You want to put in? I mean, what else?
Type in bird. I mean, there's the eagle that's literally flapping his wings.
Right. That you normally see when an Eagle fan uses it. Well, at any rate,
it's either that or he posts like a pigeon. He don't want to post a pigeon.
You're not putting a pigeon?
Nah, put a pigeon up there.
That's an American bird.
Yeah, that's. Don't read too much.
It's a red-blooded avian.
There's like a parakeet now.
You can have a chick. You don't want a chick just hatching. That's not Max Crosby.
Okay. No, that's not Crosby. Penguin. There's a penguin head. Oh, there's a dodo bird.
There's a rooster.
I wonder if he thought of.
There's a lot of new emojis.
All right.
There's an owl.
We're now bird watching.
There's like a phoenix. There's like a red flaming one.
All right. Okay. The question is, what does he want? What does he want? We had Mike Mayock, the man who drafted him in the 4th round yesterday, and at the end of our conversation about the combine, I'm like, well, what do you think about this news that the kid you drafted out of Eastern Michigan might be asking to end his Raiders relationship that you sparked?
With Max, and here's how I feel personally.
Mm-hmm.
I love his loyalty. I love that he's done nothing but tell everybody he wants to be a Raider for life.
Mm-hmm.
I think he felt disrespected at the end when he got shut down, even though there might have been good thoughts from the organization side about that. But I think that bothered him. And what I would love for him more than anything is to finish. I mean, he's 29 years old. How many years did he get? 3, 4, 5, whatever it is left. I want him to finish up like Chris Long did. Chris Long played with the Rams for a lot of years and lost a lot of football games. He signed as a free agent with New England, won a Super Bowl. The next year he signed with Philadelphia, won another Super Bowl. I think Max thirsts for playing in games that matter in January and February.
And that includes games that technically don't matter in the standings, right? Because those games in January, Mike basically mentioning there that we all believe those games towards the end of the season last year where the Raiders were clearly moving on from Pete Carroll and clearly in the mix for the first overall pick, and him clearly, so good even in a potentially physically diminished state, could affect a win. Them telling him we're not playing you created such a rift that's there's some there. And, Mike mentioned how he is 4 years older than Micah Parsons and what the compensation could potentially be for a trade. And Michael, I'd imagine the Raiders would say that compensation is the floor for him. And, you could see in this photograph here of Max Crosby, his inked torso having Kobe and Ali and Jordan on his, I guess, ink biography. That body of work. Thank you, sir. I should turn to the guy who's an actual Raider, an inked Raider over there. His body of work. Thank you, sir.
No better than the rest of us.
The Rich Eisen Show, Max Crosby, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, I'm not deactivating you. We need you.
Appreciate it.
I mean, certainly when Del Tufo deactivates himself the night before. So I digress. Clearly, he's got the fighter mentality, the Mamba mentality, and, it's clear it wasn't just Pete Carroll that might have made that decision. It was clearly somebody that's still around. So they can't just say, we got rid of the people who deactivated you. So with there being a there, normally we do a top 5 list of teams that should trade for some person that might want out or could be had. And for somebody of this caliber, we did this before with Devontae Adams, which is, the top 5 is teams that should trade for Max Crosby. It's your team. All 5 of them. And the one more even is your team.
Just right down the line.
All right?
Familiar to me.
It's your team. Okay, the top 5 teams that should overpay for Max Crosby, though, is a different one than that list. It really is, because some teams aren't close enough to basically say to the Raiders, you say no, I say here's the Godfather offer for you. And so the top 5 teams that should give a Godfather offer and overpay for Max Crosby, presented by Hyundai, hit it.
At 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's top 5.
All right, I understand if I'm putting on this list of top 5 teams that should overpay for Max Crosby, if I'm putting an AFC team on this list, it could be a lot more expensive than an NFC team, because this means you might see him more than once every 4 years, okay? And certainly, I'm not putting, as you might imagine, a single AFC West team on here. That's an immediate hang-up, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like, even if John Spytek, the GM, or Brady himself goes to Mark Davis and say, we recommend this trade, and it's one of the 3 other teams in division, even Mark Davis might turn to Tom Brady and say, what's your malfunction? So number 5 on the list, though, is I'm putting the team with just 30 sacks last year. Second worst in the AFC. Only the Jets' 26 sacks were worse than, believe it or not, the Baltimore Ravens.
Ooh, whoa.
The Ravens had only 30 sacks last year. Yeah. Now, Jesse Minter's coming aboard, and Anthony Weaver's the defensive coordinator, but Minter's going to be the guy calling plays, right? So just imagine what Max Crosby in purple would look like. All right? And certainly if you're trying to get Joe Burrow behind that offensive line on the ground, number 98 in your program, number 1 in your Ballmer heart, I think that would be an interesting move. Certainly if the Ravens are offering 14th overall in the package. Now, that might be too rich for Eric DeCosta's blood, but hey, man.
That'd be nice.
30 sacks last year? That's not Ravens-like at all. Number 4 on the list. This team was last in the league in sacks. Last with 20. 20 sacks. And they damn near were the 1 seed in the NFC anyway. The 49ers had 20 sacks last year. 2-0. Now, in the same way that telling Mark Davis, hey, we got an AFC West team in the mix, I don't know if his former Bay Area mate is something that he would countenance. The Niners might have to overpay. But what about Bosa and Crosby on the same line?
Oof.
Thoughts?
Scary.
Now
you're talking.
Or the Niners might be, we had 20 sacks last year. Did you see what happened to Nick Bosa? Did you see what happened to Fred Warner? We're just going to have him back. We're not flipping draft choices for Max Crosby. We don't have the cap room for it. We're not even going to try to figure out the cap room for it. Guess what? Our quarterback isn't the last pick in the draft anymore. He's now at the top of the food chain. Just got to think about it. Him and Bosa together. Look out, Matthew Stafford and Sam Darnold. Number 3 on the list is my last AFC team, 35 sacks, which is low down the list. Chris, it's your team.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
it's your team.
Struggled getting after the quarterback last year.
Dude, him and Milton Williams and Barmore, and now we're talking, right?
Landry.
Now we're talking.
Jason comes back. Be nice.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
It's especially since you're down second to last.
Yeah.
You know?
I would hate you.
You could come to the dark side.
You could come to the dark side.
Maybe I'll just follow him wherever he goes.
Technically, he's already on the dark side.
Yeah, that's true.
The dark side, right?
Yeah, 31. It would have to be a lot. A few more extra picks thrown in there.
Of course. That's why I'm talking about overpaying, the Godfather offer here for Max Crosby. Number 2 on the list is the number of fans that came up to me at the Combine and said, please tell me this is possible. 35 sacks as well. All the last 3 teams have 35 sacks last year. The Chicago Bears.
Mm-hmm. The Bears.
Sending Max Crosby to Chicago. Putting him on that defensive line. They got a lot going on there. They don't have a single safety on their roster right now that's currently under contract. Okay? So what do you do? Maybe you load up on defense. You draft one of these kids with your remaining draft choices. That's safety, a very deep pool. And get Max Crosby as a monster. Put the monster back in the midway while you're still in the midway before you go to Indiana. You know, I mean, Bears fans nonstop. All those Bears fans in the state of Indiana already there. They were like, please tell me this is true. Number one on the list, the team that should make the Godfather offer.
Let's go.
You bet. It is.
Oh,
say my name. Say my.
The kid from
definitely hate you.
The kid from Colleyville, Texas. He's from Texas. I bet you the kid. What did he root? Did he root for the Cowboys growing up? I bet you can find that information. We could ask him next time we speak to him. Dallas Cowboys, man, do it.
Bust the budget.
Do it. Bust the budget.
That's the.
Go ahead and do it.
Bust the budget.
BT,
do it. Do it. Quinnen Williams and Max Crosby on the same line. Go do some damage with Kenny Clark.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. You got the offense all settled. You got the play caller as your coach. Put Max with the star on the side of his helmet. Go have him go hunt Jalen Hurts. Dare Jaden Daniels to come out of the backfield.
I wish he would.
Dare Jackson Dart to be aggressive on third down running the football.
You better not.
That's it, man. That's the team that you make the Godfather offer. Do it now.
What a great list, Rich. I mean,
that's my top 5 teams that should make the Godfather offer.
One more.
Oh, okay.
All right, we'll get one more.
Okay. Speaking of Godfather offer, the team that already got Micah Parsons. Go ahead, keep going.
Oh.
Keep going, like Frank Pantangeli once said.
Let's hit them all now while we got the muscle.
Hit them all while you got the muscle.
I don't like that.
That's what. All right, that's just to throwing it out there so I could play the Frank Pantangeli soundbite for a Godfather offer.
Just stop
the one more. I did not.
That's my boy. What better way to tell Joe Burrow, we see you? What better way to tell Joe Burrow that we see you than this?
Come on, Rich.
I know they're not going to do
Stop it.
I know they got Trey Hendrickson already lined up for a 1 year.
Trey back or
I don't know. Or you don't. Or you don't.
It'd be better with both.
I don't know. Who knows, man? What better way to tell Joe Burrow, we get you, we see you, we got you? Then we're going to splash. We give you your receivers. You got Chase Brown. We'll get you this, and then we'll draft O-lineman. I don't know. I mean, while I'm going off the board here, let's do it. And that's my top 5 teams that should make the Godfather offer for Max Crosby. Brought to you by Hyundai. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. You know what? Let's ask Von Miller. He wants to be a GM in the league, apparently. He knows what it's like to have quality pass rush, needing it. Von Miller, future Hall of Famer, in front of the program next. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like roadside assistance.
Oh, yeah, Progressive offers that.
Great. Do you have plans Saturday? My cousin canceled, and I'd love to have someone to ride with.
Actually, we just do insurance, not riding buddies.
Cool, let's meet at noon. Actually, scratch that. 10 a.m., you and me, breakfast at a diner.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
Okay, so if you beat me there, get me the Lumberjack Special. We can share.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 50% off installation and no interest, no payments for 12 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends March 31st, 2026.
Property taxes keep going up, and protesting your taxes on your own is a complicated endeavor that takes a lot of time. That's why you need OwnWell. Sign up in just 3 minutes and see how much OwnWell can save you. They make saving money on property taxes easy every year. Don't have to go to some hearing. You don't have to hire lawyers that are looking for everything they can bill. All you need is 3 minutes to sign up for OwnWell, and they're going to start saving you money. I used OwnWell last year. Couldn't be happier. happier. Went to the website, ownwell.com, signed up in no time, and they email me updates every step of the way until the final email revealing my savings. I'm excited to use Ownwell again this year because of those compound savings. Ownwell has an 88% success rate in reducing properties. 140,000 Houston properties use Ownwell, and new customers can expect to save on average almost $800 a year. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com, and let them know I sent you when you complete your sign up at ownwell.com.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. I think commercials suck for the most part, so I want to make sure that this commercial is awesome. We make documentary films like you see on Netflix, but for sort of regular folks like your dad or maybe you for your kids. Now, I know that bats and ancient Rome and like penguins are all cool documentary subjects, but one on your mom would be way better. YourHeritageFilm.com.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars that Give Me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Houston, if you're looking for a weekend getaway, Two Creeks Crossing Resort has something for everyone. Want adventure? Try kayaking, pickleball, or hiking their 82-acre property. More of a chill by the pool with a drink type? They've got an ice house and amazing views. From glamping to cabins to tree houses, you'll find the perfect stay. All just 90 minutes from Houston. Plan your trip now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Trust me, you'll love it. twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Hi, my name is Lisa. When my mom passed away, I inherited her house in Houston. I thought I could handle it, but it quickly became too much. The tenants stopped paying, the house needed work, the mortgage kept piling up on top of my own. I didn't know how to handle the paperwork or even where to start. I was terrified I was going to lose the house my mom worked her whole life for. Then I called Sean and his team at Greenlight Offer. They stepped in and handled everything. They handled the probate, dealt with the lender we were delinquent with, took care of the tenant situation, and walked me through every single step. Within weeks, we had closed a house, cash in my pocket, and a peace of mind I didn't think was possible.
Houston, it's your guy Sean with Greenlight Offer. Inherited houses, bad tenants, behind on payments, vacant houses. We buy it all and help sellers like Lisa every single week. No repairs, no clean out, and no fees. We'll handle the paperwork and get you to the closing table. Even pay for movers at no cost to you. Call us at 832-779-5000. That's greenlightoffer.com. Quick, fair, and local. Let's get your Greenlight number today. That's 832-779-5000. Woo!
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
The other team.
That's Von Miller here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience has just returned. And Von, you're fresh back from the Combine, correct? You were there? in Indianapolis?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was in Indy.
Okay. Before we get to why you were in Indy this time around, your first time in Indianapolis, what was your combine like back in the day, your experience, Vaughn?
For me, participating in the combine, I felt at home. You know, I ran track. I've been to several track meets, and that felt like a huge track meet. A lot of hurry up and wait. I was used to that type of environment from running track in high school and before. So going to Indy as a participant, I felt at home. You know, I was used to the hurry up and wait type of vibe. I was used to running. I was used to being having to be ready to go whenever they call you. So I was used to the combine, and I think it showed while I was there.
Well, did you meet with Elway when you were there? Did you have a meeting with him, like an actual 15-minute sit down?
So
official?
I did. I met with the Denver Broncos. I do remember this. I met with the Denver Broncos. I think this was John Elway's first year as a GM. And, you know, we had a room full of guys. Dennis Allen was the defensive coordinator. Coach Fox, he was the head coach. And then there was another guy in the room that was shadowing Elway. His name was John Lynch. And, you know, a year later, John Lynch got the GM job for the San Francisco 49ers. So that had intrigued me from, you know, the get-go. So whenever I'm going through my career and I'm thinking about what I want to do next, I want to be the guy, you know, shadowing Elway next time.
So did you shadow anybody this time around?
I didn't shadow. It's so many things that you can get from being at the combine. All the agents are there. All the scouts are there. All the top front office guys on each and every team are there. So there are multiple ways that, you know, I can build relationships and just kind of work my way up the ladder. I'm still playing. That's the trick. It's all type of red tape that you got to go through while being an athlete and being at the combine. I'm not sure why it's like that, but it's rules in place. So whenever I'm done playing, I have, you know, a better route. I have better connections, and I have better vision on what goes on at the combine to kind of, you know, show my path to being a GM.
Okay, so you took notice in your meeting with Elway that John Lynch, future Hall of Famer, is in there. And you remembered that at the time, or were you thinking at the time, oh, that's John Lynch, this may be something I need to keep in my mind's eye for later on in my life and my career?
No, you know, I had been a fan of the 97, 98 Denver Broncos. So at the particular time, at that time, I did not know what was going on. I'm just, you know, kid out of Texas A&M, meeting with teams. But I had noticed that. And 2 years later, the GM job for the San Francisco 49ers opened and John Lynch got it. So I just kind of put two and two together. And, you know, as my career progressed, I was like, man, you know, how do I make that happen for myself? So that's just things I try to pay attention to. Follow guys' routes to being the head guy on some of these football teams. I don't want to limit myself either, though. If it's an opportunity to be team president, if it's an opportunity to be assistant GM, it really doesn't matter to me. I just need a way in, and I'll work my way from there.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Matt Ryan right now, right? I mean, he's the latest to I guess go from playing to media to being a team president. So what were you doing at the combine this year to rub elbows or glean anything for your future, Vaughn?
Basically, my vision, how I looked at it, I just kind of like, I was there observing. I met with a lot of scouts this time. The first time I went in 2023, I had met with some future GMs. Crazy thing about 2023, I was there meeting with guys, and I had met with Adam Peters. He was still with the San Francisco 49ers at the time, and he was up for a GM job. He was one of the high candidates to get a GM job. He was just waiting to find the right one. A year passed by, and the Washington Commanders job opens up, and he gets that. So I've just been observant of, you know, things going around. This time I met with so many scouts. It's so many talented people that are in that organization. Coaching is hard. Front office, being in the front office job is hard. You just kind of got to pick your hard. And for me, player evaluation is my route. I've been on a lot of great teams, and I wouldn't say I got a special talent or anything like that. It's just I would try to mold those teams that I've been on, the special ones.
So, Von Miller here on the Rich Eisen Show. Lynch is kind of an outlier in the fact that, you get a gold jacket. Dion as well, in terms of coaching, is that players who are born with it, like yourself, or look in the mirror and know what it takes, right, Von? That it's tough to evaluate other people who don't have that when they wake up. You know what I mean? And to try and find those who might be able to locate it. You might be able to find that sort of thing. You see where I'm going on that front?
Yeah, so for me, it's more than just the players. When you have a great team, there's great strength and conditioning coach. There's a great athletic trainer. There's great support staff in the cafeteria. When I was with the Buffalo Bills, I really observed that as well. Being in Buffalo facility is what it is. The city is what it is. When you walk into that workspace, it's sunny every day. Whether that's the player relations guy, whether that's the coaches, whether that's the front office ladies, everybody in there had this shine about them that made being a Buffalo Bill great. And those are some of the things that I took notice to. I can see a great coach, from a mile away. It's not always about the players. It's not always about the quarterback. You obviously want to get a great quarterback, but it's just team infrastructure for me, and just having the right people in the right spots. And I feel like that breeds a good team, a good competitive team.
Would Bobby Wagner be your cap guy? I mean, what would Bobby feel? Because he wants to run the world too, right? I mean, like that. Yeah. And he's your teammate. The two of you guys have been on the same sideline for the Commanders. What do you glean from him? By the way, the Walter Payton Man of the Year Award winner, Bobby Wagner.
Yep. Bobby's great. And I've definitely had these talks with Bobby. Bobby would be the team president for sure.
Okay.
He'd be the team president for sure. I'll be the GM. We work well together. I've been a fan of Bobby for so long. And then been on the team with him, it just, you get it. You see it. And it was an honor and a privilege to play with him. Hopefully we get to, make that 2 years. But it was so much that I learned from being around Bobby. He's an owner, and I think the WNBA team in Seattle. He's done so many great business deals. He was an all-pro linebacker for the Commanders, but at the same time, he was getting his master's degree from Howard. He's just a talented individual, man. Walter Payton Man of the Year, well-deserving. I love being on the same team with Bobby, and I would love for him to be my team president. That would be great.
Yeah, by the way, that's not a bad package deal, to say the least. He negotiates his own deals, though, doesn't he? Doesn't he do that, right? Okay.
Yeah, he did his contracts. He's amazing. So me and him on the same front office.
Okay.
It'd be great.
I like it. I like it. So what did you glean? Von Miller here on the Rich Eisen Show. Fascinating conversation here. What did you glean from the scouts? What do you pick up about? Because clearly you know the league inside and out. You also know what it takes to have a winning team. You know what it takes to, get through a season where, things might not be going your way. But put it all together, though, there is a side of the business that you are understanding that you need to expose yourself to. What did you glean from the scouts and your last couple of years at the Combine, Von?
Scouts, they're talented individuals. They're not just in there saying, okay, this guy's good. They know these players before they even know themselves. They have great relationships with all these college and all the personnel from the universities. NIL and the transfer portal it makes it tough as well, because a guy might be at 3 or 4 different schools throughout his college career. So you got to kind of do your homework on these individuals. And scouts that I met with, man, they're the real heroes, man. They make the thing go. They know these players inside and out. You want to have quality scouts around. If you look at the Los Angeles Rams, they don't miss with any of their picks. If they get 3 picks, those 3 picks are gonna hit. With Les Snead saying, F them picks, yes. F them draft picks.
Well, you were the one. You were the one who helped him come to that conclusion, Von. You and
they hit on each and every one of those draft picks. So it's just a compilation all the teams that I've been on, whether it's Denver Broncos, Los Angeles Rams, the Buffalo Bills, and the Washington Commanders, I've learned from all of these organizations, and I just put that into, my job whenever I get the chance.
Okay. Well, the follow-up question. This is coming. So, are you're near the end? How long do you want to keep playing here?
Man, I'm definitely not at the beginning.
Nice.
But they still falling for the same tricks, Rich. They still, they still fall. I can't leave. They still falling for the stuff, man. I gotta roll the dice again. I had 9 sacks last year, and I only played 37%. So they still falling for the same tricks I've been doing my whole career.
That's great.
I'm gonna keep rolling the dice until they figure it out.
Okay. So the next 2 weeks is what? You'd like to stay where you are? What's your plan on that front that you're willing to share, Vaughn?
Man, I'm a loyal guy. I would love to stay with the Washington Commanders. I fell in love with my teammates there. I love the way they run the organization. Adam Peters is great. Coach Quinn is great. I would love to be a Washington Commander. Now, if something were to happen and I'm not a Washington Commander, then I would love to go to the Denver Broncos. I think that would be. I didn't get that chance. I got traded whenever I was there. I didn't get that chance to have closure. I didn't get to walk into the stadium and be, okay, this is my last game, or I'm gonna do this with the fans on my last. I didn't get that closure. So I would love to have, closure with the Denver Broncos. And if the Commanders don't want me, the Denver Broncos don't want me, it's a team out there that's gonna pick me up that would love to have my tricks on their roster. So I just play it by ear. This is my second time around doing it. I kind of know what to expect. Just got to make the best out of whatever decision I get. I'll tell you a story about last year, too.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my first time being a free agent and didn't know what to expect. Free agency opens up. I wasn't one of the first guys to get called. We're waiting, me and my agent, Joby Brandon, at Vanguard Sports, so just waiting around. Didn't know what to expect. Phone was not ringing. I had 2 contract offers by the end of free agency, by the end of the offseason last year. I had 1 contract from the Washington Commanders. You can only sign with 1 team.
That's right.
I had 1 contract from the Washington Commanders, and I had 1 contract for the Seattle Seahawks. So I made the decision to go to the Washington Commanders, and the other team, they went and won the Super Bowl. So these next decisions that I have to make, I have to be right on. I think last offseason, with everything that was presented, I would have made that decision 10 times out of 10. It wasn't that I didn't believe in Sam Darnold. It was just Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
It wasn't that I didn't believe in JSN, but it was Terry McLaurin, and they had just played in the NFC Championship the year before. Dan Quinn, the Seattle Seahawks, they had Coach Frazier and AD at the defensive coordinator spot. They had a lot of great things going. It's just, for me, I felt like the connection that I had with Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and, the team that they had, and they just needed a couple more pieces to get over the hump. So I go to the Washington Commanders, and we get hit with the injury bug. And it could have went the opposite way if I would have went with, the Seattle Seahawks. They could have got hit with the injury bug, and the Commanders could have went to the Super Bowl. So it's just about making great decisions, and I'm going to take my time and see whoever wants me, and I'm gonna make another great decision.
Hey, Vaughn, I don't blame you. Right, you're wind up a game away from the Super Bowl. Jaden Daniels, it appears to be a unicorn still, right? So I hear you completely. You got a good Jaden Daniels story for me, Vaughn, where you're like, you first realized, okay, he is the guy, or anything that might shed light on him.
I've been around a lot of great quarterbacks. This is a Jaden Daniels story, but I always got to bring Josh Allen into it. Josh Allen, man, he is a unicorn. Not just a great player on the football field, but like that's the quarterback that you want whenever you're building a team. It's more than just playing great on the football field. It's more than just having a great arm strength and angles. Like, he has all that. The way he moves around the locker room, the way he moves around that facility, it energizes guys. He's a jokester, a prankster. It's Josh Allen, but he has this way of dropping your guard and making you feel like you're one of the guys when you're on his team. Jaden Daniels the same way. Not as pranky, not as chatty as Josh Allen, but he just has this way of dropping your guard and making you feel part of the team. Jaden Daniels, he's a special talent. He can run, he can pass, he's smart. And I think the things that really stood out for me is he just has that moxie. Whatever that meaning is, he just has that confidence. Like, the game is never too big for him. It's never too small for him. Sometimes you can observe quarterbacks and they just look afraid out there. Never has that been the case with Jaden Daniels, no matter who we playing. He's a warrior, has some great traits of the late Kobe Bryant. And that's the type of personality that you want with your quarterback.
Before I let you go, how's the chicken business? I see the hat. How's the chicken business?
Green Pastures Chicken.
What do you got?
It is doing well. I appreciate you for asking, Rich. I've been doing that for 9 years. Pasture raised, organic, non-GMO. I like to carry every single certification that you can for my chicken farm. It's just how you do some things is how you do everything. And the career that I had on the football field, I try to bring that over into the chicken business. So clean protein, it's athlete-led, athlete-backed. Whether it's me, Drew Brees, Patrick Mahomes, or Nick Foles, we all have Super Bowl MVPs. Green Pastures Chicken, the chicken of champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, chicken of champions. What do you think, Vaughn, before I let you go? Like, we're marveling about Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles and all these guys running 4.46. Who ran 4.49 back in the day at the combine? Who ran that?
I used to be kind of fast.
15 years ago. You were running sub 4.5 before it was a thing to run sub 4.5. Vaughn?
Now it's like, now everybody has to do it, but might not run a 4.9 on the 4.40, but my 10 is still good. I can still beat them all.
That's all that matters. That 10-yard split, and then the 9 stands for your sacks, right? From last season,
Rich, I was 36 years old, right? I know my teammates with the Commanders. They gonna laugh at this. Okay. I'm 36 years old. I'm the oldest on the team, but in that linebacker room, I'm the fastest. So I'm the oldest. I'm the oldest and the fastest. I take that. I know I get some text messages from my teammates, but none of those guys in there. I'm 6 years, 7 years older than them, and I can still beat them in a 40-yard dash, 10-yard dash, whatever they want.
Yeah, you can't just chase chickens and not get fast. You know what I mean? You can't just do that. Vaughn, I appreciate the time. So I wish you the best of luck over the next couple of weeks to get what you want. And then down the line, let's talk more, man. I'm excited for your beyond the steering wheel plans and the fact that you're about it. Like, you're not just going to say, hey, I did all this stuff on the football field, make me a general manager. You're doing the work, which is awesome.
I want to gain the respect. I've been on the football team my whole entire life. I know what it takes to gain the respect of the people around you. And if I can get the opportunity to be in the front office, I do the same thing with my new team. We're not putting on pads every day, but I gain the respect of those guys with the hard work that I'll put in each and every day. I want to win, whether that's on the football field or in the front office. And that's what I'm about. And I gain the guys' respect, and we'll go win.
Right back at you, Vaughn Miller. Thanks for coming on here.
It's always a pleasure to be on your podcast, to be on your show. I don't know how many times we've done it.
Many.
But it's always great. And whenever you need me, man, you know I got you, man. I got to send you out some Greener Pastures chicken gear.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I'm on the website right now looking at
Are you really? Are you really? You checking it out?
Boneless, skinless, you know what I mean? Some chicken hearts.
I get you guys right. My hobby is, one of my favorite hobbies is finding new hobbies. So my new hobby now is I've tried the DJ route and I've done all type of things. Now my new hobby is cooking. So I got my green egg and I'm cooking Greener Pastures chicken every day.
Okay.
I send it out to you guys. I don't know if you guys do the cooking, but I'll make sure I get you quality birds. That's half of it. As long as you got great birds, the seasoning and cooking part, that's the other half. And I'm sure you guys can figure that out.
We'll do our best to figure it out from there. Yeah.
Just so I can hold off on the purchase.
I'll send you guys over some stuff, though.
Lead that horse to chicken? Does that make sense?
What I'm saying is, should I not go on the cart? Should I just wait for Vaughn?
No.
I'm going to buy it anyway.
Let Vaughn, we're going to let you show us the way, just like hopefully an NFL team will let you do that in whenever you want. Thanks for the time. Thanks.
Hey, I appreciate you, Rich. Thank you.
You bet. Super Bowl MVP of Super Bowl 50, Vaughn Miller here on the Rich Eisen Show. That was just delightful in every possible way.
Vaughn Miller, ninth all-time in sacks.
Ninth, another 9. Like this, like Sesame Street, brought to you by the number 9.
Yeah.
Right here.
He's got one of them jackets just waiting.
Yeah.
He's been waiting.
Him and Bobby Wagner.
Right.
First ballot.
They're already stitched up and just sitting in storage.
Yeah, let's go.
You got a big smile listening right now.
Oh, why not?
Top 13 on the all-time sacks. They're all in the Hall of Fame except Von Miller, 9, obviously still active. T-Sizzle is 8th.
T-Sizzle's going to get in, too. But Von's got to go track him down first. So that was great. We got some knowledge that Von is a future general manager in this league.
Love to see it.
And that he's still interested in playing, if not for the Commanders, then the Broncos, and then for somebody else, because people still falling for the same stuff.
For the tricks.
And free chicken. It's just like somebody just missed 2 free throws.
I need some chicken and that hat, Von.
Like
fourth quarter.
Dome right
It says, we're cheering for free chicken.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, we take a break. Don't go anywhere. We're back with more here on the Rich Eisen Show. The great Von Miller. That was great.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com, because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints and now recognized by the Michelin Guide. J-Bar M Barbecue is serving up world-class Texas flavor. Sink your teeth into legendary brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue classics. Kick back with $15 buckets of beer and $4 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Unwind with friends at Houston's Michelin-recognized smokehouse. J-Bar M Barbecue at 2201 Leland in the heart of Edo. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. If you're in the market for a new or used gun or accessory, don't wait for the gun show to roll through town. With over 10,000 guns in stock, we have what you're looking for. We're open Monday through Saturday every week of the year. Tactical, hunting, pistols, revolvers, rifles, and much, much more. All in stock, ready to go. Whether you're a beginner or expert, our staff will take care of you at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
It is important in life to know what you can and can't do. And one thing I can't do is fix a plumbing issue. You know where you go? If you're like me, you go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Whether it's an emergency or something you have planned out, like a replacement for your tankless water heater or your traditional water heater, maybe it's a big job like a repipe. They'll take care of it all. Check out all they have to offer at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They've been servicing the community for a long time. You should be next. Any plumbing concerns you have, just go with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
We're here with Santos Cabrera, sales manager at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Santos, what makes your dealership different?
Nosotros somos un dealer de familia. Los dueños están en el dealer. Llegan todos. Tú puedes encontrarte al dueño en las oficinas. Puedes hablar con ellos. Y cuando llegas donde nosotros estamos cerquita de Houston, somos un dealer diferente. Te vamos a tratar como familia y vamos a darte los mejores precios en toda la área de Houston.
Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton. Chevy.
Manejemos juntos.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief. Hey guys, listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales at mnjelectrical.com.
Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Get away with the deal so right, it almost feels wrong, because right now you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. You've got the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. There's that bold and stylish Elantra loaded with the latest tech. You can go all electric. There's the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9 for that. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal so great you'll love it during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. How great was that with Von Miller? Yeah. Still tricking him. He's not quitting?
No, why would he? 9 sacks last year? Come on
now. How about him saying it was a choice between staying with the Commanders or going to Seattle? I'm wondering if that was the role that Tank Lawrence took. Right? You know what I mean? Like veteran coming in and being added to the mix, or it would have been on top of it. I don't know. But you can't blame Von, right? How can you? No. He had no idea Jaden Daniels was going to get hurt. You know?
Terry McLaurin's going to hold out.
Well, he went with the
late and get hurt.
Then he went with the Ohio State OG.
Yeah.
You know? JSN is a descendant of Terry McLaurin.
Right.
You know? So
I just need Vaughn to tell me who he's deciding between this offseason so I can bet on the other one to win the Super Bowl.
Good one.
Yeah, that's all.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know,
making fun.
Any edge you can get, right?
Hall of Famer.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's go to Marshawn in Iowa. You're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Marshawn?
Beast mode?
Is it?
What's going on, Mr. Eisen, man? Let me get this off my chest. I'm normally calling Freddie and Harry because I'm usually getting off of work late.
Okay.
But my God gave me a half a day today. I'm like, as soon as I heard about it, I'm like, I am going to get on the show with Mr. Eisen.
Okay.
As soon as I get on the show, as soon as I get in the car, I hear you guys talking about Max Crosby going to the Bears. But I also heard you say something about like a Godfather deal, a Godfather trade or whatnot.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself,
yeah.
You know, Mr. Eisen is like the Godfather. Hopefully he's seen this movie before. It's like your swag, man, is like Joe Pesci. You just sit there, you talk, and you lay it all out in the line.
Okay.
But long story short, I feel like if the Raiders are going for Mendoza, the best thing coming out would be to send DJ Moore, Cole Kmet over there. Mendoza will have 2 highly graded weapons to throw the ball to, and bring Max Crosby over to Chicago. The reason why I'm saying that is because the Bears offense was able to go toe-to-toe with some of the top offenses this year. 49ers, the Rams. I mean, you think about it. I even put Brock Purdy on pressure. First pass of the game, interception, pick 6. But the problem was, throughout the whole year, the Bears never had somebody that can cut off some of that field for Caleb Williams. And that's where Max Crosby would come in on a 3rd and 10. That could force a 4th and 15. That could possibly force an interception, fumble for loss. And when you do that, when you have a person of that nature, you can cut the field off. you can cut some of that field off from the office, having to drive down the field from the 20. Sometimes it's easier to drive down the field from the 40. You know what I mean?
So where have I heard, by the way, Marshawn, listen, you need to take half a day off more often.
Well, I mean, I deliver alcohol for the state of Iowa, man. I'm the #1 delivery driver for the company. So
okay.
Keep going.
I think Carl's thanks him for his service. Thanks for the call, Marshawn. I'm at the end of the hour, so I don't want to cut you off in the middle of a sentence. Where have I heard DJ Moore in a pick for a player before? Cole Kmet, I mean, they already have Bowers, right, and Myers.
Right. They're set at tight end. But DJ Moore,
that's not a bad idea right there.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part free at Green Street with Tom's Validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit Tom'sWatchBar.com/Red Nation rallies.
Join thousands of other screaming fans for an in-person experience you have to see to believe. NCAA March Madness. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Buy your men's basketball seats today at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
Hey guys, it's Joe. Today, Flight by Yingling, proud partner of the Dallas Stars, will be at McIntyre's in Webster on the NASA Parkway. Stop by, register to win their flyaway trip, and snag some exclusive Flight by Yingling gear.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Sometimes you just need to get away. But who wants to spend half the trip stuck in the car? Jeremy Branham here for Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Just a quick 90-minute drive north.
and you'll feel like you're in the heart of the Texas Hill Country. Whether you're glamping, in a cabin, or pulling up in the RV, this place has pools, kayaking, pickleball, live music, and even an ice house. Plus the fishing, best spot on Lake Livingston. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Welcome.
I don't see Caleb Downs as that dynamic difference maker.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
So I don't see him as a top 10 pick.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, Pro Football Focus lead NFL draft analyst Trevor Sikkema, 8-time Pro Bowl linebacker Von Miller. Coming up, actor Dorian Missick. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. An in-studio guest new to the program is going to be joining us in about 20 minutes' time. Dorian Missick, the actor from Prime Video's 56 Days, starring in part somebody who my oldest son would love to meet, Dove Cameron. Xander would lose his mind if she was my in-studio guest. I'll tell him somebody Dove Cameron adjacent was on the program today. My daughter Taylor, who loves chicken, is
chicken.
Probably going to be very. She does. My daughter loves eating chicken. Oh my God.
Who doesn't?
But wait till she finds out Von Miller is going to give free chicken. It's great. My kids probably don't know who Trevor Sikkema is, although Cooper probably might know.
Come on, Cooper knows.
Coop knows.
Come on.
The things that Coop is aware of.
Knows more than we do.
I thought you were going to be like, well, Coop loves slick back hair.
I mean, I don't know.
Trevor Sikkema.
Very, very good.
What's up, Trevor? My daughter loves chicken.
If you missed anything, she'll be very excited. We got free chicken coming.
I think we're all excited, though.
Okay, we having a cookout here?
Yeah, why not? Let's do it.
We need a smoker.
Okay, sounds great.
Want to send this one?
So hour number 3 of our show is on the air. If you missed anything, we our podcast, all 3 hours available. Disney Plus has got the full show once it's all over, whenever you want to watch it. There's our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show for all of that. I kind of feel like I've got my finger on the pulse of things nationally on the sports scene, okay?
I agree.
So I appreciate you saying that. Would you agree with that, Chris?
On the pulse of what?
Okay. See, he's a bit more skeptical. I don't know. He has no idea what I'm about to say.
I don't.
But you're accurate in trying to sniff something out.
Yeah.
Because I feel something is happening in the sports world that most of America does not want to see. At all.
Dallas getting good again?
You're right.
You don't want
Church, wrong pew.
Okay.
Because we need to see it first. What's happening right now, we're seeing it. We're seeing it. And we're seeing a lot of it. Right now, as we're sitting here, it's entirely possible. You can't say otherwise.
Uh-oh.
That the Boston Celtics are really freaking good and are coming out of nowhere. In a league where you're one Achilles pop at the wrong time away from being contenders, being just
having
games away from winning it all, like the Indiana Pacers, to tanking.
Well.
You know, the ownership of the Denver Nuggets, just what was it, last year? You know?
Talking about trading 15.
Well, basically, not talking about trading 15 because we're just one Achilles injury away from having to think about doing it.
And then getting back under the apron.
Right.
Yeah.
The way it's all set up. That if a star player pops his Achilles at the very wrong time, you're screwed. Unless you're the Boston Celtics. When you got Jaylen Brown out of his skull. And you got a front office that keeps finding pieces. Over and over and over again. And last night, even without Jaylen Brown, dismantled the Bucks, who get Giannis back. Imagine you're there last night in Milwaukee. And we got Giannis back. I know we're 7 games under. You know, maybe we make a run. He's back. And then the Celtics come in and beat you by 27.
It wasn't even that close.
Peyton Pritchard making threes like he's Larry friggin' Bird.
DJ.
Richard Pritchard.
Hugo Gonzalez throws up an 18-16. I bet nobody listening even knows who that is.
Derek White was plus 31. Hugo Gonzalez was plus 27. My goodness.
I hate it.
You got Vucevic now.
Vooch.
Well, shock the world. I'm not making fun of this. Please understand. But now the Warriors are like, why does Porzingis have this illness? He just doesn't. Where have we heard that before?
Mm-hmm. A topic on First Take yesterday was, should the Warriors shut down Steph for the year?
Dude. And then on top of it, I mean, one thing you could see coming, the minute they got rid of Kuminga, he would go somewhere and just ball out. Yep. He's averaging 21 in his first 3 games as a Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
But we digress. Where the
Say it with your chest.
Where did the Celtics come from?
They ain't really go anywhere. That was the problem.
What do you mean they didn't go anywhere?
Remember when Mannix was here and he was like, yeah, this team, they secretly don't want to make the playoffs. They want to be in this draft. They want to be in the lottery. Favorites to win the East right now.
Really, 5 behind the Pistons.
Favorites to win the East.
5 behind. That's disrespectful.
On whatever your
that's disrespectful.
Favorite betting.
You're 6 back in the loss from Detroit. Honestly, you think?
Yeah. Who do you trust in a 7-game series with Tatum back?
That's a different story.
That is the story.
Well, you think Tatum's coming back? He's going to be 110%.
Bill Simmons has said that he's hearing that it's this weekend against Dallas that Simmons is that Tatum's back. Today's his birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, King! And
I thought you were wishing happy birthday to Simmons since you revere him too.
Well, I am a fan for a long time.
I know.
We share favorite teams in common. Look, 1 month ramp up for Tatum, and then he's back for the playoffs.
By the way,
who's beating the Celtics?
Simmons was not in the category of people that I was saying to lead this whole subject matter of the rest of the country doesn't want to see this.
Because he does?
He does. Yeah. This guy does. The rest of my Susie's side of the family does.
We do not.
I would agree.
No. Can't have it.
Your middle son is excited.
That is correct.
Well, he's a traitor to his father's sport.
He is not. I just let him have free will because I'm a good dad.
He chose correctly.
Hey, man.
Chose wisely.
When he was at Super Bowl 60, he didn't like the result. But
he got there.
When he arrived there and he starts wearing his Patriots gear.
Everybody giving him high fives.
I swear to you, Susie's sitting in your chair tomorrow. She can confirm this. I said to him, I'm like, listen, Coop. One of the greatest gifts I ever gave you other than life.
That the little thing?
Yes. Which
even that could
obviously,
be
I had a very small role in that.
You did a lot of hard work.
At any rate.
Not according to Dion.
How dare you people? I said to him, one of the greatest things I've ever done for you is I didn't sit there and mandate you're going to root for the Jets.
Why?
You find your own free will.
And parenting.
And then, mom is a Patriot fan who's rooting for Brady. And I'm like, I can't. How could I do that?
You couldn't.
I hate this team.
That could have been my son.
It should have been. Because your son should have suffered the same fate you had.
No.
Whoa.
Not true.
That's not the point.
No, it's called you wanting a better life for your children.
Exactly.
Rich Eisen is right.
You don't want to suffer by yourself.
Ken Jennings, the host of Jeopardy, agrees.
That's right.
Rich Eisen is right.
What's Eisen?
What's Eisen?
What's Eisen?
Nobody wants to see this. What's that other show with Kristen Bell? Nobody wants this?
Yeah, no, I get it.
The hell's
I get that. I get that nobody wants him to be back, but it's coming. Get ready.
I hate it.
Do you?
Yeah, it's happening.
I hate it ever since the day the Sixers didn't draft Jason Tatum. I knew on that day.
You didn't just not draft him. You let the Celtics do it.
I said on that day, I was in Monaco.
Purposely knew what it was going to be.
You know the whole Monaco to El Segundo? It was that trip. And I'm in my hotel looking at my phone saying, this is going to be terrible.
You shouldn't have left the country.
Danny Ainge, Jedi mind tricked you guys.
It's great. I knew this was going to be terrible.
Yeah, Coop is excited. Can confirm.
And Taylor loves chicken.
Can confirm that, too. She does.
I did not see that.
You didn't know that about my daughter.
I
She
did not.
loves
I did
chicken.
not. I mean-
the only thing she doesn't like, I don't think she likes being talked about. So,
yeah.
Let's not.
Well, we're afraid.
And say that we did. It's
play Baby Shark.
It's a Tuesday, Overreaction Monday. The pod is there in your RSS feed for you to take in if you already haven't. Chris and I recorded it the minute I got back from the scouting combine. It's time for Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. Hit it.
That was terrible.
That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction Mondays. Monday. On a Tuesday.
All right, Christopher, what do you have over there, please? What do you got?
Hey, guys, we got a bevy of topics here. Let's get to it. A few football. Everybody good? You guys good? Good?
We're good.
Fantastic.
I'm doing great. Jason Tatum's doing great.
Did you turn your microphone off so you didn't step on the open, or you just?
Yeah, I also wanted to clear my throat. real
Okay,
quick.
good. Let me clear my throat.
Hey.
What are you laughing about? What are you laughing about? What's so funny?
You know that's a song, right?
I'm aware of it. It's a pop culture reference. Sometimes I can make those.
I just never thought I'd hear you sing it.
Everyone's talking.
I sat next to Stuart Scott for 7 years, sir. Do you think I picked up nothing? What else you got over there?
Brothers don't watch Seinfeld. Everyone's talking about and trying to figure out the best player in this draft. I heard a lot of Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love is the best player in this draft.
I heard that.
Doze is going first. The best player in this year's NFL draft is Sonny Styles. Talk about it.
What do you mean talk about it?
I just added that as a button.
Okay, so what's
we've established this.
Okay.
He's the best player in this year's draft.
Okay.
Wow.
I think he's awesome. I think he's great. I think he's terrific. I think he could be but you can't.
He's the best player in the draft.
Oh, you mean like at the top of a board? Like
He's the
Daniel
best player in
Jeremiah's
this draft.
top 50 prospects, regardless of position, you put Sonny Styles.
Honestly,
at the top.
the Raiders should trade to 2 with the Jets and take Styles because he's the best.
No, that's not going to happen. That's an overreaction to his outstanding combine workout. Outstanding. Superb. Soup to nuts. Awesome. And then the thing, again, that I learned about his humility after from an NFL Network colleague of mine where told him, hey, great workout. And his answer was essentially, you think so? Like searching for affirmation because he's still, somebody that is humble and looking for improvement in anything that he can do. Love all of it. Checked every box, but I'll just call this an overreaction.
All right.
So I don't wish to denigrate. I wish to celebrate.
I'm celebrating
I
him
wish to
being the best player in the
congratulate.
draft.
I don't wish to hate. That's not my default.
Yeah.
All right.
Even on people who secretly record me and put it on Instagram.
That went viral. That was
okay. Great.
That was very nice.
Beautiful moment.
Now, isn't it? Had no idea.
That's fine.
Okay. What else you got?
Give people a heads up next.
Your answers might be different.
Here's the deal. We had a
No, it would not. That's an overreaction.
We are off the rails.
You have been really something the last 5 minutes. What else?
We had a trade yesterday.
We did.
David Montgomery to the Texans.
Yes.
Breaking up Sonic and Knuckles. That's a bummer.
You're going to the Super Bowl.
Can't wait for Sonic 4. David Montgomery's going to have more touchdowns this year than Jahmyr Gibbs.
That's out of your mind. You've got to be out of your mind. You've got to be out of your mind. Both are healthy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Both healthy.
Yeah, man.
You would hope.
Yeah, man.
Both healthy. You don't think that Okay. Here's the crazy
There's
thing.
a lot of mouths to feed.
Remember we talked
in
about
Detroit, Rich.
let me get the name of this guy.
A lot of mouths.
So you want to talk about craziness and what Cooper, my youngest son, who you refer to as my middle son, I have a middle child, if you will.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. He tells me this. This is a true story. The fact that he knows absolutely everything. He tells me that the most picked up player in dynasty leagues yesterday is Sione Vaki, who is now second on the depth chart in Detroit. This is what he tells me. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Why do you...
There's like a fantasy world in which players are picked up on March 2nd.
If you're in a deep, deep dynasty, yeah, sure.
This is what he shows me.
Yeah.
He goes, picked up in like 20,000 leagues or something.
Dialed in on sleeper.
I'm serious. It's crazy. You're telling me that, let's just say the Lions believe in this young man. He's second on the depth chart. That doesn't mean Jahmyr Gibbs doesn't touch the ball, and I'm going double negative, over and over and over again there, and you still think, get out of here, man. He's going to have more touches than ever before. Certainly if they're paying him all that money that they're going to end up paying him.
Do you want him for a long time or a good time? Because you start giving him all those touches, you're going to wear down Jahmyr Gibbs.
I'm not saying there's not. There's of course. By the way, I'm going double negative. I'm blaming you.
I mean, I minored in English.
They're going to have somebody backing him up. I understand, but okay. I've made my point. I've made my point. You're wrong, and my youngest son is clearly online too much.
One of those
to know about Dynasty League pickups.
TJ, this is for you.
Oh, baby.
If the Cowboys trade for Max Crosby, they're going to win the NFC East.
The NFC East, that's the floor.
Oh, I think that is the floor. If the Cowboys trade Max Crosby, they're winning the NFC East. That is not an overreaction. That's the floor. You're right.
That's the least we're going to win.
That's the... I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
You're going to win the NFC East and win a wild card game before getting, unfortunately, dispatched by a team that you didn't see coming.
Where are you getting wild card from?
Division winners are playing wild card weekend, sir. As a matter of fact, 3 of them do.
One seed?
Not when you're the 1 seed.
Oh, baby.
Okay.
Now we're talking.
No, but the Cowboys trading for Max Crosby would be a great idea and would be a vast improvement on their defense and would 100% equal wins to the point where I would make them a division favorite, even over the Eagles. And I understand that is heresy to say.
Delicious. Seriously.
What else you got, Chris?
Is Jerry talking about chicken? Here's the deal. We're looking at
squirrel.
The QB carousel's coming up, guys. And I think, oh, man, Tua is going to end up being without a starting seat in the veteran QB musical chairs this year.
I don't think that's an overreaction. I think he's going to have to go somewhere and prove it. Unless Atlanta's a spot. Waiting for Penix to get back. Give him that chance. See what they got. Maybe so. Yeah, I don't... Let's just put it this way. If you believe that Kevin Stefanski had a role in choosing players in the draft last year, and if you do believe the shot of Stefanski and Andrew Berry upon drafting Shedeur Sanders, where in a draft where everybody fist pumps and claps and gives an ovation like they just drafted a first ballot Hall of Famer every single draft pick, and instead they looked like they needed to hold up that morning's newspaper to prove proof of life. Dylan Gabriel got drafted before, and he's a mini Tua, right?
Right.
So if Stefanski thought I could do something with Gabriel, he could certainly think he could do something with Tua. But I'm kind of not surprised by your overreaction Monday. Subject matter, I'll call this not an overreaction and hope differently for Tua. What else you got over there?
A couple NBA items, guys. I'm watching the Celtics and Bucks, obviously, last night, and it's absolutely, positively 100% over for Giannis in Milwaukee.
What did he say last night? He still wants to be there, right? Did you say that?
Can this guy make up his mind?
No.
Loveless marriage. He is in a loveless marriage and doesn't want to end it for the kids. Like,
who are the kids?
His brothers.
But it wouldn't end it for his brothers because he'd go. They're going wherever he's going.
They would have no jobs without him.
You know how many people in the world can say that?
I don't think this is an overreaction either. I hear you. I don't think this is an overreaction either. What else you got? You got one more?
Yeah, Lakers. I mean, come on. Nobody takes them seriously. Either Luka or J.J. Redick won't be with the Lakers next year.
You're really going with the flow on that
Body language. They don't speak. They do not like each other.
That's your sense, huh?
There is no relationship.
If that's the case, then J.J. will be gone because Luka's not going anywhere.
Luka just bought him a jacket.
Yeah, exactly. What gives you body language? How do you go off of body language? How do you go off of that?
I don't know. You just use your eyes, watch people interact, and there's no chemistry.
If you're right, then you're right. If you're wrong, overreaction.
Thank you.
How's that for 2 cents right there? Proper reaction or not, TJ Jefferson? I got one more. Nobody wants to see the Boston Celtics win the championship this year.
No one from outside of the New England area?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I want to see
Okay,
that.
very good. All right, that wraps up this edition of Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. Let's take a break. When we come back, Dorian Missick, the actor from 56 Days on Prime Video, joins us next. Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more. And your car's worth more. And we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVin, because good cars are worth more. And so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products, so why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at tntshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
It's time to get amped up for the tournament. ESPN Houston is bringing the madness with our Bracket Madness contest, presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles and supporting sponsors 2 Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company. Listen for your chance to fill out a bracket and score big prizes, including the grand prize, a 2-night stay at Golden Nugget Lake Charles, plus a $200 food and beverage credit. ESPN Houston's Bracket Madness contest, presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles and supporting sponsors 2 Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
That completely changes the game, folks. If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos at the River House Restaurant, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
Social Hour just got an upgrade at Federal American Grill. Every day from 3 to 7, enjoy $10 appetizers and handcrafted drink specials sipped from a world-class whiskey and cocktail selection, perfect for unwinding after work or kicking off a great night. Need a quick lunch? Order online and take those signature Federal favorites to go. And don't forget to join Club Fed for rewards, perks, and exclusive offers. Federal American Grill, River Oaks location coming soon, thefederalgrill.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Painful journey.
Dorian Missick is here on the Rich Eisen Show. We just showed a clip of 56 Days, which is streaming right now on Prime Video, released on February 18th. And you can check it out once we're done with this conversation with our guests here on the program. I just kind of referred to the Yankees because you're from New Jersey, correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
But we cheer for New York teams.
Okay. Well, yeah. You and I'm from Staten Island.
Which is Jersey of New York. Yes.
It is that. Because are you from East Orange? Is that where you're from?
Well, I was born in East Orange, but I pretty much grew up in Plainfield.
Okay.
And then Brooklyn later on in my life.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, Plainfield. That's right around where I grew up from, right across from the Goethals Bridge, right?
Yeah. Well, no, we're off of Route 22.
Right. That's it.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. So
yes.
You're fans of the Yankees and who else?
Well, I'm a Knicks guy, huge Knicks guy, and Giants.
Okay, I guess you were a Knicks guy because you mentioned your son who's in our green room right now. He's got his Brunson jersey on.
Yes. However, his favorite player is Steph Curry.
Well, it makes sense, right?
It does. I'm not mad at that. I think it's a great choice.
Okay.
But he's listen, I'm ingraining him.
Okay.
Knicks. That's all we watch is Knicks.
That's it, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
for him, that's basketball.
So I'm a little older than you, I think. So I was born in '69.
Okay, you got me.
I am. Okay, so who's your Nick growing up? Bernard King was mine.
Okay.
Bernard King and then Ewing.
Right.
And then it all started.
Yes, I'm during the Ewing, Starks, Chris Childs, Mason.
Anthony Mason.
Yeah, that era.
That's it.
And then later on, my favorite team, though, was Camby, Sprewell, and Kurt Thomas coming off the bench. Like, we had a good squad then. That was like 99.
Right.
Yeah, that was actually my favorite team. It was just really most exciting.
99 was the year they made the title but lost the Spurs.
Yeah, they lost
they made the title. They made the finals.
The Spurs, yeah.
They lost
the Pacers in 94.
Yeah, I mean, the Pacers was trying to get the toughest time, other than when the Knicks completely sucked, And also which made me swear off the Knicks too is when Dolan watched Oakley get dragged out of the Garden, and I swore off the team until
I was this close.
You were that close.
It's like he's a legend in the building. He should get all the respect.
Correct.
This should have been taken care of a lot faster than it was.
Bingo, 100%. I'm like, I'm out. I'm done.
Right.
The guy who got me back in was Brunson. Brunson got me back in.
Right.
Because he plays with such a joy. He plays with such grit. He plays as a guy who's a self-made dude. I understand.
Right.
He was a top, prep star, and he does go to Villanova with all the Nova Knicks and whatever, and then he winds up in Dallas. I mean, we all know his story. But what he's done in New York,
awesome.
End of story.
He's brought the excitement back, especially because he's the fourth quarter guy.
Yeah.
So he comes alive. I mean, he comes alive all game, but fourth quarter is like you can put the ball in his hand, and you're in good shape.
Except his Celtics are suddenly playing well all of a sudden. I mean, with nobody.
Don't get me started. Listen, we already know about New Yorkers and any Boston team.
Yes, sir.
I don't deal with them. I don't do it. I don't have that conversation. I don't want to do it.
Careful.
Sorry.
Careful.
And listen, I was a Larry Bird fan growing up.
You were?
Gave him a pass. But I don't mess with the Celtics.
Gave him a pass.
I did not give him a pass.
No?
I hated his guts.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Top 5 hated Nick rivals in my entire life. Larry Bird. Isaiah Thomas.
Oh, my wife's from Detroit. Okay. We argue about this all the time.
Oh, do you really?
All the time.
Oh, I don't want to get involved.
Oh, don't worry. I don't care. She likes cheaters.
Whoa.
I'll tell it to her face.
Okay.
Lambier.
Well, Lambier was just hated by everybody.
This is true.
Zeke, I hated him. And then when he got in charge of the Knicks, too, I'm like, what are we doing? Like,
that was a conspiracy, man. I really did. I was like, he's an actual Marvel villain.
That's
like he was like, I hate this team so much.
He was implanted?
Yeah. He was like, I'm going to wait until I get an opportunity to get there and then destroy the whole franchise.
Right, exactly. If I'm not
I don't like him.
Were you in the Manchurian Candidate?
I was.
Yes, you understand.
Yeah,
he was the Manchurian front office.
I never made that connection.
Yeah.
That's exactly true.
Damn straight. Like, you would understand since you were in that movie.
He's been programmed.
Exactly. He was programmed. He's stuck into New York just to blow him up.
Oh, my God.
Which he damn near did, too, anyway.
Yeah.
At any rate. So I hated him. Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
You can't.
No. Here's the thing. I did not give Reggie Miller a pass. I still don't give Reggie Miller a pass. And I feel like Reggie Miller's accomplished so much since then that I should let it go.
Yeah.
And I'm working on my forgiveness.
Yes.
But I still just, no. I'm not. And then what's my man on the Pacers who tried to double it up this year?
Halliburton.
Halliburton. Man. Listen,
where he went, he did.
Yeah.
Well, he did it
a little too early.
Yeah, he was a premature neck.
Yeah, but he's a young kid, man. That's what they all do.
I know, but he eventually got us, though.
He did. Yeah, he did show.
He just delayed it.
Yeah,
he delayed the actual completion of the mission.
And Reggie was celebrating too much. And I was like, oh, man, I remember why I don't like your ass. Why I don't like you. I was like just about to start liking Reggie Miller. Yeah. And then he's celebrating, high-fiving Halliburton and all that. And I was like, you know what? Both of y'all can go somewhere.
Yeah.
Hot.
I'm hot.
Yeah.
Another one.
Florida?
I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it.
It's the same difference, bro. He said Florida.
I hated Pippen because I gave Jordan a pass.
Why'd you give Jordan a pass?
Because because I had to hate one of the Bulls.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, who am I going to have? Buddha Edwards? From his Piston days, or who else? Honestly, like, what am I going to get on Hodges or Pippen? I couldn't stand the Bulls, but Jordan, how do you not give him?
I'm less of a fan of post basketball Pippen. While he was playing, I'll be honest with you, it was just like he was robbing to Jordan's Batman,
which is why I always dreamed that he was talentless and Jordan was just dragging him along.
Right.
And obviously I was wrong.
When you found out he actually could play.
Yes.
Yeah.
He
might have been a bigger star had he not been.
I got it. I hear you. Who else did I hate? Just any Celtic. McHale.
Yeah.
Name them all. I hated McHale. Oh, ML Carr with his towel waving. Hated Chris Ford. Hated all those guys.
But you know what? Who I did like is a Celtic. What's my guy's name, man? He's
current or former?
No, former. During the era of Bird.
Was it Parrish?
Parrish. I was all right with
Chief.
Yeah, I was all right with the Chief, man. I liked his style
because he said nothing.
Yeah. And I preferred that.
He said that.
I preferred that. It's like, just play the game, man. Get out of here. Listen, as a New Yorker, we talk a lot. As New York, New Jersey, we talk a lot of trash.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But that's for us. That's what we do.
Yeah.
The rest of y'all, shut your mouth. Take the L. Be quiet.
Then I found out the reason why Parrish said nothing is he was chill.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Him and Bill Walton were kicking it.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
The word on the street.
So why'd you choose Yanks over Mets?
Well, actually, you know what? It's only because of my dad. I actually was a Mets fan. Darryl Strawberry, Dr. K era. Like I was very
86.
Yeah, 86. And as a kid,
in between the Yankees championship,
right?
Okay.
So yeah, we're very big into it as a kid. That's when I started playing baseball.
Okay.
People used to say I looked like Darryl Strawberry. So I immediately went towards the Mets. But I needed a rivalry in my house.
Okay.
And my dad was a Mets fan. So I was like, I gotta switch back to the Yankees because I need somebody to cheer against.
Oh, I thought your dad made you a Yankee fan because he was a Yankee fan.
No. He was a Mets guy. I don't know where he picked up this Mets.
Where's he from?
He's from
Queens?
Bahamas. So
Bahamas.
And they gravitate towards Miami teams.
Sure.
So I don't know where this Mets thing came from.
Okay.
But with the Dr. K era and all of that, with Howard Johnson, we had such a great squad.
Yes.
It was an exciting time.
Yes, it was.
And so I was like, you know what, Dad, I need to cheer against you.
Are you lefty?
No.
Or you're a right-handed
Yeah, I'm
Strawberry.
right-handed Strawberry.
Okay.
But I stole his batting stance and everything.
I bet you did.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Except I strike out.
When did you...
They called me Missick. That was my name.
That's not cool.
Nah.
That's got zero chill. That's not good at all.
It wasn't good at all.
When did you start acting? When did that happen for you?
Right around the Missick era, when I realized I wasn't going to be able to play baseball professionally. Yeah, no. It was like literally around that time, like 88.
What was
89.
your first gig?
My first gig was a Coca-Cola commercial, but my very first thing that I think most people saw was an episode of In the Heat of the Night.
Okay.
Which was interesting. I played a young fisherman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it Carol O'Connor?
Carol O'Connor, yes.
Damn, so you were working with Archie Bunker, huh?
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay.
I was so surprised to find out how nice of a guy he was.
You thought because he was so damn good at his job.
There was no way I was talking to that guy. For like 2 days, I just completely avoided him. He was in the makeup trailer. I didn't even look at him.
Come on.
I was scared. I was like, yo, he's a racist. He's like all these things that I'm thinking, right? And then
wow. And then he turned out to be a sweetheart.
Oh, man. Really, most incredible guy.
That taught you about acting right there, right?
It did.
How good people can be and believable they are.
Yeah. How much different they can be than their character.
What's the thing you get the most when people stop you or see you or anything like that?
Oh, man. You know what? Right now, it's 56 days. It's like, it's insane. It's like a breakout hit. Like everywhere I go, it's like,
That's cool.
It's really crazy. I get that a lot. But prior to that, I probably got, the last thing I was on was, that people really loved was the Show for Life that I did, the prison drama on ABC. That character, because I got to fight 50 Cent. And so, there are people who are on the fence. They either want me to knock him out or they were glad he knocked me out.
Okay. Yeah. What was a scene like fighting 50 Cent for you?
It was cool, except he actually punched me in my face.
What?
Yeah, which let me know I got a nice jaw. My jaw's good.
So you're saying 50 Cent got his 2 cents?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
He did.
Left 48 cents change?
You know what I mean? And it took everything in me, because I'm the kind of guy, you hit me, I'm hitting you back. It took everything in me not hit him back. Because first of all, he's my boss. Okay. And then secondly, he's pretty well respected in the streets, and I'm just an actor.
Okay. So he really hit you?
He hit me. It was an accident,
Okay.
But it's just, it immediately sparked my fight or flight instinct. So he punched me in the jaw, and I was like, yo, I gotta go easy. Go easy. I don't want to knock this dude out, or I don't want to hit him and he doesn't go down, because then what do?
You sure you didn't say something before that take about his first pitch?
Nah.
Ceremonial first pitch? It's amazing he connected on anything.
Right. I was really close. Yeah. He was over the top of me, man. Yeah.
So this show that you just mentioned, big hit, obviously 56 days. Right. How did you hear about it? What do you like about it? What do you think makes it work so well?
Well, it's based on a book by Catherine Ryan Howard, and it was one of those things where my agent sent me the book. Was it the book? No, he sent me the script, and then he was like, read the book afterwards, and then we set you up in a meeting with these guys about the show. And I read the book kind of quickly, because it's a quick page turner, and I was like, all right, I just thought it took place in Ireland, and I was like, okay, so where do I fit in this story? And then then I realized they were going to modernize it and change some things.
Yes.
And so then, I read it and met with the creatives and just was like, let's do this. It was, pretty cut and dry for me.
Mm-hmm.
The character's great. I couldn't wait to get involved with him.
Right. So it's great to have great source material, great writing, great acting. It doesn't stink, I'm sure, to have Dove Cameron in it as well. She's got quite the fan base for a long time.
And here's the thing. Because I'm the age that I'm at, I don't hang around younger people like that. Yeah. I completely missed the Dove Cameron of it all. I knew Schmigadoon. That was it. And I liked her.
Yeah. Right.
I liked the young lady from Schmigadoon, but that was it. I had no earthly idea until I said yes to the project. And then I started seeing, people getting really excited. I'm getting these new followers on Instagram that are like, why are these little white girls following me? What I do? And then I realized, it's the Dove Cameron effect.
Yes,
yeah. So it's, it's kind of cool to be in this world.
Now, I got a 17-year-old at home who knows exactly who Dove Cameron is.
Yeah.
The fact that I'm talking to someone who's Dove Cameron adjacent is going to be big points for Dad.
I love it. I'll take it. And, I'm really excited for her and Evan because this is a great time in their career, to watch this moment when they go from being child stars essentially to being accepted into this adult world and in such great roles. It's a great moment to witness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's exciting.
That's great. All right. So what do you think the next season's going to end up?
You know what? I'm still hopeful. We're in third place right now, and Brunson is healthy.
Yeah.
So as is Cat. So
yes. Those are good things. Let me put it this way then. The teams that you root for, Knicks, Giants, right?
Yes.
You're not a Jet fan.
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. Knicks, Giants, Yankees. Which one do you think is going to give you a title first?
I think.
Right.
Oof, it's the Knicks or the Yankees, I think.
No, you got to give me one.
Okay, Knicks. I say Knicks. Yeah.
What are you shaking your head for over there?
You disagree?
Because it's been 60 years.
So what? That means they're due.
Yeah, so we're due, man.
No
Listen.
statistical evidence for due.
There's no statistics.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that the Yankees and the Knicks seem to keep running it back. You know what I mean?
Right.
Same as before. Although the Knicks did switch it up last year with Bridges and Cat, who I love. They switched their coach.
I've grown to love, yes.
Right. They switched their coach, so they're doing it differently. Yankees are just let's
try this thing again.
Let's try it again.
Yeah. Maybe they're making some sort of small changes, and I don't know what those changes are, but it does look like they're
I say to
let's just hope this works again.
I say to my son, my one son is a Dove Cameron fan, another one is an Aaron Judge fan. They're
really?
Two completely different levels of interest. Same family, same womb, right?
Wow.
And so to my Yankee fan son, I'm like, let's get somebody. Look at the Blue Jays. Mm-hmm. They got people who put the bat on the ball, and so there's somebody for Judge or Stanton or Bellinger to knock in.
Right.
They just, I don't know, man.
Listen, man, New York. It's hard to coach and manage a New York team.
That's correct.
Because the fans will eat you alive and you lose the momentum. And I do think that they think about that.
Right.
And there is a thought process of if it's not completely broken. It's not like the Knicks of the past where it's listen, we need a complete overhaul over here.
And no one's coming here either.
Right.
Right.
So we're right at the precipice. Something can happen. And so I think there's a hesitancy to want to make any major overhauls because then you get eaten alive and people lose jobs that way.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks for coming here and come back anytime.
Hey, man,
let's chop it up.
Here.
Right back at you. Dorian Missick and on 56 Days, streaming right now on Prime Video. He's at Dorian Missick on Instagram. If you already don't follow him, thanks to Dove Cameron. Yeah. Throw him a follow right here on The Rich Eisen Show. We're back with more in a moment.
All right.
Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Right now, no payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos at the River House Restaurant, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
Hey guys, it's Joe. Today, Flight by Yingling, proud partner of the Dallas Stars, will be at McIntyre's in Webster on the NASA Parkway. Stop by, register to win their flyaway trip, and snag some exclusive Flight by Yingling gear.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the only place to get mad for all the big games. With over 3,200 square feet of LED screens and the best game day bites. Why watch anywhere else? Watch, wager, and win at Louisiana's largest sportsbook. Book your private space today by visiting GoldenNuggetLC.com. Spots are filling fast, and you don't want to miss out. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
It's your guy Sean with Greenlight Offer, Houston's #1 house buyers. Let me tell you about David from Baytown. He lost his job, fell behind on his mortgage, and his house needed repairs that he couldn't afford to make. He tried listing it, tried getting caught up, but the bills kept piling up, and the stress was crushing him. That's when he called Greenlight Offer. We stepped in, gave him a fair cash offer within 24 hours, and guess what? He didn't even have to lift a finger. No clean-out repairs, no realtor fees, and no closing costs. Within a few weeks, David had cash in his pockets. Every single week, every single month, we help homeowners like David who need to sell fast, skip the repairs, and start fresh. If your mortgage is behind, your house needs work, vacant, inherited, probate, divorce, tenant just won't pay me the rent houses, or do you just need a way out? Greenlight Offer is your solution. 832-779-5000. That's 832-779-5000. GreenlightOffer.com. Let's get your Greenlight number today. That's 832-779-5000. Woo!
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. This is where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process. You can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your first job. Get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's LinkedIn. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. By the way, I am on LinkedIn right now, so.
Yeah, we're both following Fernando.
Say hi.
Did you guys connect? Did he I don't know how LinkedIn works. Did it connect you with the?
Nah, it's just like you can connect with some people, or you can just follow it.
Oh, I chose
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really connect. Fernando ain't gonna let you connect.
It's like the difference between the pond and the pool.
Yeah,
that's right.
A pond is
You know what I
good
mean?
for you.
You got a pond, a pool.
How many times do I say something, just leave it trailing, and then he just comes in and hammers?
All of the time.
Well, what am I supposed to know that you think everyone's out there is going to know what you're talking about?
Yeah, I would think if you're a fan of our show, you get all the references.
I work on the show and I don't get all your references.
Yeah.
So that I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Remember before? Remember when? Sounds like that. Chris Farley. Remember the time?
That was awesome.
Remember the part of the show about an hour ago where I gave my top 5 list of teams that should overpay for Max Crosby, and I mentioned the Bengals is the one more.
Jay.
Because I'm like, what better way would it show that, hey, Joe Burrow, we hear you. We know you need some help on that defensive side of the ball, and don't be so upset with us, and everything's going to turn out all right.
Yeah, it's going to be great, Joe.
And then you're like, well, they got Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Well, guess who's not getting tagged? Yeah. He's free agent. So let's see what happens. Bengals are letting a pass rusher of his caliber walk, which doesn't, Now, listen, everything that happens between now and the beginning of the season is a piece of the puzzle, right? It's like you're looking for that one-armed man. Sometimes you find a big puzzle piece, you drop the phone and let the U.S. Marshals come find you. Right? That's what it's just one big puzzle piece or small puzzle piece, but it's all a puzzle that you're putting together. Because right now it's like, what are they telling Joe Burrow by letting Trey Hendrickson at least explore the free agent market? Just, we are not willing to pay you, let me get this right, $24.4 million. We're not going to do it. It's just not going to happen. We could franchise tag you, $24 million. What was the number that they agreed to last year? Could you look that up?
Yeah, hold on.
I think it was less than that. Was it $20 million? They gave him $20 million to come one more season and rush.
No, he had a 1 year, $30 million.
Okay,
he had 30.
So they're not even willing to give him $6 million less than that. So maybe they know something we don't. We'll find out what Hendrickson does do. By the way, if you're thinking about last year, we had Von Miller on in hour 2. He's like, I had a choice between the Seahawks and the Commanders. I chose the Commanders because we were close to the Super Bowl. I had no idea Seattle was going to win it. Go there and win it. Tank Lawrence goes there instead, wins the Super Bowl. Not bad. Could Trey Hendrickson be that guy? You want to add somebody? Like if the Bears, for instance, don't land a big fish for a pass rush, like, say, Crosby, if he is available and they go get him, or they don't, would Trey Hendrickson be that guy? Let's see what Trey Hendrickson does.
I mean, he did miss 10 games last year.
I understand. Yeah. And the Bengals are like, but still, the image of your quarterback going on the podium a couple times towards the end of the season last year and looking miserable and basically talking like existentially about life and what makes you happy and what doesn't make you happy and whether you're happy. And I do like still playing, but, sometimes, life, blah, blah, blah.
He was going through it.
Okay, and everyone's just like, what does he mean? Have the Bengals broken him? And, all the information, men and women are like, well, it's just imagine he got hurt again and then the season's down the tubes and all that stuff. That you don't franchise tag Trey Hendrickson at the moment, this snapshot in time. Not good. But let's see what they do in free agency. Let's see what they do in the draft. Let's see what they do maybe late. If somebody is available, you can pluck that person from somebody else's team. Maybe Von Miller is a choice. If Von does want to still play, hey, go to Cincinnati, play one more time or two. I don't know. But I would be on the phone explaining to Joe what's up. This is the plan. Wouldn't you? But I'm a communicator. You know?
That's what you do.
I don't leave you guys guessing what's up. I don't think. Don't answer that.
I mean, except for like finishing your jokes sometimes.
Oh, my God.
That's what's up.
I don't think this move is shocking, and I think it's a clear, message to Joe Burrow.
No, it's not. But
what's going on?
Even you said he missed 10 games last year.
He did. He also had 35 sacks the 2 seasons before.
I got it, but it's a now business. It's what are you going to do for me now? Am I really paying you $24 million, or could we pay that to somebody younger who's not going to miss 10 games?
Like the guy they drafted who had 3 sacks?
Oh, boy. Got to do better at that, too.
Yeah.
Got a point there, yeah.
Got to do better at that, too. But that's the news. Got one more hour to go for tags and things of that nature. So we got that going for us, which is nice.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking in this Tuesday edition of the Rich Eisen Show. We're back with you here on Disney Plus and ESPN and ESPN Radio on Wednesday. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Because right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra, loaded with the latest tech. Or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Hey guys, Lance here. Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. AJ along for the ride today. Brian's not here. He's not working yet again. That Brian, man. Never works.
He's not here.
I like your hat, Joe.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Joe's wearing the, what'd you call it, new?
Yeah, it's new.
Semi-new?
We got it at Christmas. That's new.
Joe's wearing that's what Joe got me for Christmas. Joe's wearing the black ESPN hat with red ESPN lettering, and underneath it, it's white Houston lettering.
You can see it very clearly.
Looks very, very good. I think I lost mine, actually.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I think I did.
How?
How do you lose things?
I don't lose hats.
Really? You never lose your lid?
0.4, but no. No, not really.
Okay.
I have a case for them, so.
All right. I think I lost it in my closet. Like, I don't think it's permanently lost.
Oh, it's just lost in the chaos?
Yeah, lost in the chaos that is my closet. One of these days I'll take it out of my closet. Lots to get to today. It's deadline day in the NFL when it comes to these franchise back pencils down. The deadline just passed. It was 3 o'clock our time. We'll get to that a little bit later. Some names that have one that has been trans-tagged, one that has been franchise-tagged, and another name that is retiring. We'll get into that later.
Big cut just happened, too.
Who got cut?
The greatest athlete of all time.
John Weeks?
Kyler Murray.
Oh, he officially got cut?
Well, they can't cut him officially until next Wednesday, but Schefter just broke the news, and he just said goodbye on Twitter.
So. I'm wondering where he's going to go. Well, we'll talk about it later.
Yep.
But Kyler Murray, okay, all right. So we got like the whole gambit here. We got a trans tag, we have a franchise tag, we have a cuttage, and we have a retirement. Texans also have a cuttage. Jimmy Ward's cut. We'll touch on that a little bit later. We got some more fear-mongering going on from the Athletic, Joe. This time it's not Chandler Rome. It's just his mentor, Ken Rosenthal, who's doing some fear-mongering.
It's like a disease, and he passed it on to him.
I think so. It's a pandemic. What's going on with this fear-mongering over at the Athletic? We'll touch on that a little bit later. Ken Rosenthal doing some fear-mongering with the Astros, which has kind of been the MO from the Athletic this offseason. In fact, I'll save it for later. Yesterday, the Rockets won a basketball game. They beat one of the worst teams in the NBA, the Washington Wizards, from the nation's capital, which is great. That's good news. I mean, we're all happy that the Rockets won. And also, like, the final score was not indicative of how this game went. Rockets were comfortably ahead. I know the Wizards had the first quarter lead. They were hitting threes from dudes who don't hit threes. Rockets blew them out the rest of the way. Wizards turned a blowout into, they probably covered. I don't know what the spread was yesterday, but they probably covered. But this was a blowout game. What you had to do going up against one of the worst teams in the NBA. Also, I told you this yesterday, I view these road trips kind of like baseball series, right? If you play a 5-game series, you want to take 3 of 5. You want to win the series. This was a 3-game road trip. You win the road trip. Yesterday was kind of the rubber game of the road trip. So the Rockets come back winners of 2 of the 3 on this 3-game roadie. And I'm pleased, Joe. I'm pleased with this result.
Yeah, absolutely should be pleased for it. We'd like to say you're welcome on behalf of you, myself, Lance Zerline, for acknowledging that Alperen Şengün hadn't led the Rockets in scoring since he returned from his injury.
Mostly Lance, though. Yeah. I don't think we can take credit for that.
He's in Japan, so he doesn't know that, Jeremy. It's okay. But Alperen Şengün led the team scoring yesterday, so that was nice. Reed Shepard continues to play well. Kevin Durant, good. Yeah, it was a fun game. And then, honestly, the only thing I want to talk about was the fight.
That's the only thing you want to talk about?
Not really, but it was
it wasn't really a fight.
No, it wasn't. It was just a shoving match. But no, the Rockets played well yesterday, and you said it right. They did what they were supposed to do. And yes, I agree. The final score is not indicative of what this entire game was, but Washington's a bad team, and they took care of business, and they got the W, and that's what matters.
Yeah. So what did you think of the fight?
It was fun.
I think my favorite part is that Trae Young got ejected.
Yes. Before he's played a game.
It wasn't a fight, though. That wasn't a fight.
No, it was just a big shove. Honestly, I think my favorite part is the fact that they didn't call a foul on the first shove.
I know. That's what Trae Young was so upset about. He's like, how did y'all miss that? Which, I mean, is true. Like, he got pancaked to the ground.
Yeah, I mean,
not technically.
It was like maybe, Cole Popovich can show some of that in the Texans meeting room next year about what a block looks like, how to extend your arms.
Very swarmy. Very swarmy of Tari.
But nice block there from Tari. Big push, big fall. I cannot believe they didn't call it. It was so funny watching the replay of that. And Aaron Holiday just like walking to the basket and getting a free bucket.
There was so much. There was so much to enjoy there. The Tari pushing him the first time was hilarious to me. Then he pushes him the second time. That was funny. You have Trae Young running onto the floor in street clothes because he's mad that they missed the first push, which he's absolutely right about. But you can't run onto the floor, so he gets ejected, which is like his first official statistic, I guess, for the Washington Wizards. And apparently he's supposed to come back. Thursday? I think is their next game.
Yes.
Which that might be in question now because I think he might have to serve a 1-game suspension.
Yep.
So that it pushes back his debut, which is maybe part of their tanking. Maybe this was by design. Like one fewer game of Trae Young increases our chances of getting maybe one more ping pong ball. But yeah, that was hilarious. But I think my favorite part though was Ryan Hollins acting like Tari Eason's a choir boy. He's just like, Tari would never do anything wrong. He would never do anything that is below board. He would never get mad at something. Which, come on, like if there's one dude, and I know he was saying if he was provoked, and that he probably was provoked, and I imagine he was provoked, but acting like Tari's a choir boy is hilarious because if there was one dude who would like go into the stands, if we had to pick one Houston Rocket who would go full Mad Max, Tari Eason is easily the number one pick I would have.
Not even a question about it. I think I in my notes, my first note I have here is Ryan Hollins said that he didn't think Tari pushed him. It's like he wasn't watching the game. and just missed it, and then he realized after.
Hyperbolic Hollins.
But Craig was having to talk Hollins down to be like, "Hey man, he shoved him pretty good here both times." And Hollins like, "No, he had to say something. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal at all." But Hollins was that's clearly Tar Eason. That's this dude. That's what we learned from yesterday's game. Is Ryan Hollins and Tar Eason.
Well,
at least Hollins thinks they're boys.
Well, I mean, he did it in the fourth quarter with Durant, too. Like, when Durant pushed that dude, which, was kind of whatever. Yeah. But, he did the same thing. He's like, well, that's not a push. And Craig was like, well, yeah, it is a push, and you cannot push, and you won't get a tee.
Yeah.
And eventually Hollins like, okay, all right. It's almost like he's a little child that has to be told why it's wrong.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. You're right, Ryan. Yes, you shouldn't be, trying to troll him. You shouldn't be trying to get under his skin. That's right, Ryan. But you know what, Ryan? You also can't just two-hand shove a guy, not once but twice. And Holland's like, okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's of all the things that happened in the game, I watched the game delayed. I watched it at night, and I was trying to skip through the commercials and everything. I forgot that Trae Young was on the Wizards. So when I saw the highlight first of Trae Young being ejected, it didn't compute with me that was going to be the game I was going to be watching later.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, he's a Wizard.
Yeah.
And then watching it in real time, I remember looking at the score and how much time was left, and I felt like a little kid on Christmas because I couldn't wait to see it all play out and transpire in real time. It was fun. It was they were beating him down. Everyone played well, and then we got a fun little shoving match in the middle of it. It was a fun night of basketball.
713-780-ESPN. Chunky says, I appreciate the way Ackerman always checks Hollins. When Hollins asks, right, Craig? And Craig is like, no.
Yes.
Craig is really good about that. But they have good rapport, though. I think they have fantastic rapport, which makes it easier for, Craig to be like, hey, yeah. You might be a little hyperbolic here, Ryan. Not in those words, but hey, that probably was a foul, Ryan. That probably was a tech, Ryan.
He did leave Craig out to dry a couple times yesterday.
Which ones?
This whole twin thing that he was talking about
I thought that was kind of odd.
Really strange and so factually incorrect. It's not even funny.
Really?
Well, okay. The way Ryan presented it, Craig was right. He presented it like how many twins were in the NBA. And then he brought up the random fact that Anthony Davis has a twin.
Right.
He's like, those are the 3 twins.
He's like, you had to know that, right, Craig?
And I was like, there's no way in the entire NBA there's only those 3 twins. I'm sure there's at least one other player in the NBA that's a twin. It was just weird.
Well, so you don't know if it's factually incorrect. You're just guessing.
No, I'm assuming, yes.
Okay, that's I'm going to have to check you on this. Because you just went full, that's not factually correct. You had facts, and then you don't have the facts to support it.
Right, but I'm guessing. I would bet money I'm correct here. But he was leaving Ackerman out to dry with that trivia question.
And then he was like, "Who would you consider the best brother-sister combination of all time?" And Craig's like, "Well, I'd have to think about it." He goes, "How do you not know off the top of your head?"
Yeah, he was like, "It's like they had a pre-show meeting and this was going to get discussed and Craig wasn't listening."
But they like, I don't know about that.
No, that's what it comes off that way. But in reality, it's like these are things that just popped into Ryan's head and Craig was not ready for them.
No, I think that they have good rapport, though.
They do.
I think that they have good back and forth. Where's Brian? Junkie asked, lazy. Agreed. Another junkie, how is a min not number on? Okay. All right. Let me read this text exactly how it's typed in. I know what he's trying to say, but I'll just read how it's typed in because I'm not belling out the junkies, the dozens and dozens of junkies. There's just too few of you to bell out. How is a min not number on W to be in the stand? He gets mad rage. He's trying to say how is a min not number one to go in the stand, but he said how is a min not number on W to be in the stand? He get mad rage.
I mean, he did throw down Tyler Hero last year.
Yeah, I mean, Amin would be my second pick, but Tari's a loose cannon, man.
Yeah, I think
like Amin's more like, well, I guess he could easily do it that way as well. Like Amin to me is more stand-on business, whereas Tari's more like I'm going to lose my mind. It has a screw loose type of thing. But if like a fan threw something at him, I mean, Amin's probably going to go confront him.
Yeah. Yes.
But I would go Tari 1. I go Tari 1.
No, it's Tari 1, Amin 2. I don't know who's number 3 though.
Durant would just like go to the sidelines and like rage bait him.
It's not Durant. He'll chirp at the fans, but he's not going to the stands.
No, Reed's not going. Adams might go back in the day, but he's hurt.
Yeah,
I could see him going up there.
He also feels like kind of like a big teddy bear. So
he is, but he's also going to be an enforcer.
Yeah.
Like I could see him going at the defense of one of his teammates. You know what I mean?
100%.
Like he's going to go in there with one of his dudes. Which current Houston Rocket is the most likely to go full Mad Max? 713-780-3776. Yeah, I think it's easily. I mean, it's one of those two, and I lean Tari.
Yeah, I lean Tari as well. And then number 3, I'm trying to think who else. Maybe Dorian Finney-Smith could contribute to this roster in some way. That'd be nice.
I haven't really seen that demeanor at all.
No, we won't see anything from him. Not good.
He was +1 yesterday, though. Dorian Finney-Smith. He was +1.
Congratulations.
His plus minus, which I hate the plus minus stat. I think it's one of the stupidest things we do. Everybody puts so much emphasis on plus minus. I think it's so dumb. But yeah, he had 5 points, 6 rebounds, +1 in the plus minus, Joe.
And you know what?
Although in a game that you win by 5, I think +1's a net negative. Because you're -4 from the total score. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean Durant's a -1, so that's also where I'm with you. Where I'm like, I don't really care.
Alpi was a -4.
Exactly. I don't like the stat at all.
I hate the stat.
It means nothing to me.
Like, what if you're on the floor for 7 minutes, and in that 7 minutes, like the other team just shooting like crazy, your team can't buy a bucket even though you're wide open. That tells you how good of a player you are.
I think it can be a good stat at the end of a season.
Like you need a lot of data points.
Yeah,
I hear you on that.
Like once you have a full season, you look at a player's total plus minus, then I think you can get a good read on what that player's impact is on any given night.
But it's also difficult. Like it's not a very good cross-reference stat.
No,
like
it's
I
not.
think it does. I think it's like if you wanted to use it in your full body of the season, I think that's better, obviously, than using it on a night-by-night basis. And I do think that it could show like even then, like I don't know how great it is at this. Like I can poke holes in it, but I think it could show sort of the value you have to your team. Like if you're the third plus minus player on your team that given year, okay, maybe you're the third most important player. But then also like it's a counting stat, so like volume matters, right? Mm-hmm. Like you have a guy that missed 15 games, he's going to be hurt by this because he's not racking up the volume of it. And then it's also very, very bad and a very, very bad comparison whenever you're cross-referencing it to other players around the league on different teams, because it's going to be vastly different based on the team that you're on.
Yeah, it's a good way to evaluate your roster.
Yeah, and at best, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, like you don't want to comparing someone's plus minus on the Rockets versus the Wizards at the end of the season is a useless exercise because the Wizards are just bad. So no matter how good a player plays, most of the time that player is still going to be a minus.
Yeah,
because they're just awful all the time.
Yeah, I don't love it. I think it's severely flawed. I think it's too, and like it's cool to have like as a data point. Like I'm not saying we should erase the thing or delete the thing. My biggest beef with it is that people like over magnify the importance of it.
Yeah.
And people use it like as one of the most important stats in basketball, and that's the issue that I have. I think it's more of a sidebar way down the road. Like, it's cool to have the information. Like, let's take a look at it every now and then. Oh, that's neat. As opposed to, like, this was his value in this game. I think it's severely flawed. Junkie says Chris Paul has a twin Cliff. Chris Paul isn't in the league, though. So that one doesn't work. Another junkie, you have to remember that most junkies are either drunk or have been kicked in the head by a mule at some point in their lives. Come on. We have the most sophisticated listenership in all of Houston sports radio. The dozens and dozens of our junkies are the most smartest.
The most smartest.
They're the most smartest listenership of all sports radio. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. I suppose we should talk about the game. Maybe we talk about the game with the Rockets. Also, Ime Udoka had something to say before the game that didn't make people very happy. Joe has a Rockets pet peeve. We'll get to all these people hating the Texans trades yesterday. I think it's funny. What is the offseason agenda for the Texans? And then it is tag day in the NFL. We've seen a franchise tag. We've seen a trans tag. We've seen a cut. We've seen a retirement. We've seen a little bit of everything so far with today's transitional and franchise tag deadline. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. You can get involved. You can watch our ugly mugs on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can also watch along on TikTok, ESPN 975 there. You can listen to us on our app, ESPN Houston, our website, ESPN Houston. Also on Twitter. You can watch us there as well as we go. What do they call it? Spaces? We do Spaces on Twitter? Is that what it's called? Spaces? I think it's Spaces.
No, that's not. It's not Spaces.
It's not Spaces?
That's the thing, but that's not technically what we do.
It's not technically what we do? How would you know? I'm just kidding. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what I know? I know food. You don't get a body like this without knowing a thing or two about food. And you know what I've been really enjoying lately? Federal American Grill, for a variety of different reasons, which, by the way, we're a little bit past the lunch hour on this show because we start at 3 o'clock. But maybe a good pregame for you listening to Jeremy and Joe, or you're just looking for lunch, maybe you're not listening to us at all, is going to Federal American Grill and getting their lunch. You can order straight from the source, too. You don't need these third parties, these mediators for you and your food. No, you go online, thefederalgrill.com, and order your lunch. You can order dinner as well, of course. But I was taking a look at the menu here a little bit earlier. I like to do this whenever I get hungry, which probably isn't a smart thing to do, but Federal American Grill makes it look very appetizing. How about for starters, you get the bang bang shrimp. They got calamari, which I'm always a big fan of calamari. Love me some calamari. Burgers and sandwiches. We had a texter yesterday said they got that Freedom Burger, and thank you for that. Thank you for your service, because for every Freedom Burger sold at Federal American Grill, they donate $1 to the veterans over at Camp Hope. So why wouldn't you do that? You're being a gentleman or a scholar whenever you do just that very, very thing. Also, get over there for social hour. Social hour is fantastic. 3 to 7, more like social hours. $10 appetizers, handcrafted drink specials. It's perfect to start the evening off right. You had a long day at work. You need a drink. You need a cheap bite. Federal American Grill, $10 appetizers, handcrafted drink specials, or if you're just getting the night started in the right way. Also, world-class whiskey, world-class bourbon for you. And don't forget about Easter brunch. Everybody's always looking for something to do on Easter. What better than brunch at Federal American Grill? Reserve those spots now. 5 locations to choose from. My spot up in the Woodlands, Hedwig Village, Katy, Shepherd, downtown location, River Oaks location, coming soon as well. Federal American Grill. Check them out, thefederalgrill.com, where precision cooking meets quality ingredients in a tribute to classic American cuisine.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Junkie says, I love the Texans trades, ! Bye-bye Titus, 3 exclamation marks. Another junkie, it's amazing how May GM we have as fans when our teams make trades the like and dislike. Thank goodness only one gets paid, though. Okay. 713-780-3776. Sophisticated is not the word. Then what's the word? How would you describe the dozens and dozens of the junkies? 713-780-3776. I think they're very sophisticated. They learn me a thing or two every day.
I kind of like the most smartest.
The most smartest listenership in all of Houston sports radio?
Yeah.
Or should it be all of sports radio? I guess it depends on how I feel that day. Just what rolls off the tongue.
For sure, the most smartest.
Not the
in
R's.
Houston
I can't
sports
roll
radio.
the R's. What's up?
Especially the most smartest in Houston sports radio.
I don't know. It sounds cheesy. Maybe you can refer to them to that. I'll stick with sophisticated.
Okay.
Maybe it just depends on the day. Sometimes you gotta. It's a lot of people want to have like these analytical, like this is the way we're gonna do it. Whenever this pops up, I like to kind of just go off vibes. I'm a vibes person.
Yeah, I feel you. I think that for the most part, we just have to keep an eye on these guys of what kind of performance they're giving us day in and day out. They're not consistent.
We got to keep it a buck.
Yeah.
How about this Rockets quartet yesterday? Since we didn't really talk about the game, didn't talk about the game. The game. Alpy with that double-double. You touched on that. 32 and 13. That was nice. Most of his damage in the second. Kevin Durant scores 30 again. Kind of just like slept-walked to 30, which is awesome. Amin Thompson had a huge game. 22 points, 12. And Washington stinks. Maybe a grain of salt, but they stink. And then Reed Shepherd, a night where he didn't have his best shooting night, still fine. 7 of 18, okay. 4 of 11, fine. But he racked up 10 assists, also had 7 rebounds, 6 steals, blocked a couple of shots. And I kind of trolled a little bit. I saw someone post, Reed Shepherd's really good at these chase-down blocks. Wouldn't have as many chase-down blocks if he could stay in front of his, the guy he's guarding.
I saw that.
Nonetheless. Good game from Reed, 42 minutes. I like how he did other things, and it wasn't just if his shot's on, he's helping us. This is a night where he didn't shoot. I would call it great, and still had a lot of other areas where he was able to help the Rockets, what I think is very important to him, really becoming a key, critical piece to this team.
Yeah, he last night, 19 points, 7 rebounds, 10 assists, and 6 steals. He was the youngest player in NBA history with those numbers, and 2 blocks as well. And I saw Brett O tweet out, the company he's in now is some of the best basketball players of all time that have put up a game like this. Obviously, that doesn't mean Reed's that, but he played really well last night. Specifically, I really like what we saw from him in transition. It feels different on a fast break when he has the ball. Is he a great point guard yet? Definitely not, but it does feel more fluid in which he knows where to go with the basketball in transition than some of the other guys on the team. He is the Reed stands. It's another W for them. He's checking the boxes right now of playing more minutes, being more effective offensively, contributing, like you said, in other ways than just scoring. He's playing his best basketball so far of his career in this recent stretch. Yes, it's the Wizards, but it's a good stretch of basketball for him. So that's why it's more than just a one-game sample size.
He's maturing. He's developing. It's kind of a catch-22 because if you're happy with where Reed Shepherd's at right now, don't you have to give the coach a little bit of credit to his development to this point?
I think so. You can see people don't want to do that.
Right. They think he stunted it.
Yeah.
They think that it should have happened earlier this season, which I think it's part of the process. I think it's part of, okay, Reed, you're going to do things that we can't have as a team. You can't, stop reaching and fouling dudes. You can't stay in front of your guy you're guarding. You're going to turn the ball over. Well, you're going to come take a seat for 15 minutes a night. You're going to play 25 minutes instead of 32 minutes. So, a lot of that, people get frustrated because he's not playing 32 minutes. But a lot of it, you have to go through that early in your career to touch that sort of development, to have that sort of development. So I actually give Ime credit for where Reed is at right now. People do not want to do that. You're right.
No, I think you're right. I think we talked about this last week, that people view the draft pick status as an expectation for what Reed should be. And I think there's some miscontext in just his career overall, this is a guy who started 5 games in college. He played in 33. He only started in 5.
Misleading.
I know he played 29 minutes a game in college, so he still played a lot. But like he wasn't, you know.
Dillingham came off the bench too, and I think they were the first 2 picks from that team.
He
so,
wasn't,
it was kind of weird.
But he wasn't like what Boozer's doing right now. And we've seen guys come off the bench like Devin Booker and have success in the NBA. Now Devin Booker's team is a little different than what Reed Sheppard was playing on when he was in college in terms of the amount of talent. But there's development that has to happen. When you're a good basketball team, these guys aren't just going to be thrown out there. Like I think people want Reed's role to be like what we saw with Jalen Green. But that was a bad basketball team. He was going to play all the time. This is a winning basketball team. If your coach doesn't trust you because you don't do things the right way, you're not going to get out there. Now he seems to be earning that trust. Now I think there is an argument for when this team is healthy of potentially changing the starting lineup with the way he's played. He's making all of those cases to play 30 minutes a game plus, to be in the starting 5 for the Rockets. He's playing that well for me. So I think it's kudos to him, and I think people should just be happier with the process that we're getting there. Like why does everything have to be such a negative? Right. Why does it have to be, why didn't Ime do this before? Well, no, like it's getting there now.
Yeah, it's part of the process. Fine. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like if you're happy with his play now, how do you not give the coach credit for some of that play? Like it's interesting to me. Speaking of the starting lineup, Ime yesterday was asked before the game, like, "Hey, Jabari, is he still back for the Golden State game? And if so, what's that starting 5 going to look like?" Here was Ime's response to that.
When he returns, what do you anticipate your starting lineup looking like?
Probably back to the original.
Yeah. People did not like that answer. Now, one video that has not gone viral because it doesn't, sell, doesn't click, it's not dramatic, it's not sizzling, or scintillating. Ime was asked yesterday about it again after the game because the clip that we just played was pregame. What we heard after the game, like, "Hey, what do you think about that starting 5 again?" He's like, "Well, Amin just rolled his ankle, so we'll see." Yeah. So, like, he did kind of change course, but it's just funny how, like, the internet works, right? People are like, "Oh, blah, 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 internet, sensationalism." Well, that's because it sells, right? Like, why do people do it? Because it's the stuff that gets the attention. So, pregame, Ime was like, "Well, we'll probably go back to the other thing," and it goes viral. Ime after the game, "Well, Amin rolled his ankle, so we'll see." Crickets.
Yeah, but it's because I think the larger point that the really pro-Reed people want to make regardless is that it shouldn't have taken these injuries to get to this point.
They do.
But I think that's the other reality of sometimes with younger players in sports is for that breakthrough to happen, you need an injury. You need someone to get hurt for you to end up having an established role to really prove yourself. You don't just take minutes from veteran players because you're the number 3 pick in the NFL or the NBA draft. You need something to transpire to change it. And typically it's injury, or a big trade to happen. And this is Reed's moment. He's taking advantage of it. If Jabari comes back and then Amen's out for a game or two, like you continue to see it, I wonder if Ime's tune will change at all. Or if we'll just see what we've talked about, which is, yes, the starting 5 stays the same, but Reed Sheppard's minutes continue to go up.
Yeah, I personally don't care who starts. Like, I think it's one of the silliest arguments we have. He should be in the starting 5. And I think people view it more of a status thing. I think it's more about stature, prestige than anything else. I've heard some valid arguments the other way. They're like, "Hey, start in rhythm, start in flow, all of that stuff." And I do think that's valid. But I think it's overrated. Like, if I was playing basketball, and everybody's laughing. If I was playing basketball and you gave me the choice of coming off the bench and playing 35 minutes a night or starting and playing 25, I'm choosing the off the bench playing 35. Like, I think we overrate it sometimes.
100%.
I learned that Angel Reese has a brother last night. I didn't know that. I like to learn something new each day, Joe.
Yeah, I didn't know.
That was one thing that I learned.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, I think that's what led to like kind of the brother-sister conversation. Was that dude that started and played, I believe, in his first ever game in the NBA. Maybe it was his first start. I don't really keep up with the Wizards.
I think they said it was his first points in the league, so I think it was his first game.
Yeah, all I know about the Wizards, well, I know their roster a little bit, but Cam Whitmore's out for the year with some foot thing. But yeah, that was Angel Reese's brother, so did not know that. Did not know that Angel had a brother. That's cool. And you know what else we haven't really talked about in a while? Kevin Durant burners.
We have not.
Like, that thing just kind of went away, right?
Well, we talked about that. Like, if they come out of the break and they play good basketball, that no one's going to care about burners. It was only if the Rockets struggled like they did pre-All-Star break, that it was going to turn into this huge story, and now it's completely gone because everyone's playing pretty good basketball for the most part.
We talked about how like overblown it was. Like, dude, they're pros, they're grown men. Like, it's gonna be all right. My friends call me worse things than that.
Mr. Reliable, the R word.
Mr. Reliable, the R word. Jabari. He's everybody's favorite R word. Reliable.
Yep.
He wouldn't go into the stands, would he? He wouldn't go full Mad Max.
No, I was thinking about him when we were talking about that. No.
He pretend that he would, but he actually wouldn't.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like. Yes, that's a
he's
good
fake
point.
tough.
He might be holding Kevin Durant back when Kevin Durant's really not going to go either. But
Kevin Durant's not going.
But like Jabari's
Kevin Durant's going to tweet about it.
Yeah, Jabari's the holdback guy.
Jabari is the holdback guy.
Maybe Albie could surprise us.
No chance.
Oh,
Albie's going to be crying to the refs about it.
I know who it is. Number 3 on the list, Capella.
I don't know. Is Capella that kind of guy, though?
I feel like for this,
he's French.
I think, that's true. That's true. What are you saying about the French, Jeremy?
You know what I'm saying about the French. I made it pretty clear. I wasn't hiding anything. I wasn't trying to be sly about it. Like, I thought I was pretty direct on what my intent was there.
Yeah, you were. I got
he was actually born in Switzerland. He grew up in France, it says here on his Wikipedia.
Then, he's definitely not going in.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, Joe has he's got a gripe. He's got a pet peeve with the Rockets. I'm dying to know what it is, as should you. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has been in business with one mission: making a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. 50 years later, that mission has not changed, but the reason people keep coming to D&M has only grown. They're tired of negative equity, tired of wasting weekends at dealerships, and tired of paying too much for too little. If you've never leased a vehicle before, don't worry. You're not going to get a rookie. Their average manager's been there for 20 years, their average salesperson for 10. So you get someone that knows how to save you money, protect you from depreciation, and design a lease around your life. And right now, they have several new 2026 models available with payments under $400 per month for qualified buyers. All you have to do is go to dmautololeasing.com right now. You can see the full inventory of all the different cars that you can lease and sign up for today. And you can call as well at 713-290-1000. So if your payments are too high, you're stuck in that negative equity, or you just want that smarter way to upgrade, call D&M at 713-290-1000 by visiting also dmautololeasing.com today. And when you're there, mention that I, Joe George, sent you. And if you're an ESPN 97.5 listener, I might even deliver that new vehicle and hand you the keys.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy, the Huntington Bank bad boy. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Junkie, assuming the rims are 8 feet tall in this league, Jeremy is playing basketball in a hashtag #ProDunkHoops. That's not very nice. Keith from L.A., Lance in Japan. Do we know he's safe? We don't. Do you care?
He's been posting photos. He's been tweeting away.
He's been tweeting away. What's the time difference?
10 hours, I think he said. Because I think he said he might do the Friday show.
That'd be hilarious.
From Japan, I think he said it'd be 10. No, so it's not.
How does the connection work when you're doing that?
Great question. We're going to find out. He's still going to be in with John on Friday, but Lance might try to dial in. He said it'd be 10 p.m.
I'm
in
fascinated.
Japan.
I might go to, like, Venezuela for, like, 3 weeks in the summer and just do my show from there.
Sure.
It's better in Mexico.
That's fair, I guess.
At this point.
Yeah.
I'm just going to, like, the Caymans and, like, do the show from the beach in, like, a, beachside cabana.
I mean, you have a Comrex, so yours will sound a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd sound fine if you could pull out. I'm worried about the internet internationally. That's always been my concern.
Yeah, but I mean, I would do it. I don't know if I would. Like maybe what Lance is doing, where he's there for 10 days or whatever, and do one show from Japan. But I'm not like going to Mexico or wherever working for 5 days.
Yeah, but you're only doing it 3 hours a day. We don't work at all.
I know, but I still want to like enjoy my vacation.
Yeah, I'd still find a way to enjoy it. I'd be fine. It says 9 hours on my computer. It says that it's 6:37 right now in Japan. So if it was 6:37 right now in Japan, and what's 6 minus? He'd be doing a show at like 9 p.m. No, his show starts at 7.
Yeah,
his show starts at 7. So 7 hours. He'd be like 10 p.m. He'd be doing a show from 10 to 1 a.m. 10 p to 1 a.m.
That's what I said. But yeah,
is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh,
it's okay.
I had to do the math in my head to really believe it.
You're just double checking our work. I understand.
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
We'll get to you want to know Joe's pet peeve? We'll get to in a second. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith is in. He probably wants to get the Rockets to sign Kelvin Cato. Keith, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Hey, guys. No free agents for me today. 2 quick questions. McDonald's today dropped a big arch burger. It's got 2 patties, 3 pieces of bread, the crispy onions, the sauce. Are you guys in on the big arch? And second question is, who is winning the World Baseball Classic? Thanks, guys.
Sounds like a Mailbag Monday question, Keith.
Yeah, maybe I'll try it.
I'm out on the big arch.
I'm pretty locked in on my McDonald's order, though.
What's your McDonald's order?
I usually go McDouble, spicy McChicken, fry, and a Coke.
I usually get that little $5.50 bundle now.
Okay.
Which is like the McDouble, chicken nugget, small fry, small Coke.
Good call.
You could just do that you could just get 2 of them. You could get the McDouble bundle, and you could get the spicy McChicken bundle.
Yeah, it's like we have, but that's, see if they could be like, turn that 2 small Cokes into a medium Coke, that would work for me.
You know how you can do that? You take the 2 Cokes home and you put them in a big Yeti.
That's true.
There you go.
That's
you got
solve that problem.
You got 2 sandwiches. You got enough fries, and you got a big Yeti of Coke for the rest of the day, Joe, for $11.
And then I'll take Japan and the World Baseball Classic.
No, I'm not going to have the big arch, and I don't care. Like I'm really disinterested about the WBC at the moment. Maybe it's something like the non-insurance guys. Like it's weird to me.
It is strange.
You have Skubal like throwing 30 pitches against Great Britain
on Saturday. Yeah.
So like it's just It feels more like a glorified exhibition.
Yeah, the fact that you're going to get a total of 4 starts from Logan Webb, Skubal, and Skeens is strange, and they're not going to be real starts.
It feels like in the past, like they were more like players insured, and like pitchers were actually like going.
Well, they didn't really have Skubal, Skeens last time. I mean, I think Adam Wainwright pitched for Team USA last time.
Okay.
So they went with some of the older players. So I guess this was the compromise that they made was, hey, come help us sell tickets at Dyken Park.
Yeah.
And I mean, like I'm going Saturday. Like me and my dad are excited to see Skubal pitch. It's gonna be fun.
That's the game at the Dyke is America versus Great Britain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they play Friday. So Logan Webb will pitch Friday.
2 innings.
Yeah. And then I know and then there'll be other pitchers on it. But it seems like they're gonna piece the staff together. Where like the main guys are going to play, like Judge, Schwarber, Harper. Those guys are going to play the full 9, but the pitching is going to be very pieced together. It seems.
Maybe whenever they start playing, I'll get a little excited about it. But it's just I'm not moved at all by the WBC at the moment. Maybe it'll change. Maybe he'll change a little bit. Maybe it was the Aaron Judge speech that he gave to the clubhouse.
Snoozer, man.
Maybe that's what left me unmoved. Is that Aaron Judge gave this speech and it was like, okay, like some people give speeches, Joe, like Herb Brooks, like Cal McNair, where you want to just leave your feet and run through a brick wall, right? Aaron Judge, it made me want to remain seated. Like I just wanted to, like I'm good. Like maybe I'll go to sleep now. Maybe I'll take a nap after that motivational speech by the captain. What an embarrassment to captaincy.
Yeah.
In the history of captaincy.
Agreed. He's boring.
He's a boring leader.
He can hit the ball really far.
Yeah,
but he's not.
Stud. He's so good.
He's just not a good motivational guy.
Yeah. All right, Keith. Thanks for distracting us. Now let's get back to the whole meaning of this segment. Joe has a Rockets pet peeve. Joe, what is said pet peeve?
Okay, so I think it was like 5-0 at this point in the game. But there was
early then.
There was an inbounds pass on the baseline where a men threw it up to KD and it just went out of bounds. It was so bad. Their inbounds passes are just it's starting to annoy me. We're like,
interesting.
There's no help. Like you've got Kevin Durant one-on-one with a guy. A men just throwing it up there to get it to him. It is the most lazy, sloppy basketball play that the Rockets do. There's 4 other guys. You're on your side of the court, and no one is realizing, like, oh, Kevin Durant's supposed to get the ball. A men can't get it to him. Let's help him out here. It's just a little pet peeve that, like, I'm like, they're terrible at this. And we've seen it happen throughout the season in different moments on the sidelines and the baselines where they can't execute an inbounds pass, and they're just throwing it up there to KD because he's really tall, and it's getting knocked away. It's being overthrown. It's one of those things where, is it a big deal right now? Probably not. Do I feel like it's going to be a problem in the playoffs and going to hurt them in a crucial moment? I kind of do. So it's just a pet peeve of mine.
Yeah, I think it speaks to a bigger issue, really. I think it speaks to the turnover issue. Like,
yes.
Like what leads to turnovers, being careless with the basketball, and that has plagued them all season long. So yeah, I think it's another tidbit. I think it's another bullet point to what has been one of the biggest issues with this basketball team.
Because even last night, I mean, they had 20 turnovers last night. As good as Alpi was scoring, he had 8. Kevin Durant had 6. They had 14 turnovers between the two. The Wizards had 12 as a team.
Yeah,
it's remarkable how many turnovers this team has.
Yeah, they need. I mean, people would say, "Well, there's not a point guard," and those people would be right. But at the same time, like, take care of the ball, dude.
I don't think a point guard solves all these problems.
No.
It's like a point guard doesn't just mean Alpi's not going to be sloppy with the basketball,
right?
Or Kevin Durant. If it was all Reed and all Amen, then yeah, Fred solves a lot of those problems. They're not having turnovers in a lot of times of the setup of the offense. It's just they're just lazy, bad passes.
Yep.
The ball hitting off their hands. They're just a very turnover-prone basketball team right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's a good call on that. I think it speaks to the bigger issue, but that's part of it. Like, start doing the little things a little bit better, which is frustrating. It probably will be the bugaboo of this team. Now, my expectations for this team aren't like NBA Finals or bust, so maybe my expectations will still be met, whereas others will be obviously very frustrated, which you should be. If it's turnovers that's costing you, then be careful with the ball. 713-780-ESPN. When we return, there's a lot of talking heads, Joe, that hate the Texans trades from yesterday. We'll listen and read some of that hate from a bunch of people. So much hate in this world, especially when it comes to Nick Caserio on these Texans trades. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
All right, so talking heads hate the Texans trades. David Montgomery, by the way, had a heartfelt post that he posted saying, I love all of you fans. Thank you for everything. He also he used a song from Rod Wave's Moving On, which actually uses the word Houston in it, Joe.
Nice little pull there for him.
I think some synergy, even.
Yeah, I like that.
Good move. So he's got feel. I like people who have feel. You know this.
Yeah.
I like people who have a little bit of feel.
Feel is good.
A little bit of feel. He's got a little bit of feel, this David Montgomery. I think I like the trade more now that he has a little feel.
You're all in now. You were already pretty.
Yeah, I like that. I like the trade. Yeah. I'm totally okay with the trade. But here are a lot of people that hate the trade, Joe. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
All right, first Sarge, but Sarge has deleted the tweet. Yeah. There's two trades here. We shouldn't just say the David Montgomery trade. It was also the Titus Howard trade. And the tweet that he deleted was like, I guess, I can't remember exactly what it said, so I'm disappointed that he tweeted it or he deleted it. Which deleting tweets are soft moves in general. I'm anti-deleting tweets, even if I get The only time I'll delete a tweet is if I got like a piece of information wrong, like a number, you know?
Sure.
And I'll delete it and just repost it with the corrected number. Sometimes I just put like, whoops, I'm wrong, and then correct the number in the comments, you know?
Yeah, that's fine.
But like the tweet isn't forever gone. Like it's just temporary fixing a fact piece, and then like it'll be right back up in a second. I'm not a fan of deleting posts because of the reaction you get from said post. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree.
I find that to be very soft.
I feel like I've never deleted anything, honestly.
So I put Sarge's maybe I learned my lesson here that I need to screen grab the tweets instead of just posting the link to his tweets because now we know he deletes them. So I forget exactly what he said, but it was like, oh, I'm sad. Titus Howard's leaving. He is my lover. I love him. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. Again, he deleted the tweets. I don't know exactly what it said, but it professed his love for Titus Howard. It read very much like a scorned lover.
It did. It was very much I think at the end it said, I just don't get it.
Okay.
The trade.
See,
so.
like a lot of that's the way a lot of people react whenever their significant other breaks up with them.
Yeah.
Like, we had it. We were moving right along. We were really in love. We were having such a great time. I just didn't see it coming. I just don't get it.
Just don't get it.
Just don't get it. So Sarge, sorry for your loss, man. Acting like a scorned lover after the Texans traded Titus Howard. Adam Shane, I don't know how you pronounce his name. Mad Dog Radio. Here was his take with the Texans trade yesterday.
I think the Texans are completely out of their minds here. This makes no sense. Like, if I'm a fan of the Houston Texans, I'm wondering what the hell is going on. So they just traded, in essence, Howard for Montgomery.
Yeah.
They just traded their best offensive lineman for a backup running back. That's what Montgomery is. And, I like Montgomery. I don't love Montgomery. I've said that consistently. This is my take on Montgomery in Chicago, my take on Montgomery in Detroit, my take on Montgomery now. The Texans didn't need David Montgomery. They needed Kenneth Walker. They needed Travis Etienne. That's who they needed. So why would you take yourself out of that market, perhaps? Are you now going to spend $12 billion a year on Kenneth Walker? We just got David Montgomery? I don't know what the hell they're doing. Boy,
so that was Shane's spiel.
Fan,
he said, my bad, I thought he was done. He said as a Texans fan, I'd be mad with the team. So that was Shane's spiel. I don't know how you could say that David Montgomery's a backup running back, and I love David Montgomery in the same breath.
Agreed.
Like he did there. That seems odd. And I understand that technically he was behind Jahmyr Gibbs. But if you were ranking the 32 running backs in the NFL, David Montgomery's probably in the teens, right? Probably in the teens? I think he's in the teens.
Yeah, he's in the teens.
Healthily in the teens. He's easily a top 20 running back. He's a top 19 running back, so he'd be in the teens. So I don't know how you could call him a backup running back and then say I love Montgomery. And then also he doesn't really understand how the cap works. Like okay, yes, you could sign Travis Etienne and Kenneth Walker, but then you can't sign offensive linemen because they're going to make more than twice the money that David Montgomery is going to make, at least right now. We'll see if there's a contract extension. So they're going to spend the money, the delta between the Etiennes and Kenneth Walkers of the world and the David Montgomerys of the world, on offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
So that guy ain't dead no ball.
No.
You can tell by his accent, though. He didn't know
as soon as
ball.
he started talking, I just chuckled.
Yeah. Seth Walters, an analytics guy on ESPN, he didn't like the David Montgomery trade. He said, Montgomery's old, blah, 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 blah. He gave the Texans a D on the trade. He gave the Lions an A, which I do think it's a good trade for the Lions because, you have Jahmyr Gibbs, right? So,
yeah.
You're getting a good draft pick for a running back. But then he also loved the Texans' grade for Titus Howard trade, though. He gave the Texans an A- for getting a fifth, and he gave the Browns a D+.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm surprised
all
to
over the
see.
place.
Yeah, that an A next to the Howard trade surprises me.
Yeah, I think it's like very analytical though. Where like Howard's older and he got $21 million a year. He can't get a good ROI on $21 million a year. So it's very much an analytical approach, which analytics don't have older running backs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dr. John Crumpler, who's a good follow, follows the Texans. His quote tweet to the Adam Schefter, David Montgomery trade. That's a pretty gross trade for Houston. Nice deal for Detroit to land that package for an aging back. Texans must see some serious juice left with Monty. So gross trade, according to Dr. Crumpler.
I didn't love it. I don't think gross is a word I would use.
Yeah, I mean that one wasn't that strong. I don't think. That one's that's a fair opinion, I think. Kim Davis covers the Texans. Whenever the Texans traded Titus Howard, Ian Rappaport tweeted it out. Kim Davis's quote tweet to the Ian Rappaport report. I have no idea, says Kim, what the Texans are doing. Not only was Titus Howard their best offensive lineman last season, but he's the last piece of functional familiarity for C.J. Stroud from his rookie season. The season so many want him to repeat. Then again, Nick Caserio did say this offense was, you know what? Never mind. Just feels like that are really unserious.
So I guess my pushback here is
hashtag Texans, hashtag Chalk Talk.
It's just because he was your best offensive lineman doesn't mean you can't improve significantly, and you're not going to pay him. Like I the more I've thought about it, the more I'm really good with the Titus Howard trade. I also don't think the familiarity thing matters at all.
No, like
not a single bit.
Like here's my beef with that tweet. If you're trying to compare keeping familiarity from Stroud's rookie season as to like a reason that you would keep Titus Howard, why were you so open to firing Bobby Slowick?
Yeah.
Why were you so open to moving on from Gerard Johnson? Like, you can't preach being familiar on one hand and then ignore it on the other hand. It's not consistent. And the moment people lack consistency with their takes is whenever I lose the respect. Mm-hmm. So you can't be like one guy, well, familiar, it helps Stroud. The other guy, well, familiar hurts Stroud. Okay, what are you saying now? Like, something tells me that's not actually the root of your take. Something else is the root of your take.
100%.
So, like, that's kind of where I'm at with that one. Brett Coleman from Underdog. Shout out Underdog, promo code KillerB, KILLERB, $75 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Houston must really like Blake Fisher for right tackle and have some other plan for guard. Okay. Tell me you don't know the Texans without telling me you don't know the Texans.
Yeah.
I promise you Blake Fisher will not be the starting right tackle for the Texans sans injury or an earthquake.
Yes.
But they're not going to go into the season with Blake Fisher as their right tackle. He could be their swing tackle, and there's an injury, but they're not going into the season with Blake Fisher penciled in as their starting right tackle.
They are not.
Come on, bruh.
Yeah, he will not. I 100% agree.
And then Chess Liam, who's a fantasy football player. He likes to play chess, but he's also won like a best ball mania or two. Like really good best ball guy, strategist, game player. He tweets, pretty easy sign the Texans are not a sharp organization. What they paid for Woody Marks and David Montgomery in draft capital. So he's anti, big draft capital on running backs.
So a seventh and a fourth? Sixth and a fourth? What was Woody?
Woody was the trade up, right? So it was a fourth and a future third, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So, I mean, it was pretty steep.
I mean, it is steep, but you have your running back room secured, and we might see a running back go in the top 5 this year. So,
yeah, I have takes on that, by the way, which we might get to later.
Good takes or bad takes? Like good thing or bad thing?
I don't know if it's either.
Okay.
No, it's not like a positive or negative take. It's just like, why wouldn't this happen take?
Yeah. I think it's, to me, I actually think like using multiple fourth-round picks to secure your running back room is perfectly good use of your draft capital. It's better. You don't want them to take them in the first round, right? So that's really bad draft capital.
Yeah.
How many hits are there in the 6th or 7th round? I think we look too much at like Isaiah Pacheco and say, oh, just find the next guy that can do that.
No, I like mid-round running backs. But I guess the counterpoint would be instead of trading multiple 3rd and 4th rounders for like 1 or 2 running backs, just draft 4 running backs with 3rd or 4th rounders you have.
I guess.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you're going to – because the Texans, they traded up from the 4th and spent a future 3rd for Woody. They traded a 4th yesterday for David Montgomery, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you use 3 picks to get 2 guys. You could have just used all 3 picks on running backs.
That also feels like a not knowing ball situation with Nick Caserio and how he works.
True.
He loves trades, and he always has excess draft capital to maneuver.
And he usually recoups them. You know what I mean? But, at the same time, though, just because you're recouping a draft pick shouldn't mean that you're being reckless with a draft pick. Like, I got into that discussion with Houston Stressens today because he was kind of, like, pointing to the David Montgomery trade, to the Stephon Diggs trade, like, making a comparison there. And it's like, well, the Texans traded back, and then they used the pick that they got to trade back to trade Stephon Diggs, so it was basically free. Like, I hate that logic. Like, the whole point of trading back was to acquire another pick, right? Yeah. So then now you're trying to use that pick in the best way possible, not be reckless with it. Just because you're able to create a surplus of draft picks because you traded down doesn't mean you should light that pick on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it has value. So, like, when it has value, you need to maximize the value for the value that you acquired. So I hate that school of thought. Like, people always have that school of thought, too, when, like, you trade up. Like, well, they had pick number 12 and they traded number 10. They gave up a first, yeah, but they basically only gave up a first because they moved from 12 to 10. No, you traded 12 and the pick to move to 10.
Yes.
I don't like the whole pick swap argument.
No,
like, it's kind of dumb.
No,
really.
I agree. And I also, like, in terms of lighting picks on fire, I don't think Caserio really does that, right?
I think he can light picks on fire in trade. Like, I mean,
outside of the Diggs one, and really, like, I didn't hate the trade as much until the contract came in.
He has lit late round draft picks on fire. Like, I don't really care that much about late round draft picks, but he, like, early in his career, he was trading like 5th round picks for Ryan Finley, who he cut before training camp even started. Like, he was trading a 6th rounder for Anthony Miller. Like,
yes.
But again, 6th and 7th rounders I don't really care about. Like, he traded, I think, a 7th rounder for a corner. Was it Holloman? I don't know if it was Holloman. But he traded like a 7th rounder for a corner and then cut him like a week later.
Yeah, those are bad moves.
But at the same time, I don't care if it's about 6th and 7th rounders.
Yeah, see, to me, like, the story of those is more a poor evaluation of the players you're acquiring than the draft capital you're giving up. Like, trading a 6th for Anthony Miller was a bad trade for the player you got in return. I'm okay with the idea of trading it for a player that has a high upside, but the fact that, like, they're not even making the roster out of training camp,
and then so quick.
That to me is where it's like, oh, like your NFL scouting evaluation is actually really off compared to your draft stuff sometimes.
I think it was a 6th rounder for Ryan Finley, who they literally cut before camp even started.
I think that's correct.
Okay, it was a 7th rounder. It was a 7th rounder. I just looked it up. That's not as bad. So I'm glad I looked that up because a 5th rounder is way worse than a 7th. But it's still kind of weird. Like, you trade a pick for a guy and then you didn't even make it to camp. But a 7th rounder I don't care about, so I recant a bit. 713-780-ESPN. What is the Texans' offseason agenda after the trade yesterday? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance encouraged, passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 97.9 HD2, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's head out to the HRP listener line before we talk about the Texans' agenda. Marcus, you're with Jeremy and Joe. What's going on, Marcus?
What's up, fellas? I was looking at the draft combine this past week. I want to get you guys' opinion. If you had to put your GM hat on, do you think Mendoza is worth the number one overall pick, seeing the defensive talent that could potentially be great players? Would you trade that pick? If you're Las Vegas, seeing how many holes you have, you might lose Max Crosby. And think about the potential draft picks and the talent you can get. Or would you take him over the field? And I wanted to get you guys' opinion on that, and I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Marcus. I like Mendoza. I don't know if he was in next year's class. I'm not sure he'd be this like runaway number one overall pick. I was surprised to hear, I think it was Daniel Jeremiah, say that he has Mendoza with a higher grade than he had both for Stroud and Bryce Young coming out when they came out into the draft. But I would take him because you need a quarterback, and how often are you going to have the number one pick? Like, to me, it's one of those where you kind of just got to do it. And if you're going to trade Crosby and you can get what you're reportedly asking for, which is 2 first-round picks, then you can use that draft capital to fill other spots on your roster.
I've seen some big boards that have Mendoza as the number one prospect in this draft.
Yeah.
Which big boards don't account for the position. Like, they just count where you stack up relative to the rest of the draft class, which I was a little surprised to see that. You know, I thought some of the defensive players would be higher than Mendoza. In some draft boards, they are. Big boards, they're higher than Mendoza. To me, it's case by case, Marcus, and it comes down to how you feel about the QB. Like, if you have doubts about the QB, but he's, like, highly valued around the league, then trade that sucker. Mm-hmm. If you have belief in the quarterback, I agree with what Joe said, where you got to take the quarterback. I like Mendoza. I don't look at Mendoza as like this unbelievable prospect to where if I got blown away for the number one pick, that I would be tempted to trade it. Because I don't look at Mendoza as like I have to have my hands on that guy.
Yeah.
Like I think Mendoza's going to be a good piece. Like I think he's going to be a good quarterback in the NFL. I don't look at him as like this great quarterback in the NFL where I just have to have him. So if somebody came and just blew me away, I would be very tempted.
Yeah, like if the Jets called you and said, "Hey, we're gonna move one spot and give you 16 and one of our 2 firsts we have next year, for the number one pick, and you can then go sign Kyler Murray for now the vet minimum at $1.3 million."
Well, I don't think it'll be the vet minimum.
Well, no, that's all he needs now. That's
Kyler?
That's all he's gonna sign for. All of his money's guaranteed.
Oh, okay. So he's gonna take care of his new team.
Yeah, that's what people are speculating.
Well, that's nice.
So like, if you could get that,
the Texans should sign him as a backup.
If you could get Kyler for $1.3 million and 3 first-round picks to move back one spot, I'm saying yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think Mendoza is gonna be a good prospect, like good quarterback. I think he's good. Like I believe that my view on Mendoza is probably slightly higher than like a football fan's view of Mendoza. Like, so I'm not down on him at all. But at the same time, I don't think he's ever going to be like a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah, I think he can be.
I think he's going to be like a very, very not that this is my player comp, but I think he's going to have this Jared Goff trajectory,
which you can win with. If you build everything else around him.
Yeah,
and that's where the Raiders are in a bad spot because they're a roster with not a lot of talent on it, frankly. Mm-hmm. I mean, it really is Bowers and Genty, and that's kind of it if they move on from Crosby. Like, they've got a lot of work to do to turn that thing around, but you got a new coach. You hired an offensive – I think also, too, not to say that they only hired Kubiak because they were drafting a quarterback first overall.
Right.
But it kind of feels like they hired Kubiak because they're taking a quarterback first overall. Like, maybe you go in a different direction.
Was that bad, though? Like, you always want an offensive-minded coach.
No. It's just if you were going to pass on it now, it's just I don't know if the hire makes as much sense if you got to call now.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, okay. They could go either way, I think, but that's fine. I am intrigued by that offense, though, if they get – like, what if they just trade into the back end of the first round and draft one of these receivers who could slip? That's like a bona fide, first-round receiver.
Yeah.
Like – I don't know where. I don't think Tyson's going to slip. All the other guys are higher than him.
But like Denzel Boston, people really like. If you can go back and get him.
Concepcion.
Concepcion?
I don't know if he's a first rounder either. Like, he's a first rounder in the way that Xavier Worthy was a first rounder. Like, I don't think I'm trading back into the first round for him.
I know we're going to get to the Max Crosby stuff later, but would you do, if it was Crosby for a first, a second, and DJ Moore, does that accomplish what you want?
Yeah.
Because, like, to me, like, that's the most logical trade.
You could go. I mean, let's look at that. Like, if you trade Crosby for it would be a first this year, next year, it doesn't even really matter.
Yeah.
But let's say they do that. Let's just say they're future picks. That way we can kind of just kick that can down the road. They trade a future, maybe there's 2 firsts, down the road. A first or a second, 2 future firsts, whatever the case may be. DJ Moore. So you go Mendoza at 1, which they're going to do, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're kicking around the idea, what would we do? They're going to take Mendoza. I'm pretty convinced of that. And the betting favorite, like, you look at the odds. And, like, the way they're speaking, too. Like, they went to the national championship game so Brady could talk to him. You know what I mean? So they're going to take him. But if they made a trade like that, now you have Genty, you have Bowers, top 2 tight end in football. You have DJ Moore, who's a good receiver. Like, maybe he can be a little diva-ish at times, but a lot of receivers are. Like, that's a good player. And then what if you just use that second-round pick you have on the best receiver that's there, whether it's Concepcion, whether it's Boston, whether it's Malachi Fields. I've seen him. Like, some people.
Senior Bowl. So I was surprised when people started putting him in the first, but I like where you're going with this. Like,
So yeah, you just take the best receiver there. Like, it doesn't even matter what the name is.
Yeah.
So, like, we're just kicking around, like, what the team looks like. So you go, you make that trade. You got Mendoza as your quarterback. You have Genty as your running back. You have Brock Bowers. You have a DJ Moore, who is a bona fide NFL receiver. Like, where do we put him? Doesn't matter. Bona fide receiver. And then you take the best rookie receiver that you have there in the second round to where that offense is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, and I kind of like some of the guys from last year still. I mean, Trey Tucker, in terms of just being
solid.
an option. I'm still really intrigued by the kid they took last year from TCU, Jack. Is it Beck or Betch?
I think it's Beck.
I'm intrigued by him still as an option for them. So, like, you can quickly see how an offense, the skill positions around Mendoza are lining up with what you want to build. It's then about protecting him and building up a defense with it.
Yeah.
But I think you can get there pretty quickly with him.
Especially on the offense side. It might take a while to build up the defense. But, like, that might be an offense that's ready to go from day one. Like, you just have to bring your quarterback along, which is tough. Like, you're not going to have a great rookie season. It's very rare. Like, Cam Ward, I think Cam Ward's very good. Didn't have a great rookie season. Bryce Young started to turn the corner a little bit. C.J. Stroud's had, like, this Benjamin Button arc to his quarterback career, which is kind of weird. But, yeah, it's hard for rookie quarterbacks to be good. But you would have the pieces in place for him to have some success.
Yeah, 100%.
713-780-ESPN. So here's my like thought that I had earlier looking at. I was going to save this for later, but might as well just talk about it now. Everybody's kind of projecting the Titans to go with a wide receiver with that first pick that they have.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on where you see, but some people have like, "Hey, we need a weapon for Cam Ward." Why not? And you also, here's the other point to this: a lot of people are saying Jeremiah Love's the best player in this draft. So people think that Jeremiah Love's the best player in the draft. People think that the Titans need to get a weapon for Cam Ward. Why wouldn't you just take the running back? Why wouldn't you just take Love over any of these receivers?
I think he is the best player in the draft, and I think it makes a lot of sense. The Titans are now the betting favorite to take Jeremiah Love.
Okay, so that's kind of where my mind's going there.
Yeah, it's plus 200 Titans, plus 275 Commanders are the top 2 right now. But I think it makes sense. I mean, I've seen Love, projected to go 3 to the Cardinals.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe other people are having this thought too then.
So, like, it feels like after his 4.36 that he ran that he has catapulted into maybe he's going to go top 5 and not make it to the Saints or to the Chiefs. But I'm with you. Like, to me, he brings you explosive plays, and he can do it by just catching the ball to the backfield or being handed to. I think it'd be a nightmare for this division because I think he's a superstar.
Yeah.
In the making.
So many people say that. Like, what is his upside as a receiver, do you think?
ETN.
Okay, so what, like 70 catches a year?
Yeah.
So if you think he's the best player in the draft, if you think that he can be very impactful in the passing game, he can maybe catch upwards of 70 passes a year, which ETN's like his career high is 60. So maybe 60 is the better number. But if you think that he's that good and can help you in the receiving game, why would you pass up on that for a receiver?
I don't know.
And I get the whole I understand the counter argument. The counter argument is, well, receivers make more money than running backs, so you're not getting the financial savings whenever you take a running back 4 instead of a receiver 4. I hear you on that. That's a valid point. You always hear like you don't want to draft a running back that high. Well, why not if he's going to help out your offense so much?
I agree. And like to me, this wide receiver class, I mean, you can take Carnell Tate there. Like I think that would be a fine option for the Titans, but I like Love.
What would you rather have?
I'd rather have Jeremiah Love.
I'd rather have Love than Tate.
Yeah.
And I totally understand why you draft receivers higher than running backs. But if the whole point is you want to help out your quarterback with this offensive piece, why wouldn't you take the better offensive piece?
You take the better offensive piece.
I think he ends up
going
high.
I think he goes top 5.
What can I get odds on him going top 5 anywhere?
I'm sure you can.
Because I think that I've talked myself into it.
Because each website's a little bit different about what they're offering for the draft right now. But I mean, the thing is too, he only had 433 carries in college, where like Ashton Genty, as a comparison, had 750.
Yeah, so
I mean, like his workload is way different than it is. And this last year, not that you'd want to do this in the NFL, but like Jadarian Price was the kick returner for Notre Dame. Love could do it too. Like,
you wouldn't want to do that.
You wouldn't want to, but you can use him in a million different ways. I think it's a home run pick for the Titans if they make it. So I'm in on him being a top 5 guy.
Tell them boys to tighten up.
There you go. Who says tighten up like Jeremiah Love?
I also just don't want him to be a Chief.
Would you rather him be a Chief or a Titan, though?
I guess for his success, I'd rather him be a Chief.
Oh, okay. You're looking at it from his success. I was looking at it from a selfish Houston point of view.
I'm trying to think. I'm looking at it from both ways a little bit. Like selfishly, from a Houston perspective, I would not want him in Tennessee.
Yeah.
From an NFL perspective,
both are bad.
Both are bad, honestly. I mean, Chiefs is probably worse.
I think from a Texans perspective, it'd be better if he's in Tennessee. Because I still think you're better than Tennessee with him. Like, I understand he's good. I don't think he's good enough to make Tennessee better than you. But if he gets to Kansas City and he's a stud and then Mahomes comes back and he's a stud again, it raises the bar in the conference.
He's essentially, in a weird way, he's kind of Travis Kelce's replacement in Kansas City.
Yeah, it's a very weird way to say that.
But, like, in terms of, like, not having, the dynamic wide receivers that you have and being able to have someone that's reliable – either in the run game or the backfield, the way Travis Kelce's been so reliable to catch the stuff in the middle of the field, Love can replace that production in a different way for the Chiefs.
Right.
But, yeah, so we'll see. I mean, the Cardinals one would be weird to me now that they don't have a quarterback. Feels like that's where I don't agree with taking a running back. I think you should have, like with Genty last year, you didn't have a quarterback in place. I get why you took him, but that to me is where it doesn't totally make sense, where this would be a compliment to Cam Ward.
Yeah.
And I get the long-term vision of that.
Chucky says if Tyreek goes to KC and he's a stud, would they get Tyreek cheap and then you draft Jeremiah Love? That'd be pretty nasty.
They don't.
That'd be
terrifying. Andy Reid was talking about not sure when Tyreek's going to be ready to go.
Yeah, I think that might have been playing a little gamesmanship.
A little coy.
Yeah, it might have been a little gamesmanship.
Yeah.
Junkie, how can you take any of Branham's quarterback takes with him thinking Will Levis was going to be good? What a joke. I didn't say Will Levis was going to be good. You're putting words in my mouth. I said that I think he has the most talent in that draft class. That's what I said, which is kind of the same thing. And Will Levis was good. He had moments, and then he got hurt. And then he's going to sign with the Vikings, and Kevin O'Connell is going to bring him back from the grave. You'll see. I'm not wrong. I'm just early.
Just early.
Not wrong. I'm just early. Casirio's been actually read that on the other side. Let's look at the Texans offseason agenda when we come back. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Hey, Texas hockey fans. Joe George here. Flight by Yingling, proud partner of the Dallas Stars, will be at McIntyre's in Webster on the NASA Parkway today. In about 20, 30 minutes, they will be out there. And you can stop by to register to win a flyaway trip to see the Stars take on the Philadelphia Flyers on March 29th and snag some exclusive Flight by Yingling gear. That's today at the McIntyres and Webster on the NASA Parkway. All you got to do, show up, register to win. You can win a trip that includes 2 tickets, airfare, and hotel to see the Stars take on the Philadelphia Flyers on March 29th.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Get ready. Bracket Madness is coming soon. Thanks to our presenting sponsor, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and our supporting sponsors, Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company. Be on the lookout. It is March, after all. I always get a kick out of John Rothstein. You ever see these where, like, wars breaking out? And, like, John Rothstein's like, it's March.
Yeah, he don't care. He's in his own little world.
It's
March,
World War
baby.
III. It's March.
It's March, baby.
12 hours till March. So funny. I think it's my favorite bit on the internet. 713-780-ESPN. What if the Texans trade up for Love? Okay, they trade up for Love. I'd be surprised if they did it now that they traded for Montgomery. Yeah, I don't think it's on the table unless he slides, and then Casera's like, screw it, let's go get him.
I just don't know. I struggle to envision a world in which he gets past 9.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the cards. I don't see the Texans trading into the top 10 for a running back.
Is that accurate?
Maybe not. Nick Caesara's aggressive, man. And
He
Nick
is.
Caesara does value running backs. Like, people always say, like, Nick Caesara doesn't value running back. How? What do you mean he doesn't value running backs? He went aggressively at Saquon Barkley and was a couple $1 million away from signing him. He traded for Joe Mixon, and I understand that it was a late-round draft pick, but he was about to be cut, so you could have just let him be cut. You also redid his contract. You traded up for Woody Marks last year, like pretty premium draft capital for a running back, and then yesterday you traded a fourth-rounder for David Montgomery. I do think Nick Caserio puts a premium on running back.
Yeah, I still don't. I don't think we can rule out them taking a running back in the first 3 rounds, even after this Montgomery.
See, I would rule it out in the first 2 rounds.
Okay.
Yeah, I would rule it out in the first 2 rounds, maybe 3. I don't think that they'll take a running back in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think it's just. I guess it depends on Woody Marks and what they think of him. But I mean, them trading up for Love, like it'd be awesome. But it's just.
Yeah, it was more likely before yesterday's trade. It was
Yeah.
probably 3% before yesterday's trade. Maybe that might be too high. Maybe it was 1% before yesterday's trade, and now it's like a
0.001.
Yeah, it's a fraction of that.
It was a fun idea when the Texans looked like they were clearly going to be on the outs, like before the 3-game Davis Mills win streak, and the first mock drafts were coming out, and the Texans were picking 14th or 15th, and people were mocking Jeremiah Love there. That made sense.
Yeah. And
now
Texans won, and then Love started to climb.
Yeah, but I wish.
Nick actually hates running backs. According to what? Like, give me context. I just proved my point. Prove yours. What if this? Oh, yeah, I already read that one. Branham should have to drink coffee with mayonnaise in it for a month due to the Levis stick. What makes you think I don't? I've drinking some fatty coffee before. Fatty coffee.
Have you really?
Yeah, I've had fatty coffee. Not with mayonnaise, though. Like, with the whole – remember when that was like a thing? Like the fatty coffee where you would put butter in it?
No?
Yeah, that was the thing for a while.
I
People were
guess
drinking fatty coffee. Maybe even protein. They might have been like mixing protein and butter in it.
I mean, I get the protein.
Heavy cream. Yeah, it's like a fatty coffee thing. It was like a keto thing.
I mean, I've done the protein lattes at Starbucks. I don't know if it's good or not. I mean,
well, you can't taste protein if you get unflavored.
Yeah, but
I've mixed protein into my coffee. You
Yeah.
can't taste it. Sometimes it gets a little grimy, but
no, I never did like the butter in my coffee.
I didn't like it. It was pretty gross.
Yeah, I get why the reasoning behind it, but I like my coffee too much to ruin it.
Yeah, we should trade for Burrow.
I agree.
That'd be cool. I like Jonah Coleman or Nick Singleton as a running back addition. Any preferences? Both of those names are on my radar for like a late round draft pick should they get there. I wouldn't be opposed. I want a rookie running back. I just don't want it in the first 3 rounds.
I like Singleton.
You know, remember I went to talk to Lance the other day
Mm-hmm.
about running backs because I was trying to get intel on best ball drafts. And I was like, hey, give me a running back or a skill position player. Actually, I said skill position player. I said, give me a skill position player that isn't being looked at that closely right now that's about to have his stock soar based on, like, combine or whatever. Because I'm trying to buy these guys low before they take off. And the name he gave me was Mike Washington.
And he's the guy who ran, like...
he's the guy whose stock has soared
Yeah.
in the combine. So, Lance knows ball.
He does know ball. I like the other Penn State running back, too. Katron Allen.
Oh, yeah. He's been a guy that's been on my radar.
And I
He's the
saw
best balls.
a Texans mock draft today. I can't remember who put it out. They had Le'Veon Moss. The Texans taking him in the 7th.
You were looking at a 7-round mock draft.
It was just a Texans mock draft.
Oh, okay.
So they just put the
it's not
Texans
credible.
picks.
I don't like those things.
Okay.
Because a lot of the places that do it, they don't have a very good grade on players and like where they go. And then all these people that do those mock draft thingies, they game it. They game it by like trading all these picks and stuff.
Yeah, they all kind of do it. Like
whenever I do it, I have a rule. I have a house rule whenever I do them.
What's that?
And I think honestly, I wish we would apply this house rule period to everybody. I think they should eliminate the trades from them.
Yes, because it's often it's. I mean, it's just so hard to predict, right? Like Lance has trades in his latest mock draft. No, he doesn't. He has the Texans trading back into the first round to get a second first-round pick. But
I saw another mock that I'm trading out today. I think it was Jordan Reed's.
Now, see, the Texans is almost one where it's like, hey, we probably can bet on the Texans making a trade. It's just, are they going to go out or are they going to come back in?
Yeah.
At this point. But it does maneuver. And even if you listen to, like, Mel Kiper, I was listening to his recent podcast after his mock draft dropped him in Field Yates, and he was talking about kind of gaming it to get Jeremiah Love to the Chiefs. And it's like, oh, that's not really the exercise.
No.
It's like, and even when you hear him talk about, I wanted to make a splash here, and I think we'll talk about his mock today if we get to it, but it's
probably not going to happen.
Like this was before the Montgomery move was having the Texans take Jadarian Price in the first round, and they're basically openly admitting that they're doing it for clicks, and it's like, well, that's not really the purpose of the exercise for the normal people.
Well, I think that is the purpose of
it's the purpose of their exercise. It's not why I read them. I'm not there to I want like real information.
Well, that's why mock drafts probably aren't that credible.
Yeah.
Junkie first round draft time drops from 10 to 8 minutes this year. How will that affect Casario's Willen and Dillon? Probably not that much. I mean, Casario's going to have, he's going to be kicking the tires well before the draft even starts and have all different types of scenarios. They'll just come to a head sooner. I don't think it'll impact his Willen and Dillon. Junkie, talk about baseball. This bores me. Do we look like people who aren't defiant? Like, I'm defiant by nature. Like, you tell me to do something, it makes me want to do the opposite.
Agreed.
So, like, that's not the way you get us to talk about baseball.
Spring training. Woo.
Hey, don't disrespect spring training.
Meh. I think it's not. I don't think it's disrespecting.
No disrespect. Don't do that.
I think it's just an accurate statement of what spring training is.
Yeah, but I'm very defiant.
Look, like Isak at first tonight. Big day.
Well, might talk about that later. Jimmy Ward cut, which, why did they not do that last offseason? Kind of weird. And then they haven't cut Joe Mixon yet, which probably is just a formality. But kind of, I don't know. I don't know if it's interesting or not. Probably a nothing burger, but it's kind of interesting they haven't cut him yet.
Yeah, I'm – there's no chance he's back, right?
The only chance I think he's back is if he's just like, hey, you guys took care of me last year. I'm willing to come back on a super friendly contract. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, that would be a wild running back room. Joe Mixon, Woody Marks, and Taven Montgomery.
Yeah, I think it's probably just more of a technicality. Maybe you're just waiting for intel. There's no hurry to do it. So, yeah, I don't really know.
The only thing I wonder with that is if there's anything we don't know about within his contract, within the injury, that they can get out of saying even.
Yeah, but they could have done that last year. They could have done that last year.
No, I know, but now. Like, the reason why it hasn't happened just yet.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe there's something.
Like last year they were hopeful and taking care of him, but now there's not a reason to.
So, Aaron Wilson yesterday, before the Texans made the trade, he had some agenda items for the Texans. Texans prepared to make Will Anderson one of the highest-paid defensive players in NFL history.
Good.
Not a surprise. I thought it was interesting that it said one of and not the highest-paid player, so maybe that's actually good. You don't have to pay him top dollar. Maybe you get a little bit of savings, but, kind of to be expected. He said they're interested in Kenneth Walker. Also going to be interested in Rico and Travis Etienne, which I think those are gone now that this trade has happened.
100%.
Texans want to add 2 to 3 new linemen, including a potential new starter at center like Cade Mays, which I think that is magnified now that you traded Titus Howard. They will look into Colts right tackle Brayton Smith. I will look into how to be a millionaire. Texans and Ed Ingram have mutual interest, but it'll be $13 million plus, most likely.
That's pricey.
Is it, though?
I mean, it's
top 10 guard money, probably, at right guard?
Just compared to the play. It's not. I mean, what the market is right now, it's gonna be a good value.
Yeah. Christian Kirk is likely gone.
Good.
Not surprised there. Sheldon Rankins and the Texans have mutual interest in returning.
Okay.
Which is a little different than I thought because they talked about going younger there. But I also thought that they would bring back one of their veteran guys. Like a lot of veterans are, going to be free agents. Maybe he's the veteran you keep while still also trying to get younger there because D'Amico likes to play a bunch of guys anyways. EJ Speed, Trent Brown, and Tommy Townsend also have mutual interest. Trent Brown would be great because he could be your swing tackle. And then if you strike out in the draft, kind of like they struck out at guard last year, he could just be your starting right tackle for a year. Now, it's scary because of his injury concerns, but you could go that route.
I like all three of those guys coming back.
Yeah. And then Daniil Hunter wants another year added to his deal, which I think can help you with the cap. Because if you extend a year, you can kind of spread it out a little bit more, and it can help you in cap savings. So I'm not opposed to that.
No, I mean, I love having Daniil Hunter here. So I would, the longer he can be a Houston Texan, the better. So that one to me is, if you can keep him and Will Anderson together for the next 2 years, that's A+ work for the Texans. Yeah. So I would be all in on that move.
This junkie has texted us 3 times in 3 minutes. Why is a Joe Burrow trade not being taken seriously?
I think they must not think their text is going through.
The Bengals don't want to trade him. And in fact, you're gone. That's too many texts. That's too many texts.
You are
get
out of here.
That's the quickest way to get booted, I think, by me, is to spam our text with something that you want to ask. Ask once. If it's any good, we'll get to it. I brag about you texters. I call you all the most sophisticated listenership in all of Houston sports radio. Joe might be right. It might be the most smartest.
I think that was a premature ejection. But
what do you mean? He texted 4 times in 3 minutes.
He might have just been trying. You don't know if that to me comes off as a. I don't think my text is going through. Like on his actual phone.
Bro, it goes back to 10 minutes ago.
Oh, see, I didn't see the one 10 minutes ago. I saw the 3 that came in at 2:31,
and it's
2:32,
it's not my job to police and guess if they're having technology issues. That's on them. If they're on a cricket, that's on them. That's not on me. I'm not going to be the gatekeeper of technology. You go catch a boot. Get on out of here. Tag day in the NFL, Joe.
From the woman, by the way.
What was that?
What was that?
Play that again.
I don't take no orders from no woman, by the way.
We don't do that. Where did you get that from? That's not a Jeremy and Joe show drop. Who's that one from?
John O'Lynn.
Oh, yeah. That one doesn't go here.
That tracks.
Yeah, that does track. That one doesn't go here. Tag day in the NFL. We got a trans tag. We got a franchise tag. We got a cut. We got a retirement. We got a not tag. Lots to talk about. Certainly not baseball like that one junkie wanted us to talk about. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. But you know something that all of you would like to know about, talk about? Own well and saving money on property taxes. We know that home ownership and property management is a headache. It is not fun. It is expensive. Cost you an arm and a leg. That's where Own Well comes in and can help you. Property taxes, fighting that is a hassle. You have to deal with maybe expensive lawyers. You got to track down permits. All of the stuff you don't want to do. All the stuff you don't have time to do. But you know what you have time for? Ownwell, ownwell.com, where you can head to right now and sign up in just 3 minutes. And Ownwell is going to be in your corner fighting for you this tax season. I used Ownwell last year. I'm using them again this year. Last year they saved me some money, and I can't wait to see how much money they save me again. Plus, that compound savings I get year after year is exciting. And they make the process so easy. You just go to the website, sign up in 3 minutes, and then literally you don't have to do anything else. You can help out with some pictures here and there, but you don't have to do anything else. And then they email you every step along the way to tell you where they're at in the process. And then at the end of the day, they're going to say, here you go. Here's how much money we saved you. And then that's the first time you have to pay. It's risk-free, no upfront cost, and you're only going to pay if you save. So really, if you don't use ownwell.com, you're being pretty irresponsible. You're not really being an adult because they're going to save you money, and who doesn't want money? New customers can expect to save, on average, $774 a year by signing up. What are you waiting for? Ownwell has an 88% success rate in reducing property taxes. What are you waiting for? 140,000 Houston properties use Ownwell. Why wouldn't you be one? So don't wait. Deadline to protest May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Risk-free, no money up front, only pay if you save. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. And let them know I sent you when you complete your sign up at ownwell.com.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
So we got a trans tag, a franchise tag, a cut, a not tag, and a retirement today in the NFL. Trans tag for Daniel Jones, Joe, $37.8 million, which is pretty smart. I kind of like the way that they handled this because, like, why franchise tag him? If somebody wants to be like, hey, here you go, here's 2 first-round picks for Daniel Jones, okay, thank you. He's also hurt, right? So no one's ever going to do that, and it's $6 million cheaper to transition tag him than franchise tag them. I actually like the way that Ballard handled the Daniel Jones contract.
Yeah, and they have the right to match too. So if they, don't want to get the 2 first-round picks and they are good with the deal that Daniel Jones signs with the Pittsburgh Steelers,
they wouldn't match.
You don't think so?
Nah. If somebody's like, yeah, let's take Daniel Jones and here you go, here's 2 first-round picks, the Colts would do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that this was the player they went with, just because the reporting after has been that like they're still expected to come to terms on a deal. I thought maybe Alec Pierce would have made more sense if they thought that they can get a deal done with Daniel Jones.
That's a lot of money for Alec Pierce.
I know, but they're going to miss him when he's gone.
I mean, who's your quarterback?
I think they're going to get a deal done with Daniel Jones anyways. It seems like. So,
I mean, that much for Pierce? You tag him?
I think I would have bet on Daniel Jones coming back with the injury, honestly.
I don't think I like Alec Pierce. I think he's a nice piece. I'm not like, putting all the chips in the middle of the table for Alec Pierce.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I guess you have to just decide which one you're more comfortable with getting back. And getting the quarterback makes sense back. I don't know if he's going to have, I think, like to what you said, I don't know how kind of a market he's going to have if teams are even going to try to do this.
No, I don't think so. I think he'll play on this trans tag. Unless they do an extension with him or something.
Lamar got this, right?
Yeah.
Or was he just an open free agent?
No, that was he. I kind of forget.
I actually think he was just an open free agent. No.
I thought it was a transitional tag.
But, I mean, it makes sense to have him back. Like, you need a quarterback. Dan Jones was good last year. I'm still not a full believer in him long term, but I think what they're probably going to get a deal done with in terms of length is going to be fine.
They gave him a non-exclusive franchise tag. So I don't really know what the difference is between that and a franchise and transitional tag. And it also just might not exist anymore because that was 23. So maybe the CBA is slightly different now. I don't know. Or maybe it was just the way they worded the transitional tag back then.
It looks like it's what the transition tag is now.
Yeah, I think they might have just changed the wording of it.
Yeah.
That's a better way to do it to avoid confusion.
Yes.
Which is dumb that nobody just but there was also corruption then.
Yeah, I mean people thought it was collusion, full on. I mean, it was crazy to me that the Atlanta Falcons didn't just say, okay,
yeah,
like we'll do this, we'll go sign Lamar Jackson right now, and so he just went back to Baltimore. It made no sense with Lamar when he hit open free agency.
The Jets, Jets, they slapped the franchise tag on Breece Hall.
Mm-hmm.
So $14.3 million there. Surprise here at all?
No, not really. I don't think any of the tags that came down are a surprise. I mean, with Pickens, Kyle Pitts, and Breece Hall, they all make sense.
Yeah. I'm sure Breece Hall's a little frustrated to be a Jet. We'll see if he does anything because of this. Also, there's kind of a Houston perspective from this. There's a localize here. This kind of shows you the running back market. Like Breece Hall is getting 14.3. Kenneth Walker's probably going to get $14 million.
Mm-hmm.
The running back market is thinning out. We already saw Williams re-sign with Dallas. We see Breece Hall. He gets the tag from the Jets. So it reduces the amount of quality running backs in free agency. It also kind of gets you where the cost is going to be for some of the top free agents, and we know that David Montgomery's playing at 6.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it shows you, A, David Montgomery's contract is very team-friendly, which then, B, is why they ended up trading a 4th-rounder for him. It was very cost associative here.
100%. And
as to why they gave up a 4th.
And again, now you have a guy who you have him because you traded for him. What if Etienne didn't want to come here?
Exactly.
What if Kenneth Walker didn't want to come here? Well, then you're just left with your pants around your ankles and you got no running back besides Willie Marks.
That's a good way to put it. Kyler Murray cut by Arizona, which he took to social media. Twitter is where I'm seeing it, and said thank you, basically. To everyone that supported me and showed kindness to my family and I during my time in Arizona, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I wanted no more than to be one to end the 77-year drought for this organization. That's so funny. He's like giving them strays on the way out. 77 years.
So where do you think he ends up?
I don't know. It's tough. Hopefully he's the backup. Maybe the Texans or the Astros. That's where I want him. He's the best. He's the best active athlete walking planet Earth.
I think it's gonna be Minnesota.
I don't see him as an O'Connell guy. Like O'Connell to me is more about like accuracy and precision, and that's not Kyler Murray. Like it's on schedule, accuracy, precision. Kyler's none of those things.
Jets.
See, the Jets have been rumored with the Malik Willis. No, I think Rodgers goes back to Pittsburgh. Maybe Miami.
I also read something from on Pro Football Talk yesterday that from Matthew Berry, I think, wrote it, that apparently the Steelers are totally fine with Will Howard if Rodgers doesn't come back, which is interesting. I mean, he was a fine prospect coming out of college.
That was the quarterback that Pat McAfee saw throw the ball over the building.
Was it?
Yeah. I mean, that's weird. I don't like Will Howard that much. Not as a starter.
No, I think he's a fine backup. And look, maybe he's your transitional guy as you tank for once and go for a real quarterback next year.
I think it's going to be Rodgers.
I kind of lean that way, too, which is I kind of can't believe that we're going to see Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers reunited this point. But Minnesota, the Jets, makes sense.
I don't think Minnesota makes sense. I disagree with you on that. I think it'll be Miami or the Jets.
The other reason why I don't really get the reports coming out of the combine with the Vikings that there's reportedly mutual interest in Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
If they're interested in Anthony Richardson, why wouldn't they be interested in Kyler?
They would. You're right.
Like it's like I don't get why you would like one and not the other. I don't get why you would like Anthony Richardson at all.
You know what'd be scary? What if the Niners just trade Mac Jones and then they sign Kyler to that vet minimum?
Oh, he just rehabs for a year in San Francisco?
And Brock's going to get hurt. Like Brock is tiny. He gets hurt all the time.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who else. I mean, I wouldn't go to Cleveland.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be in the quarterback market.
I don't think they really are either. Unless it's like Kirk Cousins.
And then Drew Dahlman retired. Stinks for you. He's late 20s. He's a good football player.
He's 27, made his first Pro Bowl, 3-year, $42 million contract, and he said, nope.
Must hate football.
I guess so.
Must love life.
Yeah.
And then Trey Hendrickson, not tag. Said goodbye to Cincy. Well, he's going to be a hot commodity, obviously.
He is. I mean, he's going to be one of the biggest targets in free agency. Which, you know, we'll see. I'm curious what his market looks like.
I think he'll get big money short term.
Yeah, that makes sense. But, I mean, he's going to be the most popular guy, especially if this Crosby thing ends up panning out with not a trade.
Right.
You know, if it ends up being he just stays in Las Vegas or even does get moved, like someone's going to want to go get Trey Hendrickson. Cowboys? They can make the money work?
That'd be interesting.
I mean, them for Crosby or Hendrickson makes a ton of sense.
Yep. Yeah, it does.
I know AJ would like that.
AJ's a Cowboy fan. Fear-mongering Ken Rosenthal. We got more fear-mongering going on with the Houston Astros, and it makes me sick. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance encouraged, passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
All right, so we got some fear-mongering Ken Rosenthal going on, 713-780-ESPN. So Ken Rosenthal, this was basically like the greatest hits of Chandler Rome this offseason, quite frankly, which we know that they work together, they're colleagues, but I've seen them, like, co-report things, which is always kind of weird to me. Like, how do you co-report something?
One person gets final details that the other person doesn't have.
And then somebody else gets, like, the initial stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
One of them's the closer. One's the starter.
Is the bigger name the closer or the starter?
Closer.
So Ken Rosenthal will be the closer here?
I think so.
Okay. That makes sense because, I mean, this article from Ken Rosenthal, fear-mongering, reads a lot like Chandler Rome's, like, little by little this entire offseason. And then Ken Rosenthal just kind of collected all of what Chandler Rome was saying this offseason and like, put it into one big piece.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe Ken Rosenthal's closing the stance that it is untenable. So, anyways, Ken Rosenthal, The Athletic, headline today, Astros still need to clear infield logjam, and Isaac Paredes trade is the obvious move. Okay? So you start reading through the article here on The Athletic, Joe. The very first sentence, and it doesn't take long for it to read like a Chandler Rome highlight piece. The Houston Astros infield surplus is untenable.
Mm-hmm.
Literally the first sentence.
It is.
What is the word that Chandelier Rome has been using all season?
Untenable.
Untenable. So it continues to be the word that they use. And again, it reads like the Rome greatest hits. The very next sentence, General Manager Dana Brown needs to resolve it by opening day, or he will create tension in his clubhouse and put Joe Espada in an uncomfortable spot.
We've heard that one before too.
Right?
Yeah.
Some fear-mongering. Look, I actually don't really disagree with that one. Like, I do think that it makes it more difficult for Joe Espada, no doubt. Like, if you could flip Isaac Paredes for a similar bat that plays left field, okay, it does make it easier for Joe Espada. I agree to that. Now, my pushback on that is, like, it's going to create tension. Okay, yeah, probably, but there's tension in every clubhouse in baseball. Like, how are you so brand new that you don't think tension is in every single clubhouse or locker room in sports? Like, how do you not have the feel that happens everywhere?
Do you want to finish before I give you my theory on this?
Do you have, like, a full theory or just, like, that specific thing?
I have a full theory on that.
All right, I'll finish then.
Okay.
So that part's kind of like whatever. All teams and clubs have tension.
They do.
And whatever. And that's why they're called managers. Like, because they're managing the tension. They're managing the team. They're managing the personalities.
That's really their job now.
All the ebbs and flows of a 162-game season. Joe Espada is not unique in that he would be in an uncomfortable spot. All managerial positions are pretty uncomfortable. Next bullet point here. Owner Jim Crane, forever hell-bent on winning, is not likely to accept an explanation of, sorry, Jim, no trade made sense, if an overstuffed infield creates any form of dissension and compromises the club. So my pushback here is, why would you, if we think that Isaac Paredes is a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10, why would you take back an outfielder that's a 5?
Yeah, I agree. I push back here, too. I also don't know if how much tension would there have to be on a scale of 1 to 10 to where Jim Crane would say, hey, this is a problem. Why didn't you just get rid of him? I think it'd have to be a 10.
And I think, like,
at least an 8.
And then the other thing is, sidebar to that, Isaac Paredes is valuable. Like, that's the whole point that he would be the guy traded, because he has more value than Correa. He's got more value than Walker. He's cheap. He's got this year and next year on his contract at a very affordable rate, especially for what he gives you with his offense. So if you wanted to give Isaac Paredes away, you could have already done it. There is a club that would have given you 70% on the dollar. It still probably would give you 70% on the dollar for Isaac Paredes. Mm-hmm. There's probably teams in baseball that would give you 90% of the dollar for Isaac Paredes. But they don't want to do that because, like you say in this article, Ken, that Jim Crane is hell-bent on winning. So if you're hell-bent on winning, why would you trade a player for pennies on the dollar and not his full value? Because that, in turn, makes it more difficult to win.
Yeah, I think that statement there specifically is very hypocritical.
Yeah.
In what Jim Crane wants to accomplish. Like, Jim Crane's a businessman. I don't think he cares about feelings. I think he cares about winning.
Oh no, he doesn't care about feelings at all.
And having Isak Paredes, unless you're getting a valuable return, trading him for pennies does not equal winning.
No.
It makes your team intentionally worse because of feelings.
Next bullet point, barring an injury, hardly the desired solution, but one that you have to be honest about. Like, Altuve's old, Walker's old, Correa hasn't been an Iron Man, Jeremy Pena had injury issues last year. Yordan Alvarez obviously has his injury issues, but if you ignore the years where he's injury prone, Chandler Rome thinks he's an Iron Man. But he says, barring an injury, hardly the desired solution, the team could be looking at a mess.
Yes.
Okay, that's a scintillating word there. It's a little sizzle, right? Could be looking at a mess, or all of them are good, and you're just rotating the guys around. Like, okay, it's a little uncomfortable for people, but like you can produce still. They're professionals.
Yeah, I find this one strange because this is another guy that's been critical of the Astros for not adding enough starting pitching depth in the past, and saying you have to bank on injuries because they're pitchers. Have you looked at the guy's history on this roster? And their injury history, I think we can bank on all of them getting hurt.
Right.
Like it's weird. It's a weird contradiction to me because they're not having Tommy John that you don't bank on injury, but with pitching you should bank on injury. It's very weird to me that some people, not just Ken Rosenthal here, view position players with injury history versus pitchers who have no injury history and just get hurt all the time, how they view them so differently and how you should approach the depth of an organization.
Well, people are very, very often not consistent in their thought. Next one, under the current setup, Pena and Alvarez are the only Astros likely to be in the lineup most days.
Disagree here.
Maybe semantics, but I think all of them will be in the lineup most days. Like, what does most days mean? Like, more than not, right?
Yeah.
All of them will be in the lineup more than not.
Yes. Altuve, Correa, they'll play most days.
Now,
Walker.
maybe they play 140 games and not 150, but 140 is still most. 82 games is most. So barring injury, they're all going to play most days. Forcing square pegs into round holes is never a desirable strategy. So more sensationalism there.
Do you think that seems focused on Paredes, like playing at first base tonight and second base during the season?
Maybe more second than first. Maybe Yordan in left too.
Yeah.
Fear-mongering Ken Rosenthal. So Joe, you have a big takeaway on this?
I have a theory.
Let's hit that on the other side then. Joe's theory on this untenable infield surplus with fear-mongering Ken Rosenthal after Chandler Rome did it all offseason. And some Astro hot takes as well. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know it's not fear-mongering? Monument Chevrolet, that they have all the vehicles you want at the price you wanted at. That's not a fear-monger. That's a fact. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They're transparent with you. They're not going to hassle you with the pricing. You're going to get your car shopping done fast. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 5 decades. Have helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families just keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to a world-class culture. Tell them your budget. They're going to work hard to meet it. They have the vehicle you want at the price you want it at. Monument Chevrolet does. Get that fair deal. Get that transparent deal, that no-hassle deal without wasting your time in those stressful, aggravating negotiations. Stop by 225 and Beltway 8. Say hello to GM Jeff. GM Jeff's going to take care of you. He is top shelf in the customer service game, and he is going to get you in that vehicle you want at the price you want it at. So stop by. Say hello to him. You can see their full inventory, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com. But better yet, go visit them in person. 225 Beltway 8. Tell Jeff I said hello over at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet together, let's drive. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. 713-780-ESPN. Talking fearmongers. Jeremy and Joe. We'll be out of here at 5:30, by the way. Texas Aggies playing a little bit of basketball tonight. Hosting Kentucky.
Big game.
For the Aggies.
Big game.
Bucky's done a good job in year one.
Really determine their conference tournament seating tonight, it feels like.
You're locked into that.
I am, because I'm trying to figure out schedules for next week.
Locked in. So you have a theory on all the fear-mongering. We saw with Chandler Rome all off-season, and then kind of the culmination of it all with Ken Rosenthal today.
Yeah, okay, so I don't think the timing of this is a mystery. Ken Rosenthal is currently in Arizona with Team USA, okay?
Okay.
You know who else is there? And who represents 2 of the potential 4 everyday starting infielders?
Boris.
Oh. I think this is one of those lines where it's being blurred between reporting and writing an opinion article.
A little, yeah. I don't think it's a report at all.
No, it's not. But it feels like
it's op-ed.
But to see the wording, how it's so similar, the wording between these 2 different reporters, even though we established that they work on things together at times, it feels like it's coming from certain people. And really, it feels like it's coming from Scott Boras. He's there in Arizona. He was on the McAfee show yesterday. He represents half the team. He represents Team USA in some capacity. It feels like, to me, this is how Scott view Boras, and maybe 2 of his clients, in Carlos Correa and Jose Altuve, also feel about this situation. And maybe it's just Boris's view on it, but I don't think it's a coincidence that you have these players on the roster, and then as Rosenthal is there in Arizona with Scott Boras, he's adding to the report using the same exact verbiage that Chandler has been using all offseason. So I think this is coming from Scott Boras. I think this is Scott Boras' view on the Astros infield situation, that he believes it's untenable. That's my new theory of why this is being reported in the way that it is.
Cash or trash, Joe's theory, 713-780-3776. I think I'm cashing that.
Right?
Good.
It feels like it's too coincidental that as soon as he gets to Arizona, when there's not a single Houston Astro representing Team USA, that this story comes out from Rosenthal.
Oh yeah, I like that theory. I'm in on that. Junkie says that you can co-report because they reported while holding hands. It's romantic. Any Astro hot takes that you have for the last few days here?
My biggest one here is just I don't feel good about Hader right now. So I don't know if it's another hot take, but this is gonna be a really important time for Abreu. I do think today is interesting that with Venezuela, they're playing Venezuela tonight. That they want to get 2 to 3 innings from Christian Javier. They also mentioned Joe Espada, I believe it was, wants to see Brian King tonight. It feels like a tell a little bit of the value that he's putting in certain guys in the rotation and wanting to see them against a quality lineup like Venezuela.
Yeah, I saw that Isak is playing first today.
He is playing first today.
Be nice to hear some reports on how he looks at first. They say that it's looking good, according to some like Kawahara and McTaggart. I think had some stuff from Espada when it comes to how he's looked over at first base. Yeah, this is McTaggart tweeting. Espada on Paredes at first today, just kind of getting familiar with the position. Also, the work around the bases has been good, holding runners, scoops. His next start, I'll play him at third base. So that's good. Nate Pearson has some elbow stuff.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, you weren't going to carry all these guys anyways. So, like, starting them on the injured list probably keeps them in the organization, probably keeps a pitcher or 2 in the organization. Now, I hate hearing elbow, shoulder when it comes to pitchers. Iñigo de los Santos will throw a bullpen today. Hader could throw a bullpen next week.
Yeah, it's not a long term with Hader. It just feels like early on in the season, I have low expectations for what he'll be able to bring to the club.
I think that they should get him 100%. Like, even if it means a month off. Like, you can't rush him back. You know what I mean?
No, if you're going to make a run this year, he's a key part of it.
Yeah.
He's one of the most important pieces, honestly, for this roster.
Yep.
When you look at long term. So take your sweet time, Josh.
They can co-report. I'm sure they ride a bike like Harry and Lloyd in Dumb and Dumber.
You actually ever see one of those things in the wild? Like a double bike? The tandem bikes?
Not in the wild.
I've seen them in Austin and in Chicago.
I've seen people like parents like have their kids on them.
Yeah, I've never seen like
adults
really a
tandem bike.
Yeah.
No, I haven't really seen that.
Yeah, I've seen them in Austin. It was strange.
Does Jesse Winker do anything for you?
No. not really, to be honest with you.
I kind of like the idea of Jesse Winker. At the same time, I don't think they should have traded Jesus Sanchez if another trade isn't coming.
Yeah.
Now, Winker was hurt last year, so he didn't play many games. but he historically hits righties pretty good. Like, I think he's probably better than Loperfido, at least offensively. Like, he's not going to play – he can only play the corners, maybe only left at this stage of his career, where Loperfido can play all three. But if you could guarantee that both guys would have 500 plate appearances this year, I would bet money on Jesse Winker having a higher OPS than Joey Loperfido.
I agree to that for sure.
But nobody has signed Jesse Winker, so something tells me he's not completely healthy.
Yeah, and so that's – I mean, look, if they want to go another veteran route, I know there was the Michael Conforto thing that obviously didn't shape out for the Astros, so maybe they're still in the mix for a veteran. So if he's healthy, he could make sense. I feel like the outfield's pretty set, but maybe it's not, and they do want to add a veteran of some kind to this team, but it's McTaggart kind of added to the Chandler stuff about Jake Myers not being as sold on him.
Yeah, I saw some of that.
And I was surprised. So I think, was it fearmonger from Chandler? It feels like no, because I think McTaggart doesn't do that. But
yeah,
so
I
maybe
think
there's
Espada
something
had quotes about it. I think Espada was asked directly about it too. I don't know. I think it's more they feel like he's better in doses, not like 150 games, but maybe 120.
Yeah.
So we're still going to play center field most days, but it wouldn't be what you would consider like every day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and McTaggart's article, he also mentioned how with Jake Myers they try to trade him all offseason, and that could still be in their plans.
Yeah, a package of him and Isak would be interesting, which I think is possible, but it's also getting late, so that's difficult.
Yeah, but like, sometimes you need something to happen to make a trade, and like you've already done business with Atlanta.
Well, the Profar thing?
If Profar's out for 162, I know he's going to appeal his suspension, but I don't know if that changes things for Jake Myers, if that's another team that maybe you circle back on if you're really interested in moving him at this point in the season. But so now I'm starting to doubt if Jake Myers is going to be here opening day.
Well, I still think he'll be here. I think it's unlikely they make another trade. I think it's possible but unlikely. And now if Jordan plays 81 games and left, which we feel is high, but if he does, and Cam Smith and Zach Cole are producing better than Jake Myers, well, then Jake Myers would sit more often. So maybe there's like indirectly his way of saying that Jordan's going to play more left field.
Yeah.
Because if Jordan's not playing left field and Jose Altuve's not playing left field, well, then like there's plenty of playing time for Jake Myers. Because Cole plays left, Cam plays right. So I think that's his way of saying if Jordan plays 70 games in left field and Zach Cole and Cam Smith are out producing Jake Myers, that they're not opposed to putting Jake Myers on the bench.
So are you at the point where you would think about raising the Alvarez number in left field?
Well, I mean, I'm okay with 81 if they're all at home.
Yeah.
So, like,
because we had said it at like 60, right? It was high. We think we said 50.
I think 50's high.
Yeah.
But you can get away with it at home in certain ballparks. So, like, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how Espada does it all.
Yeah, it's going to be this. There are a lot of questions. I don't personally view them as dire as others.
No, same. Key from LA, I was working over on Braeswood and seeing two guys riding a tandem bike yesterday in the wild. Was it Chandler and Ken, I wonder? You think they would ride the tandem bike? You want some drama?
Yes.
Did you see this baseball girly drama going on over
there?
No,
I don't know what this is.
I think it was like trying to be like the social media change. We're like, hey, follow my chain, and I'll follow you, and you follow me, and we'll have followers, and like, yay. And I think there was one. I think Annoying Astros is her name. She was like bashed them, and then they like attacked her. So like everybody's being dramatic about that, which I like the drama. You got baseball girlies on Bravo. That'd be fun. Instead of like Real Housewives, you could do baseball girlies.
I mean, that could work.
Of Houston.
I'm in.
That'd be kind of interesting.
A little YouTube series. Should we produce it?
Yeah, you could produce it. I'm not producing anything.
I don't got time.
I don't have time. Yeah, you do. You play video games.
That's not.
Instead of spending 3 hours playing video games a day, produce the show.
Do more work. Okay, I do enough.
And then also my newest mission in life, my side quest. I'm trying to get blocked by Inside the Icebox. Not our Inside the Icebox. We were first, but the copycats who stole the podcast name Inside the Icebox, Swabby and this baseball ball guy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get blocked by them.
Has Swabby partaken yet?
Swabby? I've had communications with Swabby on Twitter outside of the realms of this this handle at Inside the Icebox, which they stole unintentionally. I don't know who's running the Inside the Icebox account, though. It might just be Swabby.
I think he would, if he wanted to be vocal, he would do it from his account.
It would make more sense because it's got more of a following.
Which makes me think that the also anonymous Base on Balls Twitter account is hiding.
But they responded to me today.
I saw that, but like we don't know who it is, so I think it was based on balls.
Was this podcast going to be a video form? Like, is there a video form of it? Maybe we could find this out. I don't know if they've had a podcast yet, but I'm trying to get booted by them. I'm trying to rage bait them into blocking me.
I think you're close.
So today's day 3 of trying to block. Yesterday they posted a tweet. These youngins are really showing out, which they stole the Astros player development content. Posted the video of it, and I said bopping those baseballs like podcast names, and then he gave me a cortisol level of high. So I just laughed at it. So like I'm starting to wear thin on them.
You are.
I'm starting to get under their skin. And like I'm not going out of my way to search their name. I'm only doing it whenever it pops up on my For You page. So like I probably won't do it to every tweet, just whenever I see it. And then they had one today. Updates: Nate Pearson felt some elbow soreness today, and then he put the parentheses outside of the period, which is kind of a weird thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I said, now you're stealing other people's updates? ? And then he said, okay, crying emoji, and then gave me his like access to multimedia on the Astros site. So I guess he has media access, which Schwabe does. So he probably just gave it to him. And then I laughed at him, and then he hit me with the "Are you rage baiting me, big man?"
He switched accounts. He doxed himself.
Do you think that was a dox?
Yeah, he doxed himself.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he didn't realize which he was going back and forth. Like there's 4 tweets in this thread between the two of you.
Pick up on that.
And 2 of them are from Icebox. 2 of them are from Base on Balls.
So Base on Balls is running the inside the Icebox.
Doxed himself. He's soft. That's my biggest takeaway. He's soft.
He is pretty soft.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get blocked by them.
Yeah.
Today's day 3.
Unfortunately, I think he's so soft that the cease and desist bit that we were going to go with is not going to be an option.
He doesn't understand bits.
No. We'll see. Most podcasters don't. They don't get when things are poking fun. They take everything very seriously.
They're very.
They like to work for free. They like
to
work for free and be very serious.
So how many? What do you put the over under on? How many days it takes for me to get blocked?
You're not blocked
today's
yet.
Day 3. Today's day 3.
The fact that you're not blocked yet makes me think there's some not softness to it. So I'll say April 5th.
April 5th. Oh, that's a whole month.
Yeah.
It's like 6 weeks.
Yeah,
I don't think I last that long.
I think they'll get to opening day plus a little more.
I think I'm going to get blocked prior to that. Hopefully they show up on my timeline, though, because it'll create more content.
But, yeah, soft.
Pretty soft. Texans are saying that they had the big arch today, and they said it's good. It's 1,000 calories?
Yikes. Then it's a hard pass.
What's in this thing?
Well, Keith told us, but I wasn't really listening when he called.
No, I tuned him out.
Off topic.
There's 1,020 calories.
That's too many calories for one thing.
This new large burger features 2 quarter-pound beef patties, so a half a pound, 3 slices of white cheddar cheese, toppings, and a special sauce on a sesame poppy seed bun.
That's too much.
It doesn't look good.
No.
The special sauce looks gross.
No, they didn't do the fake doctor up a burger.
No, that didn't look good.
You ever watch those videos?
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
With when people do they use super glue for cheese on pizza.
And they put toothpicks in the middle of it, hold everything together.
Yeah.
Perception's reality, Joe.
It's pretty great. I also found myself kind of in the same vein here, but a little different. Somehow I got the cake or not on my TikTok, where people make coffee mugs out of cake and then they cut into it.
Out of cake?
Yeah.
I don't even know what cake is.
Cake.
Oh, cake.
Sorry, my bad.
I thought you dropped an in there.
Nope. My bad.
I thought it was lank. Remember that Reese Davis?
Oh yeah.
Let a naysayer know.
Yeah, he did.
I thought that's what you were saying.
Nope.
I heard kank.
Nope. Not doing that.
All right. 713-780-ESPN. Junkie of the day. It was almost you. It's almost you. 713-780-3776. What is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. You know what I'm excited to do when it's already hot? It's probably the summer months. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. They got a water park coming out there, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. I am excited to see what that looks like. The lazy river is going to be awesome. But you got to get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, escape the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress. Maybe it's like randoms on the internet. But Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is that rest and relaxation you've been looking for. Maybe it's that adventure you've been looking for, because you can escape the city and enjoy Two Creeks Crossing Resort. And you can do it in just 90 minutes, too. What do you mean? Well, it's only 90 minutes from Houston. From downtown Houston, it's an hour and a half away. Paradise, an hour and a half away. Escape the city without going too far. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You don't have to hop in a car and drive for hours. You don't have to worry about airplanes. No, you're in your paradise in 90 minutes. Like, open green spaces for you, wildlife you don't see in the city. Just Mother Nature as it was intended to be. Some of the best fishing in Texas. The Two Creeks run alongside their property. Catch and release pond in the middle of the property. You're going to love it. 92 acres worth of property for you to explore. They got kayaking out there. They got some pickleball courts if that's your jam. Or you can just hang out by the pool with a drink. Hang out at Swampers with a drink. That water park, hang out there coming soon. That lazy river coming soon. Float on a tube and just forget all your troubles. And they got all the stays you could want. They got glamping for you. They got cabins. They got a tree house even. You can go up the stairs up into the tree, and there's just a cabin in the tree. Or you can just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book your stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Cougblaze says send the cease and desist already to what's their name again? Locked on Inside the Icebox.
Yep. They might cry if we do that. I might feel bad.
Junkie texting in, your troll attempts are cute. If you really want to rattle his Twitter account, then hire the old Twitchers. I can't afford y'all. But if you wanted to, I mean, his handle's at Inside the Icebox. Twitchers, if you want to go to at Inside the Icebox and say that, he's the second Inside the Icebox, y'all feel free.
Yeah.
Y'all feel free.
Done a good job of that so far.
Yeah, they have. Done a good job. Very, very sensitive, though. All right, Junkie of the Day, 713-780-ESPN. Joe, what's your Junkie of the Day?
Okay, I'm going to nominate maybe the Jets aren't the only team that does this. But I'm really confused on how some of these teams are now just becoming like their own content platforms and tweeting about other players and why it's okay.
That's weird.
Like, I saw a Jets tweet video today talking about Tyson Bagent as a fit for them, and they tweeted it out. I'm like, he's on another team's roster. How is this allowed? Like, isn't like it's just weird to me. They're putting out mock drafts as well, and I know John Harris does through the Texans, but there it's very like clear. But even that still to me is a little odd. I just don't get it. I don't get why like these teams are tweeting about other players on other teams. It's strange to me. And it seems actually like the Tyson one they might have taken down because I can't find it now. So like they may have got told like, hey, you can't do this.
They're like their own platforms. It is kind of odd. I agree. It is. It's kind of it's just I don't know. It's not kosher.
Yeah, it's just odd.
I'm with you on that. Maybe it's just us being old curmudgeons though.
I mean, like the Cowboys have this. They have former writers of like the like the Dallas Star or whatever, and that work for them now, and they're critical of the team, which is weird too.
I mean, it's important to be relevant, but it's weird coming from your own source.
Yeah, like you can go to the Cowboys website and find critical articles of Jerry Jones, and he's just like cool with it. And that one, I appreciate that more because then like you're honest with it. But it's weird to me seeing some of the content come out from these NFL teams now directly.
Yeah, it is weird. Jerickson Profar, Junkie of the Day, literally for junkie stuff. Yep. Performance-enhancing drugs. Second suspension for him, which means he's banned for the entire year. 162 games for Jerickson Profar. Used the juice twice. Also, Indiana pitcher Reagan Rivera was part of a rotation. They gave up 14 runs in a loss to Western Kentucky. He then tried to slide into the DMs of a WKU student, and the DMs were like, he was like, hey, Emily. And Emily said, oh, hi. And the pitcher said, well, what are you up to tonight? And she said, partying. And then she said, you should probably sleep since you pitch like bad word.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's a tough look, Reagan. I mean, she's right, though.
It's pretty hilarious.
Like, if you're going to.
I mean, your ERA should not be something that women look into.
No.
That's pretty shallow of the woman. That's pretty shallow of the girl in question. We're like, oh, you have an inflated ERA. I'm not going to hang out with you. That's pretty messed up, man.
Yeah.
It's Bush League even.
I think she's just a sports fan. She might have been at the game.
I don't know. I think it's messed up to like try to like be with guys who have good ERAs.
I think you just want someone that's, good at their job. He wasn't. She's right. Get some sleep.
Junkie says I nominate AJ as a junkie, but in a good way because it's ice in his veins. There you go. It's not bad. And then Alex nominates downtown traffic. Jeez.
It's not good. Never
All right, what's
is.
winning? I think we go Profar.
I think Profar.
162 is a lot of games.
That's tough. That's a lot of games.
And it happened within like 3 years of each other, right?
Yeah.
Or it was last year, right?
I think it was last year.
Yeah, so within 2 years, he got banged twice?
Yeah. Dummy.
Messed up, Profar.
Dummy.
Junkie of the day. All right, we're going to get out of the way here. Aggies, Kentucky coming up later. It's going to do it for us. Thank you to AJ for all of the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Houston.